Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. I'm ready, set. That is Nighttime Clasher, and we are ready to be getting into the playoffs of this amazing, amazing event. Super, super excited for today at night. It's all been building up to this.
Yeah, we've got 4 of the best teams from NA playing a series of playoffs. No, not playoffs, but qualifiers over the last 3 weeks to get to this point. And yeah, they are bringing their best today. And let's take a look at the format first. We've already passed those qualifiers, I just said, but on the very right of your screen, you're going to see the playoff format today, which is a double elimination. And instead of a best of 3 like the previous weeks, we now have a best of 5. So the first team to win 3 sets of best of 3 games will take the win. And yeah, we're going to be using the draft mode as well, basically going over all those 5 maps that were voted on in Twitter and the community choice. Yeah, we got 5 maps from those and 2 brawler bands each.
Now, we are going to be taking a look at the map pool as well. Of course, these were y'all's selections. For Gem Grab, it's going to be Hard Rock Mine. For Brawl Ball, Backyard Bull, Bounty is going to be Shooting Star, High Safe Zone, Hot Zone, Dueling Beetles, and Siege, Nuts, and Bolts. That is the map pool for today. And if you've been keeping up with Brawl Masters, you're probably familiar with the draft mode, but if you're not, no worries. It's actually quite intuitive at this phase. The teams are going to be picking from this selection of maps, which ones they are going to be playing today. Also, not to mention, the fantastic prize pool that is available today is $4,000 in prizing available here in the playoffs. This is the big bucks here tonight.
Yep, that is a lot of happy meals. Let's take a look at the prize breakdown, though. First place going to be taking home $2,000. Second place, $1,200. Third, $600. And fourth, $200. So yeah, all of these teams are already guaranteed a chunk of that $4K, and they will be trying to move through that bracket today.
Yep, it's going to be super, super awesome. And momentarily, we're going to be getting in that first match of the day. Tribe Gaming versus Revenge Tour. Revenge Tour, of course, had a spectacular advancement through the brackets, through all of our open qualifiers, and through that last chance qualifier. So they're going to have to make it through Tribe Gaming in order to get through the rest of this bracket as well. There is guaranteed pricing, even just for making it to this stage of the playoffs, just for getting the playoffs to begin with. But really, the big bucks are what come later on. Let's get into the draft mode as well. Tribe Gaming, they're going to be picking Shooting Star as map number 1. Map number 2, chosen by Revenge Tour, will be Ring of Fire. Then map number 3, 4, and 5 will be Hard Rock Mine, Nuts and Bolts, and Safe Zone, which leaves us with the ABBA bands.
Yeah, so looking at these maps today, we do have a lot of longer range maps, apart from Nut and Bolts, of course. But yeah, we're going to be starting off on Shooting Star. Shooting Star probably has the same meta, even though we've had a lot of changes in the recent months. We're still probably going to be looking at a Piper, a Tick, and probably a Nani. Some people have gone with a Meg pick on those sides as well, and maybe a Leon might be in those, might be in the books as well for Shooting Star. And Ring of Fire, probably still Bell and Piper. Leon on the sides possibly. Byron and Pam going to be really good there. Yeah, what do you think will be used on Hard Rock Mine today?
Yeah, I mean, Hard Rock Mine, it's pretty much given that you're going to see Rico, especially when we're talking about Tribe Gaming here. You know, Zulon, El King Zulon, if you will, is going to be picking up the Rico, or whatever you want to call him, right? But Rico, I think, is the most creative skin name in the game. So, I mean, we're always going to have Rico, but then you're going to have some kind of mid right knight. You're going to have like a Bell, or you're going to have like a Piper, or maybe an 8-bit if there's some sort of confidence that the enemy's not going to pick Bell. It seems like she single-handedly keeps him from it being played and from being particularly effective. Of course, though, that's just Hard Rock Mine, and that's our third guaranteed map. Of course, you just need to win 3, and if either of these teams gets a 3-0 sweep, then we're not going to even get the chance to see Nuts and Bolts or Safe Zone. Nuts and Bolts, though, is one of those, you know, I would say one of the more balanced siege maps, but it definitely has a few brawlers that are super powerful on it and way more preferred over others, particularly for grabbing those bolts earlier on in the game.
Yeah, and those are some great points you bring up. And speaking of the teams today, we do have Tribe Gaming and Stamina Esports. These are 2 of the NA representatives for Worlds. And yeah, there's just this tournament really and the ESL Mobile Open tomorrow. So this is where we're going to see all these teams basically at their peak gameplay. So certainly going to be some great matches today because these teams are at their best for Worlds, which is in just a week actually. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they have to pull out. Maybe they don't want to pull out everything exactly because they want to save some of those real sneaky strats for the 26th.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, right? You don't want to like reveal your entire hand here, because Worlds is like the premier event, but this is going to give us a good clue as to how our teams have been preparing. As you mentioned, our two premier teams that are competing today are going to be Tribe Gaming and STMN Esports further down in the bracket. But yeah, we'll get a chance to see how they are coming along mechanically and as far as like team synergy and how they are preparing for Worlds. So make sure to keep a close eye on those teams as we get through the competition today. Still waiting on those bans from these teams, but I do anticipate we are maybe going to see like a Lola ban in here or something, provided she is allowed. Of course, the newest brawler to the game is kind of frustrating to deal with because she's able to spawn that ego and deal so much damage. She did get that emergency nerf, but I still think she is still pretty strong.
Yeah, well, a lot of people were thinking about different ways to use that super. At the end of the day, it's basically just a shield, and it helps you do double the damage. Definitely a really strong pick right now, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned, just because teams don't really want to be dealing with this new brawler, and especially for Worlds, they're probably not really practicing with it, because it adds too much variability to the strategies they've already been developing over the past few months with no real meta shifts. On top of that, we could see some long-range brawler bans, especially for these first 3 maps. Piper could be one of those options if these teams aren't really feeling it. At the same time, yeah, and from Stamina later, we'll definitely see their classic Sprout ban.
Yeah,
it is pretty solid on like Nuts and Bolts, for example.
Yeah, well, let's see. We do have the bans flying through now. Revenge Sure, they're going to start us off with that A ban. It is going to be Colonel Ruffs. The dog is out of the question. Then the Mortis ban and the Buzz ban from Tribe Gaming. Those are a couple of pretty valuable picks on Nuts and Bolts. So if they end up going there, then those are going to be some pretty valuable bans for them to play with, especially if they want to play brawlers that are like throwers, like Sprout, for instance. We know Corey loves the Sprout. Another thing, though, is that with the Mortis ban, Piper is going to be a lot more viable on Hard Rock Mine, and you're not going to have any of that funny stuff on Shooting Star. But of course, Revenge Sure, they know exactly what they're doing, right? They're like, okay, you ban Mortis? Well, we know it's because you want to play Piper. So here's your Piper ban. No Piper today. Probably just going to be some Bell gameplay for the long range mid.
Yeah, and that makes plenty of sense considering, yeah, it just makes sense to take out some of those brawlers on these key maps. Of course, Ruffs is a little bit of a more interesting ban. I think it's pretty, it's okay on Hard Rock Mine and can be okay on Ring of Fire because you can just block that mid area out with those bags. Yeah, on the other maps, no real use for him. Yeah, maybe that's one of those more niche bans that can really help Revenge Tour out here. Maybe something Tribe might not have been expecting when they were doing their analysis.
Yeah, and here's another thing to consider is the brawlers who you don't see here, which you're going to end up seeing in these games, is probably going to be like a little bit of Byron and maybe some Ashe. I know like Byron Ashe has fallen out of favor just a little bit, but it is still kind of like the funny strat. It's still like the Mickey Mouse comp. It's not going to really work too well on these first 3 maps, given how long range they are. Nuts and Bolts, maybe possible. Keep in mind also that Ring of Fire, you know, a classic strategy on that map is to have triple healers. So Pam is available, Byron's available, so is Poco, and even like the anti-heal on that map, it can't seem to break through the triple healers. So it's definitely something that we can be anticipating, maybe even a mirror match in set number 2. But Shooting Star, I mean, there's almost no question that we're going to be seeing some Nanny, we're going to be seeing some Tick. And without Piper in here, then maybe we'll see like an extra third brawler. It could be a Bell or something, but it could also just give a little bit of the necessary nudge to shift over to some of that funny stuff with like a Max and BB here on Shooting Star.
Yeah, we were definitely seeing some Max coming more into the meta in some EU games the other day on Turbo Titans. So I'm curious to see if that can translate over to maybe Shooting Star. Yeah. As you're saying, a Max, BB, and a Pam, or even a Poco, BB, and a Max. Something along those lines is possible, not too likely, considering a lot of teams just like to use the very interesting meta on Shooting Star, which is the Piper, Nani, and Tick.
Yeah, it's so in depth and it's so unique, right? It's one of the most unpredictable maps in the game. Can definitely side with you on that one. Yeah, shooting star, sometimes it can get a little bit dull, but it is a good litmus test to see how exactly the rest of the match is going to pan out, right? Because it is a very balanced map, and it does usually come purely down to mechanical skill, because it is very difficult to run something that takes your enemy by surprise, like the Max, the BB, and the Pam, as you mentioned, Knight. So Tribe Gaming, right, makes complete sense that they'd get Bounty here for their first set. Revenge Tour, no, they know that they are up against a colossal enemy here, so Hot Zone is definitely a good pick for set number 2 to sort of shift the momentum. You know, as anyone knows, Hot Zone is a little bit more of a, you know, mode that can go either way, so really a good pick here for Revenge Tour to potentially upset this very, very stacked roster of Tribe Gaming NA.
Yeah, and speaking of Siege, we also have two of the main bolt grabbers out of play today. Mortis and Buzz are not going to be available for teams to be able to grab that first bolt, and maybe they'll introduce some more tanks, other tanks such as Jackie, BB, or Frank, if they want to go pick up that first bolt, and because they don't have those traditional options. Maybe we don't want to be playing that win the first siege and just attack a ton and just defend after that today. Or we could just be playing control with a lot of Sandy and maybe some Jean even, as that's a pretty solid combo overall.
Yeah, I do like the Sandy. I mean, Sandy, Jean, Max, I still really like that trio, even though it has fallen out of the meta pretty significantly. But I would maybe like to see a little bit of a comeback. We would have come full circle, like the full year coming around. But I'll tell you what's coming around right to your screens. It's going to be game number 1 of set number 1, getting underway right now. Tribe Gaming is our home team, Revenge Tour on the opposite side of the screen. And both teams are going to be sticking with the Tick and the Nanny, and they have a different third. Zulon picking up that Jean, classic pick from Zulon on the enemy team, though Alec26 classic on the Byron.
Yeah, there we go. It's going to be Charles from Revenge Tour picking up that first star in the middle. That's going to put the pressure on Tribe to be the playmakers here. Tyrant's looking to find his knockhead on the right-hand side, and Corey is just activating the last straw, staying safe here. Wow, and it makes the connection on to the Tick on the back end. There is the lead for Tribe. Charles is going to throw up the crying pin. Not too happy with that interaction. But yeah, take a look at the comps here. We have a Jean and a Byron on each side as a replacement Piper. And look at that. Tyrant connects to Naughty Head. But yeah, if you're wondering why they're using Jean and Byron, it's mostly to diffuse the Nani's return to sender gadget compared to like a different brawler like Brock, who would get a lot of damage back. Instead, wow, that's a good gadget from Zulan. Pops the Byron down, and it's a really, really good start for Tribe.
Yeah, great start for Tribe, up 5 stars here, but there is one kill going to Cute Sands, and down goes Corey. He is going to come back for more, though, still trying to lay down the pressure. It might be a little bit too late, though. Revenge Tour has pushed up so far, most notably Charles over here on the right side, evading most of the damage from Tyrant. If he's able to keep up the good dodges, then he's got a really good chance of staying alive here and getting the kill, and there it is, actually. The help from Cute Sands allows Charles to pick up that kill on the right lane, and Revenge Tour is able to take back this lead. 20 seconds remaining, but here comes the peep from Tyrant circling around the back, and a kill on Alec26. Just a few seconds to bring this back. Cute Sands gets pulled, Zulon with a huge pull, and it just does not seem like there is any coming back for Revenge Tour. Not in this game, no, perhaps in the set, but unfortunate for them. Tribe Gaming, they were able to keep their cool and bring it back with a crucial Nanny super right at the end. Tyrant doing a great job of swinging that one back in favor of Tribe.
Yeah, that's very...
Well,
my parents were
we love
in the background.
We love the casual interruptions tonight.
Yeah, my dad was very excited to see me. That's all right though. Yeah, that's a very, very solid performance there from Tribe Gaming. Even though at the end they were ahead, Zulan still went for the Jean pull, and that almost went wrong for them, as he almost got killed actually by the Nani, even though the return to center was already popped. So yeah, that could have totally shifted the tide of the game. Zulan sat on only 308 health, but they're able to secure that one. A little bit of a shaky start, but yeah, definitely lining things up for a great match.
Yeah, it's gonna be super, super interesting to see what the changes are coming up in the next game. I mean, consider this night, because we saw a couple of the, pretty much go-to picks, right? In that last game, we saw the Nanny, we saw the Tick, but our third was different on both teams. From Revenge Tour, it was Alec26 on the Byron. From Tribe, it was Zulon on the Gene, which is, definitely within his comfort zone. I mean, with the Piper banned out at the last second, definitely was unfortunate. Zulon very known to play that Piper. Corey also pretty known to pick up the Piper when necessary as well. But it was not out of Tribe's comfort zone, and I think they were able to adapt to the situation pretty well, even though Revenge Tour banned out the Piper. Revenge Tour, I mean, no doubt they're going for like a targeted ban here just for the really, really talented Piper players on the Tribe roster, but it's not going to affect them, right? All these players have something else in their pocket ready to go if their go-to brawler gets banned.
Yeah, and I think I like the Gene pick from Tribe Gaming a little bit more because of how you can chip from a long range and actually play that long range fight against Nani. On the other hand, Byron, it seems a little bit difficult to actually play against Nani due to the fact that you're just outranged and you can't really poke at him or you'll just get like completely blasted. Gene also has a ton of health, so he can actually just tank the shots, and he always has that free Vengeful Spirits gadget he can just pop and do 1,000 damage from across the map. We saw that actually coming into use a couple of times there, and that's something a lot of people don't really know yet. But yeah, the Lamp Blow has kind of fallen out of favor for that Vengeful Spirits gadget in a lot of cases, especially Bounty, where you don't need Lamp Blow for the tanks. But let's go right into the next match here.
I'm sorry, I almost got right into the game there, and I'm super excited to see this happening. I've been waiting for Tribe Gaming NA to get back into the mix. I'm really on the edge of my seat because, of course, Worlds is coming up very soon, and we got to get a good idea of how our representatives up in A are going to be performing in Bucharest in just a week, actually. Let's see, though. Corey is going to throw down that Tick Super at mid. Zulon also got the chance to pick up that Blue Star. Big changes happening on the comps this time, actually. Revenge Tour going for something completely different. Tribe Gaming just switching up one brawler. It is going to be Zulon getting off of that Gene and onto the Bell. Seems like Gene was just a little bit too close range for comfort, if you will. Revenge Tour, though, still only down 1 star. They just got to get like a mech up or something in order to start pushing out here, but they are going to get backed up all the way against their respawn, and Tribe Gaming will be able to pick up a kill off of this now, bring the scoreline to 3-0.
Yeah, very interesting content from Revenge Tour, but yeah, it's a little bit of what we were talking about earlier. And Alex just being one of the best maxes in the game here definitely makes sense for him to be playing that brawler. He knows in and out. At the same time, while people might think Meg is not so good, you can actually dodge those shots. And yeah, you do have a pretty long range. It's like a Piper range, so you're definitely able to hit those shots from afar, even though it'll take you a while to actually get anyone down. Okay, there we go, and there is the mech from Cute Sands. Oh, it's down already, but he is no longer tagged. 11-star deficit here for Revenge Tour to make up. But it's not over yet. If they do make a team wipe on Tribe, they can still take this one. And they are on the offensive here, but no dice. There is the 15. Oh, okay, 15-2. Revenge Tour is going to lose this one. But still, they're not out for the count. Just a unfortunate matchup.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate matchup. They were trying to make it happen with that sort of different comp. I don't know if I would necessarily call it Mickey Mouse, but it's like not the usual go-to strategy on this map, and it's like the X Factor sort of comp that you can bring, and yeah, it just was not working for Revenge Tour, unfortunately. But I mean, power to them. They tried to make it work. They tried really all that they had in their arsenal, but Tribe Gaming NA, they just proved to be too strong on this map, which is of course in the competitive map pool for Worlds, has been in the competitive map pool for BSC for a while, and is, I mean, Tribe Gaming's map of preference. It's the one that they picked first, but now we get to kind of travel over to Revenge Tour's dojo and see what they have to offer. Going to be moving over to Ring of Fire for a little bit of hot zone action, and this is, kind of a difficult map for Tribe Gaming in particular. No doubt they have revisited the clips over and over and over again of some pretty disappointing losses to STMN in the monthly finals on this particular map, just because it is sort of a map that can swing either way, but you don't want to let it slip. You don't want to let the victory slip through your fingers when the stakes are so high. We are in the playoffs. We're going to be getting right into game 2 tonight. They are chomping at the bit, ready to go. Let's see what our comps are going to be for Hot Zone here on Ring of Fire.
And there it is. We've got a Meg Byron combo. That's not too out of the norm here, especially because it really helps that low health brawler stay alive in her regular form, and it helps her in her mech form. And yeah, Crow going to be brought to counter that Byron. Slow already coming down onto Alex26, but he's going to pop right into that mech and stomp into that zone. Corey, though, is finding his mech now and is firing back. There he goes. Alec is down. Q Sans is down. And Corey is an absolute machine here, trying to find that kill onto Charles as well, but just going to sit in the zone for now, popping that gadget up. And with some healing from Zulan, it's looking a lot better for Tribe. Despite a rocky start, Tyrant playing around those right side walls, goes into the jump on Q Sans, and he finds it. Corey going to have to find his next super now, but it's looking really good for Tribe to start us off here.
All right, Tribe Gaming still holding their own here. Corey is still an absolute machine, a mech, if you will. But regardless, Zulan is going to keep on healing up Corey, though Q Sans is going to look for this flank towards the back. Unfortunate miss of that super, though. Didn't get too much value. It's not all over yet. Tyrant, though, is going to keep on hitting down Sans. Also, that anti-heal is going to do wonders against Bouncy Castle. Tyrant is going to pick a kill as well with the super, but here comes Revenge Tour. Now getting revenge on that point. Alec26 now forced to go over to the right. Corey and Zulan dividing and conquering, just going after one target at a time, and it is working so effectively. That percentage is about to reach the 90% threshold, and Revenge Tour will be able to step back on this point, but here comes the damage as well. The anti-heal proves to be so strong. Alec26 barely hanging on by a thread, and there's the super in as well from Tyrant. Corey and Tyrant now able to occupy this point. It's all over. That is going to be the 3rd win in a row for Tribe Gaming to end off game number 1 of set number 2.
Yeah, that's right. And Tribe making so much use of their heals and also stopping the enemy's heals. Tyrant played a great job on that right-hand lane, always pushing in and jumping in on that Rico when he could. Even if he couldn't survive, which he actually did, he always went for the jump just to take the Rico out of the equation, as he can put a lot of damage onto that mech really quick. And yeah, also another thing I want to point out is when those Byrons are healing a Meg with the shield, their heals are actually getting a lot more value. So the Meg just sitting in the zone with the shield, not even in the mech, but with just Byron heals. Yeah, they're getting significantly more value out of those manual shots. And yeah, it's just controlling the zone, not even worrying about playing offense at that point.
Yeah, so we'll see how things turn out in game number 2. I definitely approve of the Meg strategy here. That certainly seemed to be working. The Byron also seemed to be working. But really the core matchup night was Rico versus Crow, and it just seemed like Rico was not able to really perform versus the Crow. Crow getting lots and lots of supers in, able to jump over the wall, get right on top of Rico, and there's nothing that Rico can do in that position. Though with that considered, right, if you're just talking about that 1v1 situation, Crow's not going to really be able to touch Rico too much because Rico does get the outrange. Rico doesn't have to have line of sight to hit enemies. But here's the deal, is you got a couple of other brawlers on the enemy team to consider. You have the Meg and the Byron, who really don't care about taking too much damage. Meg way less than others does she care about taking damage. She's just going to be able to heal up from Byron. So Crow farming the super off of Meg, right, is going to work wonders for winning that lane versus Rico on the right side. This time, though, we are going to see a bit of a switch up. Tyrant is going to be on that Rico. Now Zulan switching on to the Byron here, and Alec26 will be picking up that Tara to come around the left lane. It is not going to be super fortunate this matchup because it does seem like he was expecting a face up against Rico and went for the counter. Already going to have to pop that second gadget as well, and Charles will be occupying this point for the first portion of the game. He does need to get that super, and here it comes. A good early lead for Revenge Tour, but they just don't have control.
Yeah, and contrary to what Toast BS in the chat thinks, looks like Tribe thinks that Rico is going to be better than Crow here, as they go with Rico on the right-hand lane. Corey now in the shield, trying to fight Charles out of his mech. And here we go, Alec pushing up on the left-hand side again, probably looking to use those shades because they do take so many of the Meg shots away when she's in that normal form. But Corey going to be firing back, has the bat ready to take out Alec here. There we go, all 3 shades and Tara gone. Charles now looking to use his bat onto Corey, takes him out of his own mech. Now Corey's got to try to find his own super before he goes down here, or if he goes down here. And Tyrant is going to be fighting off on the right-hand side, trying to find his way back to his lane. Oh, no, wants to go for a super before, and looks like the focus for Tribe is more so to get into that mid zone as they're only 10% away from a loss here.
Yeah, that Rico matchup is definitely unfortunate for Tyrant, as he is forced to play more like a Colt here. The thing is that Rico's not going to be able to do much if you just choose not to lane against him, because Rico is wholly dependent on the structure of the map. Rico's pretty much wholly dependent on the lane staying intact and being able to get those ricochets for actual value on the damage, and being able to profit off of having the ability to bounce his bullets. When you force him to play mid, you force him to play like a Colt, and I think most players would not pick Colt to begin with because he is a little bit subpar when compared with the rest of the brawlers that are available to play, at least in the current meta. So I think that, yeah, Knight completely agree. The Rico was not working here. We could see, though, a bit of a change in the next game. Perhaps both teams are going to stray away from the Rico because it's pretty clear that it just was not working in any sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got to find more ways to deal with those terror shades, especially because Meg just so struggles with those single target little boys. Also would struggle against a Spike. Maybe that's a consideration that these teams might want to make, considering that that big cactus just puts out so much tankage for brawlers like Byron or Meg. Yeah, maybe these teams decide to go with Amber, suggested by OG here. That would be pretty interesting, and I see how that would be really, really strong given the damage output, and I think she can fight that ranged fight with Meg and those brawlers.
Yeah, something I would definitely like to see as well, so we'll have to wait and see if that gets picked up in the next game. I wonder if we'll also see Revenge Tour once again employing that Tara, because it did actually get some good value off the beginning to keep Meg and Byron off of the point. We'll have to see Revenge Tour. They are going to be picking up the Sandy, actually. Alec26 seems to be the flex player here, and he'll be getting off of the Tara to switch onto that Sandy. Tyrant, though, will be keeping him at long range, looking for just a little bit of chip damage at a time so we can start breaking open the bushes on the enemy side to keep that left lane cleared. Corey also looking for that first super to start things off. Zulan actually is going to split off and go for the right lane here. Typically, you see the Byron just hanging out behind the Meg, but that does not appear to be the case at all. Only provides support when and where it is needed, and that is exactly what's happening right now. Charles and Cute Sands, though, both hammering away on Corey. Corey will fall as they triple team him, and Revenge Tour are going to be able to maintain this lead and further it into perhaps doubling what Tribe Gaming has captured so far.
Yeah, and Alec barely finds a kill on Zulan there, but does fall himself. It looks like he is like 4/6 of his way to the super. Now, Zulan going to be respawning and giving some healing to Tyrant and Corey. All players now focus on that mid fight. Alec going to get absolutely blasted, unable to win the long-range interactions. Chug Jug goes to the, Chug Jug and a Fire Fuel goes to Charles in the back, but the fire is not going to connect to Meg in her actual form. Now, Sandy trying to sneak into that right-hand bush, but Zulan identifies that and goes towards that right-hand lane, knowing that he can't let the Sandy through that side. There is the fire field placed in the middle to kind of deny that sandstorm here, but Alec really needs to find a way to recharge it. Charles, no, wow, actually not going to get burned, and it's looking a lot better for Revenge Tour now as they are picking up the momentum for themselves again on their map choice.
Revenge Tour hanging out on this point. They just got to hang in here a little bit longer, but there goes Charles with his mech. He is going to lose it and have to earn it back, but Alec26 comes in just in the nick of time with a sandstorm. Of course, the healing is not going to be necessarily a precious commodity here, though Corey is going to drop that mech. Alec26 getting double team 2 will not be able to pick up the kill on Tyrant. Tribe Gaming is just 1% behind Revenge Tour. Charles, though, gets into the mech. Corey gets into his mech, too, but Corey's taking so much more damage than Charles. Actually, they jump out of their mechs at the same exact time. Revenge Tour, though, they are so much closer to getting the W here. Tribe Gaming, they have to keep on backing up. They just can't push in. There's a super from Zulan, but it's just too late. There's nothing that can be done by Tribe Gaming. Revenge Tour will be winning their map of choice. We'll be heading into set number 3 with a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, that's exactly what Revenge Tour needed to do. Broke Tribe's momentum after a kind of a rough shooting star set. Here we go, though. We are going into Hard Rock Mine next. And honestly, I think we might see these very same comps. Just a Rico, a Meg, and a Byron, or even an Amber, Meg and Byron. But what is definitely not negotiable is the mid. It's probably going to be a combination of our Byron or even an 8-bit, actually. I'm not really sure how those are going to interact with one another. But yeah, there's definitely going to be some Byron in the mix here, especially with Piper being banned. That's your typical kind of Hard Rock Mine mid without these kind of brawlers here.
Yeah, and it also makes me wonder, right? Like, if you have the Byron and the Epic combo, no question, like, one of the most powerful combos in the game, here's a problem, is that it gets countered so hard by Bell. So, if you have something to deal with Bell, then you're able to, you know, pull it off pretty well. So maybe we'll see, like, Zulon go behind. Of course, you know, talking from the perspective of Tribe Gaming here, we see Zulon go behind with the Rico, right? Try and flank and then open up the opportunities for Corey and Tyrant up at mid. I think that is quite probable. Of course, Revenge Tour obviously considering this, and we'll probably be seeing a Cute Sans coming around with that Rico too, looking for a 1v1 or something like that, or trying to flank similar to the typical Rico playstyle that we see on this map. He's pretty much indispensable. You're not going to play Hard Rock Mine without Rico typically, so we're going to see the premier Rico players from both teams going at it on one side or another.
Yeah, and at the same time, we might see some of those Sim City strategies here. Let's take a look. Yeah, there is the Sim City from Tribe Gaming. Stu turret and 8-bit turret going to be popped soon. Looks like it's a Sim City Destroyer here from Revenge Tour, as they have opted with the Mr. P. That's really good against the 8-bit turret and just Stu in general, because Stu does take 2 shots to take care of those little kiddos. So Tyrant going to pop some early supers here. They're going to go into a little bit of a lag, but Tribe does take out Alec in the middle with a nice pinch. Now, it's up to them to deal with Q Sands on the left-hand side. He is all the way in their bush. Corey doesn't seem too concerned about it and knows that his teammate Tyrant can fight that matchup. He is going to be trying to fight it, but with the healing from Q Sands, they are unable to secure it. 1 gem on Tyrant, 5 on Corey. 5 gem lead for Tribe Gaming, and Alex turret goes to the left-hand side as he's not able to put it too far into the middle. There's the second turret for Corey as he and Zulan try to make a pinch on the Mr. P on the right-hand side. 7th gem going to be picked up. 8 and 9 about to be spawning in the middle here. Tyrant going to take those home. Zulan going to take 1, and yeah, Tribe is very close to a 10 gem lead here.
Oh, and Tyrant is going to be able to pick up that third Q. Sans, though, does... Ooh, he's not able to get that kill. I thought he got the kill on Corey, but it turns out that Corey disappeared, not because he died, but because he teleported away with a cheat cartridge. Such a powerful ability, and just got to see it. Tribe Gaming hang on to all of their gems. Just a couple more seconds left for Revenge Tour to do something, but they're just not close enough. Barely out of range. That is going to be the game going to Tribe Gaming. And a quick one at that. This is a pretty dominating victory for Tribe Gaming, honestly. And, I mean, it makes complete sense. This is Hard Rock Mine. It's like a quintessential mode, a quintessential map in this game. And, I mean, we saw Tribe Gaming take a dominating victory on Bounty. Very, pretty balanced, pretty straightforward mode. And now we get into the second straightforward mode in the lineup today here on Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine. And yeah, we see Tribe just doing what Tribe does. So Hot Zone is definitely an exception, right? And also we have Siege coming up next. And that's also sort of an exception map, and it makes complete sense why Revenge Tour would pick it, because it is one of those modes that can go either way, as we keep on saying. So Tribe Gaming are just looking to close this one out quickly and move on to Siege, which is really the one that they need to win. If they don't move on the high switches, yet another kind of iffy mode.
Yeah, and speaking of the comps that were used in that last game, I like the idea of using the Mr. P, but the issue was I think they went with the revolving door star power, so Charles not really able to find those eliminations on the turrets, and with Cute Sand in the back the entire time, not really able to get help from his teammates to pinch and get more kills or more value out of that pressure. That was just unfortunate for them. But yeah, they have changed up the comp here. Alec and Charles fighting the mid fight kind of. But they're not going to be able to really take out that Rico on the right-hand side, as there's no way for them to play around those walls. Here's Corey picking up gem number 2, and no, opts to not go for number 3. That might be a little bit of an overextension, but there is Charles on the right-hand side. Medic number 1 is ready to go. You know, I'm going to pop that bouncy castle, but it doesn't find too much value. Charles looked like he was going to hunt down Zula and pop the bat, but no, doesn't go for it, and is very, very low there. Pinched out by Corey and Zulan. Already a 7 gem lead here. Nope, doesn't pick up a 6 gem lead for Tribe Gaming, and Q Sand is going to try to take out these turrets in the back with that super, but doesn't find them, unfortunately.
Tyrant is just causing havoc on the enemy side throughout this entire game. He's just such a threatening force to be dealt with. He is going to look for the pinch up on the left side. Zulon also trying to close things in. There goes Charles. Cute Sans, though, has found the back cap. He is going to get that speed, but Corey teleports on him. Zulon's there to help as well, but there is the kill that Alec26 really needed onto Tyrant. And now 5 gems belong to Revenge Tour. Much closer scoreline than we have seen in this mode, considering the last game. Alec26 though is going to take huge damage. Zulon is able to help Corey get that kill with the super as well. Tyrant and Corey just need to get this retreat. There's a super from Cute Sans as well, and the classic Protesto there from Zulon. Charles now looking for the flank on the back side, but doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get that mech up in time. Does seem to be another win by Tribe Gaming, now taking our match score to 2-1 and sending us straight into nuts and bolts.
Yeah, it is just so difficult to deal with an 8-bit under a speed. And yeah, I don't think the Meg and Byron was going to cut it there for Revenge Tour. Yeah, we're moving into Siege seemingly very quickly. Let's take a look at what these teams decide to go, whether to go with a triple tank or just a regular Sandy, maybe a thrower and maybe Jean. Meg is also available, so I'm not really sure what they're going to go here, but I know that Sprout can counter a lot of these brawlers like Meg or Sandy, Spike as well. They will get 2 or 3 or 4 shot by the little man.
The little man, always one to consider. I mean, definitely have some, high damage, but like kind of shorter range or more like mid-range brawlers that can really do a good job here, right? As you mentioned, Spike, Sandy, but those are going to get countered pretty hard by some of the throwers, especially like Barley or Sprout. We could even see like a double thrower strategy coming out here, which I would be, pretty enthused to see. Here's another thing to consider though, is any sort of tank, especially like Frank or something like that, that just kind of walks around mid with his hammer, picks up the bolts. That's really all he does, especially with Mortis and the Dino eliminated during that ban phase. There's going to have to be some brawler that can quickly get to mid, or at least stay alive at mid for a considerable amount of time, has good survivability to pick up those bolts. And Frank does, hit a lot of numbers on that list. He does have fast speed. He doesn't have an ability that gets him to mid very quickly, but really you're able to play with throwers to get some control around those bolts and then allow your tanky brawler teammate to go and pick those up. So that's a Frank playstyle. I'm a big advocate for it, but it is kind of rare. There are better options. But if you ask me, it is kind of reliable.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Charles picking up the Frank today. We all know how much he likes the big hammer man. I think the DJ Frank. Yeah, and that's a really good pick on this map. Maybe I'm a little biased, but yeah, let's go into the game here and see what they've got cooking.
All right. What is cooking? Well, no spicy Mike. It appears the Tyrant is cooking up some soccer balls today. And well, Dynamite is always an interesting pick, but it is going to be pretty good for dealing with Sandy over here on the left side, as well as Cute Sans on that Barley. There's the healing herbal tonic, though, coming out from Cute Sans to allow Alec26 to stay in business. Zulon is doing a really good job, though, of keeping the right side closed in over here. We talked about brawlers that have an ability to get them to mid pretty quickly, and I purposely did not mention Carl, because in my mind, there was no way anyone was going to pick Carl. Why would they pick Carl? He is able to get to mid pretty quickly. It did net them the first win on the bot, so really I can't knock him too hard for it, but here's the perfect defense from Corey and Tyrant. That bot is not going to get any damage on the safe. It's all going to be Cute Sans dealing some damage, but once again, Revenge Tour, they have that free mid control. They just got to hold on to it. The wall break is going to be pretty helpful for Alec26 to face off versus Corey and Tyrant. Revenge Tour are going to be holding on to control.
Yeah, Corey and Tyrant really struggling with the GOAT Alec26 here on the left side of your screen. Gonna be holding down control in a 1v2, just picking up those bolts slowly, still holding on to the Sweet Dreams Gadget, but finally does expend it. There's Charles dashing to the left-hand side to help deal with those throwers. Tailspin goes on to the Dynamite, and they are ready for this defense. Tribe is, because they've got the wall, and there's no real way for the side of Revenge Tour to take it out. No wall break. There's the second hedge from Corey, and Cute Sans falling is going to be a really good defense here from Tribe. Wow, that reroutes the bot. I guess the bot's too fat to fit within that one tile gap, but yeah, they are at a 1 volt deficit going into our last siege.
Yeah, he is made of metal. It's not like he can just like suck in to get through that little gap right there. In any case, though, a pretty respectable defense there, but lots of that damage is going to be coming, in fact, from the enemy brawlers. Let's see, though, Tribe Gaming, it does not look like they're going to be able to get the advantage on the bullet count here. 4-4. It is looking like a Revenge Tour victory here versus Tribe Gaming, unless there's a huge push by Tribe Gaming. There's a crucial kill by Corey. He's going to use that Yoshi wall, but he's not going to be able to get those shots in there. Unfortunately, it looks like that technique does not work anymore. Corey's still going to get a couple of shots on there, but that is about all. You're kidding. Does a Yoshi wall not work anymore? Unfortunate news for Tribe Gaming. They were so close to heading over to the match point, but Revenge Tour, they're going to be hanging in there with their map of choice.
Yeah, well, clearly Yoshi's not here, so I don't see how that would work. Anyway, looks like it did pay off from Revenge Tour, using Charles to grab those first bolts, with Carl getting the 2 siege advantage at the start, doing enough damage to really just fall back and hope for a defense there. Although maybe losing that last siege may have put them in a lot of trouble. But yeah, it really came into that second siege, and they kind of lost their members during the push, but they already had a 1 bolt advantage and should have just sat back and played for the control. And yeah, that is going to be the bolt picker replacement here for Revenge Tour. Maybe it worked better than BB, honestly, but you got to consider the risks, because Carl is not going to do great against Sandy. It's not going to do great against Jean, because they have those gadget knockbacks or the stuns that can just render you completely useless. Even Frank can now use Irresistible Attraction to just pull him right into you, and you are dead.
Yeah, it is, you know, definitely a pretty iffy pick. It is going to be good for getting those bolts out the beginning of the game. And I think, you know, that strat primarily worked because the first bolt was won, and the remaining 2 brawlers from the roster of Revenge Tour were able to keep control once they had it. It's just more like they weren't able to get it to begin with had they not gotten that first bot. So an interesting strategy that Tribe Gaming was probably underestimating off the beginning of the game. Probably expected that they would be able to get the advantage back at some point, but was not the case at all. They were able to defend pretty well, but with a Barley on the side of Revenge Tour, there's just no way you're going to be able to outdo that damage. Let's see it this time, though. We are going to see Charles on the DJ Frank, as you mentioned, Knight. And Tribe Gaming are going to be pulling out a Frank of their own. Wow, does fall Tyrant pretty quickly. Ouch. Tyrant is just going crazy.
Yeah, really good place to start Tribe Gaming off here. Alec, though, he is on the Daryl, and I think that's going to be the main answer for the Frank here from Tribe. Oh, wow, and Tyrant's going to win that matchup with an Irresistible Attraction, but keep in mind, he is down to his last one. He's going to have to be careful about how he wants to use it, especially because that's one of the main ways to win that Frank 1v1, if you can reset the opponent's super with it. Alec looking for his second roll. Oh, and he's going to go backwards. That is a disaster for Revenge Tour. They are going to be struggling to win the second siege here as Tyrant picks up another stun. Oh, maybe he doesn't pick up that one, but Huge Sands and Alec are pushed far behind. Alec's still looking for another super to just passively charge. There we go. He is gone. Very good second siege here for Tribe. Let's see if they can keep up the offense and not lose their members too much going into this last siege.
Woof, not a good second siege here for Revenge Tour. They will be able to get the defense, though. They do have that super available on Charles. Here comes the super any moment now. Corey and Zulon are staying out of range, and no stuns, actually, for Charles, besides that one on the bot. Tyrant has a stun ready to go, too. Alec wants to stun him, and he does actually get it off, and Revenge Tour are able to get a successful defense in here, though they cannot get comfortable just yet. Corey still can get a super and get a little bit of damage on that Ike. I think 3 supers would take it out entirely, but really just a considerable amount of damage would do the trick. Tyrant, though, is going to be able to get the kill on Alec 26 on the right side. Q Sands, ooh, just in time, gets that stun on a Tyrant, and the kill with the bubble. Charles is still trying to hold his own over here on the right side, but that bolt is going to get banked on the side of Tribe Gaming. This one is set in stone. It is going to be a Tribe Gaming victory here, and a match point incoming.
Yeah, Tyrant on the Frank was just so menacing here, able to deal all 3 of these tanks at once, seemingly. And yeah, I definitely understand why both of these teams went with Frank, because on that last game, one team had Carl and one had BB as the bolt picker, and obviously Frank would absolutely clap either of those brawlers. Frank better against BB than ever now, especially with the Irresistible Attraction. You pull him in, the BB's already half dead, And it's very hard for BB to hit that bat actually when you're right on top of her and you're just moving around. Sometimes they will miss. So yeah, Frank definitely a solid option here. And maybe we'll see it again in this next game, or we'll see some counters to Frank, that still being like Jean is just generally good against tanks. We could also see, I mean, Frank is always honestly one of the best options against tanks. Maybe we'll see Primo as well. Primo not as good against Frank as he used to be, but still definitely a good option as these teams are using irresistible attraction and not the active noise canceling.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe a bit of a change there. It definitely seems like the BB and the Daryl were accounting for the ability to stun out the Frank. It didn't seem to be too impactful though, right? Because that's two brawlers that you're picking, pretty specifically to disable one member, even like a core member of the enemy team, is a little bit of a waste, unfortunately, and was not able to work for Revenge Tour in the last game. Had they been able to completely take Frank out of commission like 100% of the time and never allow him to do his job, okay, yeah, then it would have, been valuable, because then you'd be in a perpetual like 3v2 versus two enemies that you don't necessarily counter, but still you outnumber them, and that's pretty much net positive for you. But that's not how it went. We didn't see Frank completely disabled from the side of Tribe Gaming, and I think that's what Revenge Tour was going for. So now that possibility has been decidedly ruled out because it's not really effective, Revenge Tour can shift their focus to other strategies that they have prepared for this map. Though they are going to have to be careful. We are at the match point. One more win for Tribe Gaming will mean that Revenge Tour gets knocked down to the lower bracket, and Tribe Gaming will advance on.
Yeah, Revenge Tour, though, they don't need to be too worried if they lose this one. Not really that much stress, because they're not going to be knocked out. They're just going to go to the lower bracket and play the loser from Stamina, or was it 4-Win Esports. So yeah, definitely going into this last match here, it is going to be a little bit of pressure, but not too much. Here, let's see what Tribe decides to do. They're putting the Stu on the left-hand side, no real way to contest that bolt, especially against a Carl. Tyrant now going to be fighting off for the bolt against the Sandy and the Barley. I think he's going to get double teamed. Yeah, he just doesn't have enough health for that. And who would have thought I would say that? Frank doesn't have enough health. But yeah, Zulan picks up one bolt on the left-hand side, but he's not able to win that match against Charles. I think this is the point where they need to reconsider some of these matchups, because Tyrant needs to be on that Carl, and Stu needs to be on that Barley, especially with that breakthrough. Here we go. Charles is very low. Zulan's going to finish him off. And now, with the Sticky Syrup Mixer, they're going to be getting this defense pretty good, actually. Probably going to take around 20% of damage on that save. Nope, just 15.
Yeah, few hits taken off of that Ike, but no real big deal. Let's take a look over the left side, or over at the right side, as some enemies have just appeared out of the midst of that sandstorm. Alec26 still lurking in the bushes here, though, trying to keep Frank back to the best of his ability. Charles is going to get in here with the super and get a kill off of it. Nothing really to fear when you're not versus Tyrant, who can stun you out of it. Corey, though, does pick up the kill on the left side. A couple of bolts for him. Great value for Corey, and this is really Tribe Gaming setting themselves up for that final siege. Revenge Tour, they do have a level 5 siege bot, though. That is probably the narrowest margin that they could have, yeah, it is the narrowest margin that they could have won that siege by, so they're able to bank these bolts that are currently at mid later on to give them a better chance of winning that last siege. A good defense as well by Tyrant and Corey around the Ike. Couple of jabs at that Ike aren't going to deal too much damage, but the damage from Revenge Tour is going to work wonders, and there's a sandstorm once again. Revenge Tour, they have very good odds of taking the win here and sending us to a set number 5.
Wow, here we see Alec trying to pop that gadget on to Tyrant, but he doesn't get it before the stun finds him. They're going to be picking up the bolts on the left, but Tribe is picking up bolt on the right. Who will get this siege is the question. One more bolt here picked up by Tribe, and I think they will just get it here. No, it's going to be a tie. Revenge Tour saves himself on the 4th set and takes this to a 5th one.
Unbelievable, and there's almost no way that Tribe can make it work. Tyrant and Corey are going to try and sneak up around the right side and make it happen, but Corey is going to get closed off. He's going to get firewalled in. Tyrant also goes down. Zulan, he can try and get some damage. He just wants to get the kills here. It's, I would say usually it's nothing personal. Ooh, and I believe that one's called the Unprotesto. I've never seen a blue upside down Protesto before, but we'll let it slide for this once. Tribe Gaming, though, are unfortunately going to be taken all the way to set number 5. Revenge Tour, fortunately for them, they have fought their way tooth and nail, clawed their way out of that match point. on to set number 5, which is going to be a Safe Zone. Kind of an iffy map, kind of an iffy mode heist, right? It can go either way. And it's going to be interesting to see. It is long range, so it is conducive towards Tribe Gaming's normal expertise, but Revenge Tour, where they really seem to excel is the upsets on these, you know, kind of iffy maps.
Yeah, but we are going into Safe Zone, which, although Heist is kind of an iffy mode, it's mostly on, like, probably Hot Potato. Safe Zone is generally pretty consistent about how you play those lanes. And without Piper here, we're going to see which mid these players prefer. Is it Byron? Is it Meg? Is it Bell? Yeah, but the wall break will most likely be like a Colt if any wall breaks are used today. And I'm not sure if Rico is a lane consideration, but he's definitely strong as well. Able to win the difficult lane, actually, which is like before Rico found that new gadget, it was actually hard to fight on that right side, even with the wall break. Rico, though, can just oppress brawlers for years on the right side, just sitting behind the wall.
Yeah, and Rico is one that I really love to see on this map. The only problem is when that wall is like broken open, Rico can have a hard time. But here's the deal: is like those brawlers that break open the wall for free off the beginning of the match have fallen out of the meta a little bit. Like Colt, you know, is not as good. He like could be played. Another one to consider here, though, is Brock, and Brock's shot is so much slower now that it is going to be kind of challenging to play him. Good Brock players on both sides, but the wall breaker of choice for Zulon is going to be Colt. From the side of Revenge Tour, though, nope, it's Mickey Mouse time. They are going to go for the double healers plus Daryl on the right side. This is unexpected, but it's a welcome change. Corey and Tyrant are going to get their ammo sucked away by Alec as well. A great way to start this off for Revenge Tour. They have expended some of their gadgets, but they are going to get this offense to start things off. It is huge.
Yeah, really good push here from the GOAT 26. So much damage on that safe, and a lot of good scrap suckers being used from him so far. Now it's going to be try firing back. Pete going from Tyrant to warp him all the way up to the mid line. Charles, though, is on the right-hand side and holding onto that Daryl super, ready to roll at the water at any time's notice. That's Egg in the middle. Might slow down the Pam and the Poco at some point, but Revenge Tour is looking to make this their final push as they really want to get the safe down as fast as they can. Zulan goes in with the clips, takes out Cute Sands. Tyrant's going to be going for another warp blast to the top. Don't really know where he is, but I'm assuming he's shooting that safe. Alec being tagged and trying to get around a combination of Corey and the Zulan on the back left. I think he's going to sneak all the way to the back. No. Oh, yeah, he does. Corey and Zulan need to get this done quick, but a super from Zulan. What? How is Alec not dead yet? What is going on? What? Charles and Cute Sands are now on the right after Alec has bought them so much time, and this is not looking so good for Tribe.
Not looking good for Tribe at all. They have gotten a little bit of damage on the enemy side. Revenge Tour, though, they just don't seem to slow down. It is going to take a super, actually, from Corey to take him down. Zulon is looking for the defense. He's not able to get this shot onto Charles. And Charles is going to be getting that last bit of damage in combination with Alec 26. That is the Mickey Mouse victory for Revenge Tour. And now Revenge Tour have the match point in their hands. This is absolutely huge, especially considering this is Tribe Gaming in A. They are #1 in NA throughout the entire monthly final series, and headed over to Worlds, we do want to see the boys from NA take the W, and now them being kind of shown up by Revenge Tour could be attributed to a couple of factors. Maybe Tribe Gaming NA is not necessarily bringing the heat that we were hoping to Worlds, but also maybe they're just holding back and they don't want to reveal their really tricky, their really good stuff for Worlds, and Revenge Tour does have that privilege because they're not heading on to Worlds.
Yeah, I think Tribe went with a very classic comp here. It's the Colt, the Nani, and the Bell. Something we've seen a lot recently. Colt able to open up that left side makes Nani really strong, especially against like Rico matchups where you would have previously been super oppressed. And especially because Colt can use the Silver Bullet a lot more effectively to break open those walls than, say, a Brock, who would kind of struggle to open those up. Sometimes you might miss a wall or two. But yeah, this is definitely a comp we've seen a lot, and Nani actually is a lot weaker to tanks because it's hard to hit those shots generally against people who are getting really up and close with you, and it just doesn't do so good against Pam and Daryl, that's for sure. Let's take a look, though. It is Tribe going with the repeat, and while I neglected to see what Revenge Tour used, we're going to see in just a second here. There we go. There's the Byron, Meg, and the Colt. That's the comp I was more expecting to see, and yeah, Charles going to be fighting this right hand. side against Tyrant, which might be tricky for him to find that super if Tyrant plays this correctly, which he absolutely is. So much damage done to Charles. Not that he has a lot of health to begin with. But yeah, Alec is now in the mid, uses the shot in the arm to get a little bit of his health back, and Tyrant already has his first super. None of Revenge. Oh, wow. Goes for such a close warp blast. Whoa, 2 kills as he goes down himself. Finds a shot before he goes down, though. That is 6% on the safe for Tribe Gaming just to start us off.
Yeah, a good amount of percentage, but honestly, after last game, it's hard to say that it's a lot because we saw a 46% push from Revenge Tour just to count us down in the last game. Here's a little bit of damage on Tribe Gaming safe, but look at everything pouring in on Revenge Tour safe. There is so much damage already dealt. It's irreversible, 55% already taken off the safe. That's halfway down. Charles, though, is going to be working on this thing gradually. There's also the attacks from Cute Sands hammering away on that safe with Colt. Zulon, though, looks for the opportunity to take down Charles, but Charles just keeps on healing up. He has that shield as well, and it's going to last for so long. Consider that, too. Here's the super from Charles as he jumps into the mech and gets some big damage on the safe. Now, Revenge Tour is in the lead. There's the super as well from Cute Sands. Just 20% more damage, and Revenge Tour has taken down Tribe Gaming in A. Now down to 18, 12%. Tribe Gaming, they will be able to defend themselves. Now there is the super from Tyrant. 12%. 50 seconds remain, but it looks like one of these safes is going to go down before the time expires. Q Sands is going for the last shot. 56%. Charles is able to get it. And that is going to be Revenge Tour taking it down. Tribe Gaming in A. And Revenge Tour will be heading on later on in the bracket.
Yeah, fighting back from a match point to a match win. That is the underdog story here for Revenge Tour as they take down the Titan of NA. They will be facing off against the winners from West Coast, now 4-1 Esports and Stamina Esports, while the loser from that match will fight off against Tribe Gaming in the lower bracket.
All right, let's get a look at the bracket. I think we have a bit of an idea of how this one panned out. Yeah, that is going to be Tribe Gaming in A dropping down to the losers semi-finals. And Revenge Tour earning their place in the winners finals. But of course, who are they going to face against? That is a big question that we have to answer in our next winner semifinals map. It is going to be For the Win Esports versus STMN. Now, For the Win, maybe a name you don't recognize, but I can't blame you. It's one that I didn't recognize at first either. This is actually West Coast from the open qualifiers and the last chance qualifiers, so definitely one that you should be keeping an eye on as we head into our second winners semifinals of the day.
Yeah, and if you don't know who is on that team, I believe it is Chepo. They have Shine and Toast and Jay Hart and Nathan, I believe. On the other hand, Stamina, it is a tried and true roster. We've got Czar, OG, Bobby, and Tooney going up against them. And yeah, this is another world roster representing NA in just under a week, actually. And yeah, they're going to be bringing their best today as well, hopefully. First map we are going to be starting off with is Hard Rock Mine, chosen by our friends from 4-1 Esports. And they've gone with the Mortis and the Meg band. Stamina has also gone with a Mortis band. I thought it was a ABBA band, but maybe not.
Yeah, interesting to see. This is a little bit peculiar, but maybe STMN just wanted to like throw away their ban or something. We'll have to see how exactly this develops, or whether we do actually just have a double Mortis ban. In any case, though, For the Win Esports, you mentioned that Mortis ban. STMN Esports does seem like they are kind of doubling down, but not like on the same side of an issue. Usually when you double down, it's you reinforce the same idea twice. And in this case, it is a Sprout ban, so you know Mortis is a lot less likely to be played, and then you throw in the Mort ban too, and it's like, okay, well, I guess you just want to play Piper. So Piper is a good possibility here on Hard Rock Mine. Also the Rico as usual. Shooting Star is going to allow for some Piper gameplay as well. Definitely was a strange last match without Piper. Typically you don't see a Piper ban. Obviously, it worked out well for, well, not Tribe, obviously, but I think it'll be pretty good for both of these teams here, For the Win and STMN Esports. They both have their respective Piper players. For example, from STMN, we're going to see the Piper Marley. But also let's consider Ring of Fire, right? This is when we're going to see a little bit of Bell coming out as well. These are our first 3 sets, so they are guaranteed to be played.
Yeah, that's right. we will definitely be seeing a Piper on these maps. The GOAT Bobby on Hard Rock Mine, Shooting Star, and Ringfire. He can pull out that Brawl all 3 of these games, especially because Meg is going to be banned out, and Piper definitely does do a solid job against Byron, but not going to do so good against 8-Bit in Hard Rock Mine, I believe. We're definitely going to see some 8-Bit, some Stu, and some Rico. Comps along those lines, either you play it or you try to counter it, which we can see like a Mr. P or a Sprout. Sprout definitely does well against Rico and 8-Bit, and does well against a Stu. If the Stu doesn't have that little turret thing, you really just got to play passively and not let him get the super, and for the most part, you can be okay. Oh wait, never mind, Sprout's banned. Let's not be silly here. Mr. P definitely going to be a good option.
Yeah, I would love to see a little bit of Mr. P. And it feels weird saying that when months ago I would have said, please, anything but Mr. P. It was just Mr. P. So irritating to play against pretty much the counter versus Piper. And yeah, it's still going to be kind of that strategy. He's still going to be pretty good for dealing with Piper with those porters rolling out. Piper has to waste valuable shots on those, but it's not just Piper. It's really any sharpshooter that does have to waste shots on those constantly regenerating porters. So I would say a strong possibility here. Other brawlers that we could see, we used to see a lot of Amber here, and we did see some Amber from Tribe when it came to dueling, or rather not dueling Beetles, but Ring of Fire in our last match, but it didn't work out so well for them. So something tells me we're not going to see the Fire Breather today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to not see it. While it does do pretty good against Terra Shades, and anybody who makes a spawnable like Ruffs, Terra, or Spike, you can just burn through those pretty easily. Not going to do so well against the longer range matchups like Byron, who can just outrange you, and he can 3-tap. No, he cannot 3-tap. He can 4-shot, but takes you down pretty low after a few shots. Here we go, though. It is Shine going in with the max, going to be shooting off. Oh, nope, no more of that. Just a second for the match here, but maybe 4-to-win Esports is considering a max pick here on Hard Rock Mine, which definitely would be pretty solid against a 8-Bit if they want to go with Max Rosa, something like that. Might be interesting to see for sure. Definitely a switch.
Yeah, I wanna see, like, okay, sorry, but that was actually pretty funny to see actually Shine in the trading cave right there. But I mean, yeah, maybe I wonder if this is like a bit of a mistake by Shine, accidentally, you know, revealing that he is going to be playing some Max in our upcoming match, or whether it's just a total bait, right? This is just to phase out the enemy here, just to make us even think that they're going to go for some kind of max comp and then completely dominate them with that. So we'll see. We'll just have to wait for them to get into the game. Starting off on Hard Rock Mine, of course, the classic Gem Grab map you see it in every single Brawl Talk, and you're going to see it in pretty much every single competitive Brawl Stars situation, because it is very, very balanced, and it's like the central game mode of the game. So as we said in our last match, starting off with Shooting Star, and you know the same goes for Hard Rock Mine, this is going to be a good test. It's going to be a good bit of foreshadowing as to how the rest of the match is going to play out. I might have had to eat my words just a little bit there with the victory. Of course, not by Tribe. But for the Win Esports, I think if they're able to win this one, then we could expect a pretty good match out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. This should be a pretty solid match. Yeah, we'll see West Coast versus, I think, Stamina is on the East Coast here. Or at least half of them are, and we are getting noticed on the bans. It is a little bit of a switch. I think 4-to-win Esports banned Crow instead of Morris, as it is updated now. Crow, definitely a solid ban if you are a Byron Pam enjoyer, and yeah, maybe that's their strategy here for Ring of Fire, kind of foreshadowing what they want to go. Backyard Bull as well. If you like to go Byron and tanks or something along those lines, we definitely saw that in EU the other day, so could see it again here. Definitely a good solid option. Crow can shut it down at sometimes, but there's still better options to deal with tanks. Maybe a B as well, which we haven't seen in a while.
Yep, so all we got to do is wait and see. But yeah, that is definitely a lot more sensible to see that Crow ban up there. And This is interesting. We haven't seen the Crow ban actually in a few months as pretty commonplace, even in NA. I think in other regions such as EU, you never see the Crow ban, but you always see Crow played. In NA, I guess anything goes, and you can see that Crow ban coming out at any moment. And now after a few months of silence, Crow is, well, or I guess not silenced. Crow is going to be silenced once again. No Crow this time. What it could reveal, though, is a tendency or an attraction towards these healer-centric comps, which is definitely going to be an important weapon for the Win Esports to have in their arsenal. Don't get me wrong; they're a very talented roster. Honestly, crazy strong and kind of scary strong roster. But STMN Esports are the undisputed second place here in North America after a very, very hard fight through the monthly finals series. So having those healers to your advantage could be pretty instrumental. Let's see it. There is a Sandy in the max from STMN. Doesn't look like for the win. Phase them out just a little bit. They are going to get some speed in some form, though. It is going to be SimCity over here. Stu building that speed turret. Shine also getting a speed of his own with plugged in plus the speed from the turret. Chepo picking up the Reek on the right side here. Looks like all the players are having some minor issues with the connection. STMN definitely feeling the West Coast versus East Coast vibes here, but we're back into it night and really evenly matched here on the gem count between For the Win and STMN.
Yeah, STMN actually going with the max comp when we thought maybe it was Shine's team who would go with the max comp. There's Chevo popping that bounty castle at the last second. 20 health remain on him. Bobby is yet to find one of the supers though, but Zar pops, let's go. Let's see how they can run into the enemies here and maybe find a couple of kills or supers as they're looking to make a robbery, but the turret needs to be taken down first.
All right, For the Win, hanging barely in the lead, just a couple of gems ahead. Shine still trying to defend these gems here. Chepo, much of the same, actually will be able to get the kill on Bobby. Zar is able to evade that damage, though, from Chepo. Chepo still trying to get some damage on the right side onto Tooney. Has that super ready to go. Doesn't want to use it, but he will if he has to. Tooney is such a slippery Rosa, but he will get caught after such an aggressive play. Shine also picking up that 9th gem with a very aggressive damage booster. Turret will be retreating, though. He just wants this next gem. He doesn't dare go that far forward, though. J-Heart is going to be able to pick it up. Tooney, though, sneaks around to the backside and gets rid of that speed turret. We'll see if J-Heart has yet another to work with here, and yes, he in fact does. Shine is going to be all sped up. Zar is going to look for something on the left side. Tooney on the right. J-Heart dashing around. Shine has to stay safe. Chepo's able to keep things safe as well. Zar barely escapes with his life, but For the Win, Esports are going to be claiming the victory.
That's right, no funny business here from STMN Esports. Max, Rosa, and Sandy, unfortunately not going to pay off for them today. Shine able to really hold that control down with the 8-bit, and his turret staying alive nearly the entire game will be the decider there. Stamina might have to reconsider maybe the 8-bit of their own. I don't really remember who on their team is a solid 8-bit, but I know that Zar plays an insane Stu, and Bobby plays a really good Rico. So maybe those are brawlers that they might want to consider going into this next game.
Yep, good start for the win. Definitely the successful map for them to pick for the first game. I do really support the pick of Stu and 8-bit here. I wonder, though, what exactly is going to be the approach to stopping this, because it doesn't seem like Rosa was really cutting it. Tooney is a very good Rosa player, right? And I think that's really one of the only ways he can make Rosa work is to be so mechanically skilled with her, because she is going to get countered pretty hard by brawlers such as Rico, such as 8-bit, as well, maybe not 8-bit so much as others, but 8-bit is able to get a lot of damage pumped out in close range and does have a considerable amount of health. Tooney was, not super successful in getting the lane victory, mostly because of the pick that he chose. So we'll see if things change up in the next game. Probably a migration away from the Rosa. I think STMN was anticipating the max pick, partially due to, dare I say, Shine picking Max in the training cave. I think it was a bait.
Yeah, look at this. We have same comp. No, not same comp. There's Leon instead of the 8-bit, but now it is Bobby on the 8-bit, Zar on the Rico, and now it's going to be, who is that? That Tooney versus Chepo on that right-hand side. I don't think he has the breakthrough gadget, so it might be a little bit difficult for him to take out those walls and deal with Chepo really, really good start for the win here, as Jay on the steal is actually paying off quite nicely in the mid, something you don't see too often. Shine, though, with the Invisible heal does go into sneaky time and takes out one brawler. Still, it's a really, really good situation for our 4-to-win esports team here, as the Sim City plays out in a different way.
Okay, STM Esports trying to sneak up around the right side. Toonie using that classic Stu strat of shoot, get the super, dash away as fast as you can, but Shine is quick and he is high powered on the right side, does manage to pick up the kill, and he has the lollipop placed down as well. As you said, Sim City, super important to powering up that 8-bit, but here come the gems on the left side. Shine is able to pick up a good number of them. Toonie is able to pick them all up. A recon mission on the left side. J-Heart is able to steal them back, but the countdown still belongs to STMN. It looks like they will be able to bring this one back. J-Heart just has to get on the left side somehow. Chepo is going to try and block things in over towards the left side. Shine still trying to make this happen. Zar is going to get the value with Bobby, and that is going to be game number 2 going to STMN, tying us up in set number 1.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult there for Jay to win that mid matchup against an 8-bit. It's just not the easiest thing. Well, towards the late game when the 8-bit has the turret set up, they're all good. Sin there in the plugged in, able to grab gems in and out. Yeah, we saw Jay getting a huge gem advantage at the beginning, but when 8-bit picked up that turret, it really seemed to swing in Stamina's favor. Also, Shine kind of struggling with the Leon to find kills. Obviously, it's not going to be easy to get a kill with Leon on Stu or 8-bit because, again, they can just dash away and get away really, really easily, and it's not going to be easy to confirm those kills. Really do need to be going in on the Rico, which is not always accessible.
Yeah, it is kind of tough to get in on Rico, especially if he is running Robo Retreat, because the closer you get to him, the further away he's going to get to you, or from you, because he's able to retreat so quickly and cover his tracks so effectively. You're able to shoot down a corridor, and that entire hallway formed by obstacles and perhaps the edge of the map or something else is going to be blocked off, unless, you know, you want to feed the Rico and, you know, pay with your life as well. So Rico is definitely one of the harder ones to chase down, but if you bring a specialized brawler for the task, then it is a different story. Crow definitely one that could make that work, but Crow is a banned out here, and I'm beginning to see why Crow was chosen as a ban. Here's the thing, though, is it has been working out better for STMN than for the win, which is the unfortunate news, given that, well, for the win is the one that was struggling at the hands of the Rico in the last game.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious as to why they went with a comp switch and removed the 8-bit, actually, when it really seemed like the 8-bit was the backbone of that comp, able to really utilize the Stu turret, which we've said previously, it's really the strongest turret right now as it doesn't decay. Let's get right into the game, see if they went with those same picks or change it up. And it is going to be 4-to-win esports going with the same thing as they did in game 1, a complete mirror matchup here. It is all coming down to the mechanics here. Whoever can deal with the turrets more effectively can get more value on their end and ultimately win the game. Shine, though, it's going to be finding the turret way quicker than Bobby, and a really aggro one is already going to be down on that right-hand side.
Okay, J-Heart now coming around the left side, gonna be looking for something versus Toonie. He needs to get a super before he can get in range of Toonie, but it's not going to work. Bobby comes in to lay down the final blow on J-Heart. Shine also with a very aggressive turret, actually. He's going to get some speed, but not on offense as he was probably hoping, mostly on defense. 8 health remains on that damage booster, but it stays alive, and Shine is able to replace it with a brand new and shiny one just to keep up that pressure. Chepo also on the right side, sitting in a very aggressive position, as he usually does, and he is not going to budge unless Zara is somehow able to get through to him, but it's not going to happen. Chepo has all of the angles. He's got his protractor out, and he's calculating those perfect Rico angles to get valuable kills for the win. Esports now tied up at 5-5.
Yeah, look at the decision-making there from Chepo. There was Bobby and Toonie both in the left-hand side previously. Oh, that's a beautiful super. But yeah, he could super both of them earlier, but he instead went for the turret instead. Because if he had supered Bobby and Toonie, Bobby would have simply TP'd into the turret, and nothing would have gotten done. There's Shine, though, picking up gen number 8. Toonie's trying to find a little bit of collateral on the Rico and 8-bit, but he's going to fall down on the left-hand side. Toonie is all the way into their area, and 8 health remains on that turret. Shine has got to re-heal up, and with the help of this speed zone on the right-hand side, he's going to be able to push up pretty effectively. There is a high turret, and a super from Chepo is going to make some room for Shine to pick up these gems. Both teams have to be diligently playing this mid fight here, because if either team gets 10 gems, the other still has a chance to reset that countdown. And 9 gems for Stamina Esports, and it's probably about to be 9 gems in the favor for the win as well. All tied up here, but Bobby seems to have the decisive advantage as he is in his turret and Shine is not.
Oh, and there's the kill actually from Shine. Chepo is going to try and lay down the control. J-Heart is able to find the flank and pick up 9 gems. Shine hanging on to 10. All these brawlers have to do is stay away from Bobby, but Bobby is relentless. He keeps on pushing forward, but no, actually he's decided to stop pushing forward. There is the Protesto, and it's all over. That is going to be set number 1 going to for the win. STMN unfortunate. A huge flank there from J-Heart was able to net them the victory.
Yeah, there we go. For the win Esports, another underdog coming out on top here, but it's not it's not going to be the real decisive in this match as a whole. I think they did pick that map, so they certainly should be having their advantage there. Stamina, though, their selection was Shooting Star. It's a map that we've seen them excel in a lot of monthly finals, especially in a lot of close situations. So, yeah, they have a really good shot going into this match. None of the classic brawlers are going to be banned out, so we're probably going to see what everybody already knows is going to happen.
Yep, we'll have to see. We're going to be moving into Bounty any moment now, and yeah, one of the most unique maps in the game because the brawlers, they just always seem to be different. They're, we're never switching off of, these 3 particular brawlers. Yeah, it is one of the least unique maps in the game. Kind of a stale meta, but also, for better, for worse, I don't know really where to make the call. But it is a great way to see how these teams perform in mirror matchups, because mirror matchups happen every now and then, and it's it's useful to get an idea of how the match is going to play out as we load in and see the comps. Mirror match, we're going to get pretty much 2 or 3 of those in a row here on Bounty. We saw, honestly, as well in our last match, the attempt at a funny comp from Revenge Tour, but it didn't really work out so well. So I think our teams will be staying away from that one. Also, because of the availability of Piper, that one's going to be in play, so we are going to get to see that Nanny Piper and tick that we usually would.
Yeah, well, we could see that for sure. We won't be seeing Meg, obviously, because she is banned out here. Also, if these teams enjoy playing like a Jean with the Lamp Blowout, not only can diffuse the Nani on one side, but also is pretty solid against tanks, able to pull in big boys and then take them apart one by one. It should be good against the Max, BB, and Poco, or Pam. Something like that could possibly be used here. You never know. I think if any team would run that, maybe it would be For to Win Esports. It's definitely a little bit more of a fun and risky comp. Just depends how you play it. Sometimes you just got to get lucky with the draft as well.
And sometimes you do, sometimes it really does pay to be the home team. But I mean, hey, there are merits to being the home team, merits to being the away team as well. You get the first ban or you get the first pick of the map, right? There is a little bit of a trade-off here and there. To each team, it's going to be more valuable to, for any given team, it's going to be more valuable to pick the map more than picking the brawler bands first or something like that. It's really up to your preference. So, whichever gives you more of an advantage, you're obviously going to want to have as you head into the draft mode, but it is kind of arbitrary. So as we head into set number 2, though, here's something to consider, that this is STMN's pick of map. For the Win Esports, they definitely chose a good first map to show STMN how it is done. Definitely an unexpected outcome, though, because STMN, they are the second team from NA that is heading to Worlds in just a week here. For the Win Esports, good trajectory for them. Also, they have good momentum. They have the wind in their sails, the wind at their backs, and they're ready to get Shooting Star started with a bang.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into this match here, I think the highest chance is both these teams just run a normal comp. I mean, at the end of the day, you can run risky things, but usually they pull it out on the second or third game, mostly as a closer, not really as a starter, because you don't want to give away too much information at the start, and it could completely mess up how people are thinking throughout the match and might make completely different decisions on their comps after the first game being not really what they expected.
Yeah, it definitely can throw like a wrench in your plans and can definitely change your mindset. You know, taking that L when you didn't expect to. STMN Esports, I mean, they are a premier team. They are like a World Finals ready team. So they didn't expect to be folding in set number 1 to For the Win Esports. But I mean, to their credit, For the Win Esports are a pretty terrifying roster, and I believe I said it like before we even saw a single game. But even just based off of what we have seen so far in the open qualifiers and the last chance qualifiers, For the Win Esports, they are looking pretty gruesome and very, very fearsome as well. So STMN Esports, no doubt they know the magnitude of enemy that they're faced up against. They just don't have a lot of footage to go by, unfortunately. That does complicate things for the coaching staff. Another thing to consider is STMN, they don't want to show their entire hand here. They are going to be going for something pretty classic, though. We are not going to be seeing the Piper from STMN, nor are we going to see that from For the Win, actually. It is going to be the Leon pick, which is an interesting one. Usually you see Leon combined with Piper or some other kind of sharpshooter. This time, though, it's just going to be Shine playing Leon by himself. Just a raw Leon here.
Yeah, and looks like no teams are opting for Piper here, as you said. And I think that has a lot to do with how the tanks might be in play, and Piper would really, really suffer in that case of Max or something like that. So yeah, they're playing both. Teams are going with like a safer comp. We see Byron here, also solid long-range option and can defuse Nani return to senders. At the same time, Leon is just solid with the invisibility totem. When he finds the invisibility, you can usually get a kill onto like a Byron or a Nani. Not too much they can do, but there we go. It is the invisi heal, not the speedy one, so it's going to be hard for him. Yeah, the return to sender doesn't really do anything, as you see there. Chepo going to be going down here. Yeah, he does pop that gadget very, very nicely, but he's not going to have anything for the... What? He had it again? Oh, no, he's just getting overloaded here. No way to survive. Shines on 4 stars, and he's going to try to go in. It's not going to pay off, though. That invisibility is going to go to waste. Here is the head. There we go. Gets Bobby. Keep in mind, Bobby is really, really weak to those Nani heads because he has no real way to block himself, and he gets instant by the Nani head. There is Chepo trying to use the last hurrah. That's his last one for the Nani head, and he didn't even collect it. Teammate does fall. Now it is STMN firmly in the lead here.
For the Win Esports trying to push in there, 2 stars down. There's the tick super from Chepo. Jared's barely going to stay alive. Chepo looking for the kill. Can it happen? Shine wasn't able to get the kill either. STMN barely staying alive there with a lot of healing at the very last moment. Great stuff actually there for STMN, but honestly pretty lucky too, because it did look very probable that For the Win would be able to take it back at the end. But it just seems to me like the Leon, like by itself, you know, without concealing anything in that lollipop drop, was not as like impactful as it could have been. It was definitely really, really good in the hands of Shine. I'm surprised he didn't die more, actually. I'm surprised they were able to play so aggressively, but STMN nonetheless were able to hold their own. I think, though, like a minor change by For the Win could net them the victory here in this set.
Yeah, very, very close game. Even towards the end, while it looked like Salem did have it, For the Win had opportunities to push down and get it done. Looks like OG getting off the bench is going to help Stamina out here as they are putting their own feet in the ground on Bounty and holding their position for most of the game, doing a good job all around. Yeah, maybe they need to reconsider the Byron pick. I'm not really sure how I feel about it because you can't exactly tank those Nani heads too much. And then, yeah, if the Nani goes for the Byron, you're certainly going to die if the Nani knows what they're doing. On the other hand, if you want to use Gene as your diffuser, he's good at getting rid of those Nani Nani gadgets, and he's really good at poking for Leon. So maybe that's an option they want to go with here. Vengeful Spirits, as we said before, is basically free damage every time on this map. Yeah, 1,000 damage to each person is 3,000 damage. That's pretty good for a gadget. Yeah, maybe teams need to consider the comps here and come to a solution.
Yeah, I feel like this is something that has been established before, like 30,000 damage from a gadget. Like I wonder where we've seen that before. Something about Silver Bullet, something about a rocket fuel with the free 3k damage. Yeah, definitely very valuable, something that's been nerfed in the past, and something that can still be used as long as you use it right. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that one to see if that gets employed in our next game. Though if STMN Esports are able to take this next game, and not only will they be taking the map of, or rather they will be taking their map of choice. That is the first thing. The second thing is they'll be able to tie up the score, right? They don't want to get swept here, obviously. They have already taken the momentum back in their own hands, even though the ending of the game was not really under their control. Let's see, though, for the win, Esports are going to be once again with the same comp. STMN also with the same comp as last time.
Yeah, here we go. It is a complete repeat of last game, as you said. OG going to be popping the early... Oh, and he's going to fall, but so is Chepo. I think that's a post-mortem kill, but I'm not 100% sure. Shine is going to lose his totem here. Going to have to be replacing it in a second. Bobby, though, holding the Chug Jug, can drop it on Shine whenever he feels like it. Here, are we going to see it? No, we're not. One regular shot is going to take it. Now, Shine on his last gadget. If he can't find it super soon, it's going to be really hard for him to do anything this match. 4 to win Esports is about to lose another member here if this Nani head goes through. It, of course, does. Tuni just playing this really, really well, and Bobby going to collapse in on the right side because he was able to win the lane on the left with the help of the Nani head. This is not looking good for 4 to win Esports. It is a very dominant lead for Stamina to start off here, and with 55 seconds of regulation, they've really got to find their next Nani head.
Okay, STMN still in the lead, leading by a nice margin here. There's the tick super from OG. Chepo is going to be forced to use that gadget. Almost a double kill there by OG on one attack. There's a kill, though, by Bobby onto Shine. STMN furthers their lead here. Bobby hanging out here with 5 stars on the back left corner. And here's a peep as well. No teleport, actually. It is going to be a lot of damage with autofocus. No, it gets piloted into the wall for the win. Esports, they knew that they were not going to be able to kill with that Nanny super, and JR is going to go for a kill the old-fashioned way, pressuring in Tuni here on the right side. Almost gets that last bit of damage. There's Return to Sender, but it's not able to get a kill. Shine also looking for the kill on OG. Here's the super from OG, and Tuni is able to pick up the kill on Shine on the left side. STMN Esports still hanging out here with a lot of stars. J-Heart goes down. There's no comeback for the win. We're heading into set number 3, 1-1.
Yeah, 4 to win Esports is not going to be able to pick up a team wipe in just 10 seconds. That is out of the question. Stamina fires back and takes set number 2, their own pick, Bounty. They should be winning. And here we go into Ring of Fire, where we're probably going to see Byron again. And without Meg, yeah, Byron Pam is certainly a solid option. 8-Bit as well might not even be that bad if these teams like 8-Bit Stew combos. This map might be appropriate for it, but Byron, I feel like that's a non-negotiable, or Bell.
Yeah, kind of a non-negotiable, right? Byron is such a go-to pick here. But also Bell, right, is able to do a lot of damage at mid. Byron and Bell do have relatively the same range, which is something big to consider, but, you know, Bell's super isn't going to be dealing too much unless you are dealing with tanks, and Byron's super is always going to be really useful. I think if an enemy is like 5 tiles away, then you can always hit them with it if you just auto-aim the super. Obviously, you don't want to hit the wrong target. You don't want to super a shade instead of an enemy, but it's not that much velocity. It's not like a huge super. It is one that you can get pretty easily if you're able to hit your shot. So it's not a big loss, but it is super useful. It's a really good bang for your buck kind of super. You don't have to work super hard to get it, and it is pretty effective. So Byron is definitely one we can expect. Something that we saw in our last match from both teams, but neither time did it work, was the Rico. And with Crow banned out, maybe it could work, but I still don't think Rico is going to be picked here because it seems like in most scenarios, Rico was still not able to work very well.
Yeah. Those brawlers certainly would work well here. Rico didn't seem to do the best job in the other games, as you said. I think Crow was definitely pretty solid, though, as an anti-heal for Byron or Pam. Crow, Griff, and Terra could be your main counters for those kind of comps. I think Buzz is also not banned. I'm not sure if maybe Buzz will come into play along with a Byron or a Poco and a Pam. But yeah, I'd like to see the big Dino Boy swinging into some action here. Should be pretty solid against certain brawlers like who can't knock back, like Rico should be pretty weak against Buzz, I believe. Byron won't do too good against him either. So depending on the matchups, he could be a solid option here. but I haven't played Buzz on Ring of Fire in a while, so I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I mean, he is one that can really disrupt the back line, and he's one that made a splash, if you will, earlier on in Brawl Masters. We've been consistently seeing him disrupting the back lines. And he is one that could do something here if he's able to effectively get to the backlines and stay there, as long also as there's not substantial wall break or bush break or any of that sort of business from the enemy team, or really even from your own teammates, because when they are breaking open the walls on the enemy side and you need those walls and you need those bushes to survive, you can start stepping on each other's toes. And I don't think that's going to happen with these teams. These are like the premier teams in North America, and that doesn't really ever happen with these guys. Maybe like once in an entire tournament will we see that sort of scenario. But let's see what the picks are now. We are going to be getting into our first game of set number 3. Both teams are tied on the match score, and it is going to be the triple healers. I mean, if you can call Gene a healer, from For the Win. From STMN, though, we do see the Bushbreaker Toonie here on the Amber, OG on that Lou, and Bobby on the Byron. Gonna be interesting to see. OG is gonna be reliably able to farm those supers off of these tanky healers, and if he can just keep getting that super out, it doesn't matter how much health you have if you keep on slipping away from the point and not being able to get any captured.
Yeah, 30% lead here from Stamina Esports. Shine is gonna find the pull on the Toonie, and there's a turret from Chepo trying to keep Shine himself healed up, but it's gonna fall pretty quickly. I think this is going to be really rough for 4 to Win Esports. They're basically going to be tortured for the next, 2 minutes, if they can even last 2 minutes, because Amber and Lou are so strong against these comps, as this comp mainly relies on pushing through the mid zone and healing each other up. Lou's going to completely deny that, and this is a great pick here from Stamina Esports. Props to Honka, who is their analyst for this one, for sure. Toonie going to get a little bit of healing from Chepo, and going to go with a Fire Field there. Just completely denying 4 to Win completely from the mid over and over. This is looking really rough for them with just 25% left for Stamina to collect.
All right, Chepo and Jhart trying to push in. STMN, they just need to get like a super in here in order to block off a mid. OG is going to go down, and For the Win will be able to claim a little bit of capture off that. But here comes OG with a bubble shield and with a fresh pool of health. There's the well-placed super. Jhart is going to slip and slide around on this point, but he can't afford to stay here solo. STMN wins back this point, and OG is able to farm yet another super off of this. Lou is just such a great pick if you're anticipating the triple healers, which seems to be the case, Knight. I mean, definitely some amazing analyst work here. Shine also slipping and sliding around, just trying to do whatever he can. He'll get a pull in here, but it's not going to do much. STMN Esports will be able to claim this victory, their 3rd in a row, and that is going to be game number 1 of set number 3.
Yep, 4 to Win Esports, a great group of players, but they're certainly not magicians. That one was just not going to happen. Not meant to be. Stamina, though, are starting to make the comeback in this match, starting out really strong in Hot Zone with the correct composition pick. Let's see what they decide to go with in the next game, though. Whenever a team goes with a triple tank or a really aggro comp in the first game, it completely changes how you think about the rest of the match, because you're like, nope, they might not go this regular comp because they always have this in the back of their mind. Compared to when you start out with regular comps from both teams, a lot of the time they just go through the whole match playing regular comps, and you don't think much about it. You just worry about playing the mechanicals. Yeah, playing the analysis game against Stamina Esports, who has one of the best analysts in this NA region. And maybe that's not a fight you want to be fighting right now, honestly. And they got to just try to play mechanically, which they did really good in Gemgram and actually were able to win that matchup. Let's see what 4 to Win Esports decides to do, though, as their hold on this match is slowly slipping away.
Yeah, it is kind of escaping their grip. We're going to be getting into game number 2 here. Shine, once again, picking up the Leon. Jhart now on the Bell, though, and Chepo will be getting on that Rico where he's so comfortable. Here's the deal, though. STMN, they are not going to be going on lane at all, and Chepo is going to be forced to stay away from that lane. It does look like a little bit of a comp diff. OG is going to be pretty weak against Rico, but he's only going to be really weak as long as Chepo is able to get him on the lane. It looks like Chepo is going to fall to Bobby, actually. This is looking so much more dominant from STMN than even last game, which, mind you, was extremely decisively in their favor. 4% to nearly 50 already. This is looking great for STMN. We could see a set number 4 just on the horizon.
Absolutely. OG going with the Frank pick, and as much as everyone knows, I am a Frank supporter through and through. This is not where I would have played him, but he's making it work, using the irresistible attraction to find so many kills, even on Leon, which is one of Shine's best brawlers. We've seen him use it time and time again. Here, it is 4-1 esports, though, taking their position back on the map. OG's going to use his 10,900 health just to use himself as a way to push up the lane for free almost, because he can't be killed instantly. He is not like a meg health. There's OG, another, oh, he didn't get the stun, but oh wow, they just blew them out of the water here. Stamina was really unhappy about that first set because they are making it look like a completely different match here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, this is a very different match from what we saw in match number 1. We saw a tribe actually go down, and I can tell you for sure that STMN was watching from the sidelines and saying, that's not gonna happen to us. Right? Because yeah, you can save your comps for Worlds, right? But here's the other thing, is that if your enemy fears you, then you're gonna get your choice of bans when you want them. And I think that is another thing that STMN is considering here. You have to be considering Worlds and how you're perceived at Worlds, since it's just a week away from today. In fact, it is on the 26th, exactly at 7 days from now. So now consider STMN. They have brought us all the way to Siege, and Siege is a good mode for STMN. We'll have to see how it goes for the Win, formerly West Coast, if you remember them by that moniker, rather. Yeah, this is one of those modes that can go either way. We know for sure that Brawl Ball is going to be a strong mode for STMN, so for the Win, it's important for them to establish the momentum here so that they can take down STMN in Brawl Ball if they are planning on taking the victory today.
Yeah, Siege is one of Stamina's best modes. They know this mode inside and out, and it's going to be hard to take this one away from them. Nuts and Bolts is coming out, and if OG really likes that Frank, I wouldn't be shocked to see him playing it again. At the same time, we have yet to see a Gene on Siege today, which I'm kind of surprised about. I thought Gene was pretty solid here still, but maybe not. We'll definitely see a thrower from either team, but we do... Yeah, Mortis is banned, but Buzz is not banned. Buzz will be probably the best option to pick up Bolts in this match, as it has the exact same speed as Carl, but is definitely better than Carl in every single way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Buzz is going to be a great option, and with him available, it is going to give us an idea, of course, of what other brawlers could be played here. Could see some brawlers that can stun him out pretty well, some tank counters up in here. Spike is definitely a viable option. You get the big cactus up in there too. You're going to be able to block his ability to grapple you, so it's one to consider. Sandy can stun him out and get a quick and nasty kill. Also, throwing down the sandstorm is a very valuable portion of Sandy's kit. Are we going to see Sandy? Yes, in fact, Toonie is going to be picking up the Sandy, and so is J-Heart. Shine, though, is going for the Frank to pick up these bolts, and Bobby is going to be going for the Director Buzz. Love the Power League skin, but of course, skin to win is not really one of our major factors that we're considering here. There's the irresistible attraction, and Shine is almost... No, Bobby's able to completely dip Shine on the lane. What a play there by Bobby.
Yeah, well, Bobby did a great job there. Yeah, I feel like Shine had no shot. Also, I like the Gale pick from OG. OG always with the interesting picks, but that can reset the Frank no matter what. It can go through the walls as well if the Buzz is not... Oh my goodness, that is so much damage. I did not expect that. But OG is going to fall at the last second to the Siege. Shine, though, is in the mid. Going to get stunned out by Bobby, but just not enough DPS to take out the big boy himself. OG moving up on the left-hand side, looking for his super to be able to reset Shine's next stun. Otherwise, he's going to be very vulnerable through this wall here. Bobby looking for a stun. Doesn't have it yet, and he's going to get stunned out himself. This is looking like a clapback from 4-1 Esports as they take this level 7 Siege bot with 2 more bolts to add to their already 1 bolt collection. They are ahead on the bolts and can just play this one passively and hope to find that last Siege, as they're not going to get much done. Look at that. The perfect Gale win from OG is just going to keep this bot at bay forever. Keep in mind, he only has one left, though, if they lose this last siege, which might be a possibility now with the Sandstorm on the field and a Volt disadvantage.
Yeah, you mentioned the Sandstorm. As soon as that bot went up, Jay Hart had his super ready, and that's pretty much an instant victory for the final siege for the win. It's going to be so tough for STMN to push, and it doesn't look like they're really going to be able to do anything here. Actually, 8 bolts for the win. That Sandstorm was super powerful, amongst a bunch of other things. Bobby is going to get taken down by Shine as well. Ovaltine Siege bot coming in this time, and we'll see if OG is able to get a good Gale defense here, but, I mean, does it really matter? Let's see. For the win, they just got to push him with this bot. There is the defense on that bot. Shine's still trying to push in. Chepo needs to push in too. Shine's not able to get through that gap. He just keeps on getting popped up. 88%. Do we see a stun? No, there's just not enough time. STMN is able to take the victory here, and that is going to take us to a match point.
Stamina on match point. Really, really dominant performance for them. They brought the right comp for a Frank. Yeah, I mean, so hard to play Frank under that circumstance. Another great job from the analysis team over at Stamina. And yeah, I just thought of something. What happens if you were to push somebody? Can you push someone through that Gale Wind with like Frank's gadget? Could you pull them through it possibly? If you had a Gale on your team and you threw like that gadget down, could you pull someone through it with the Frank gadget? These are the questions we're not asking enough.
That sounds like a question for Ray, right? Because Ray is always the one experimenting with these things, right? I've always wanted to know, and I think maybe you're able to do it. I've always wanted to know if you can like get the bot trapped in like a small area and then put the like the polar vortex or whatever it's called in front of it, and then the bot keeps on trying to escape and it just keeps on getting popped up. I've always wanted to do that. I've never been able to pull it off, but I'm very convinced that it's possible.
You could trap a bot in between a Sprout wall and a Gale like thing, I think. I would love to see that from one of these teams here. That would be the funniest defense.
I mean, I can tell you what we're going to do right after the grand finals is we're going to put that to the test. We just have to know. Sometimes you just have to scratch your itch of curiosity for this game and, you know, see what are the funniest strats that you can get going, right? A lot of those funny things have been eliminated from the game at night. Once upon a time you were able to trap people with spring traps in Gym Grab. And I think that now most of the spring traps have been eliminated, but it used to be one of my favorite activities in the game.
Yep, let's go into the match here. What do we have? We have Gale and Dynamite here from 4-Win Esports. And at Sandy, it looks like they're really looking to go in hard on a potential Frank. No dice though, no Frank from STMN, but they do have a Buzz, so I guess the Sandy and Gale will have a little bit of use. First siege, it looks like he's going to STMN. Bobby goes in for the stun. He finds the kill. Gotta stay alive here to keep that bolt. Can he do it though? Looks like it's a yes. Wow. Toonie is going to pinch out Chepo. 168 health remains on him. Here's the Gale Wind and a Dynamite Satchel Charge to stall the bot. And not going to be too much damage here from OG. OG almost falls, but he does get around 9% of damage for STMN. Looks like a good start from them as Bobby is holding on to that super, but Jay is holding on to a Sandy stun. Bobby definitely doesn't want to go in. Oh, he's going to go in after the Sandy stun and going to get the kill, obviously. Chepo's going to fall as well. Bobby's going to fall to the Ike, unfortunately, for Stamina. And it doesn't matter, though. They're winning this siege with no problems. Let's see how they go about this offense.
All right, and Bobby's all the way at full health with that super ready to go. Let's see what he's able to do. Level 6 Siege bot also pushing out on the left side. We'll see that satchel charge from Chepo does connect, and Shine will be popping off that Polar Vortex tune. He's going to take some big damage, but he's able to escape in time, and the bot has to take the long way around. The scenic route is not going to net any damage for these guys on the Ike. It's just that 9% that OG had dealt already. Shine is trying to push people away. Toonie gets the stun on Shine, but Shine is not going to go down. But there is a Sandstorm as well from Toonie. Bobby sneaks in from the left side to claim that kill, and STMN will be surpassing this bolt count. If For the Win isn't able to get in time, they won't be able to match this bolt count. And it's not going to happen. There are the spins. That is a spin to win, or spin for the win. It is well deserved. STMN will be taking the victory unless we see some crazy stuff from For the Win.
Yeah, this one looks like it's already in the books, but I don't want to put my caster's curse on it. Here we go. STMN is moving up in the higher bracket. They're going to be facing off against Revenge Tour in a second here. Wow, Toonie, that is the fastest spin I think I've ever seen. Spicy Toast would be jealous. Let's go right into, actually we're going to our next match in just a second here, as we'll go back to the bands page, I believe.
Of course, but reflecting on STMN Esports versus For The Win, such a huge win for STMN because we saw For The Win take a win, STMN gets one off of them, and then For The Win brings it back, and there we go. There's the 6-win streak from STMN. So huge. It just seemed like once STMN started picking up the momentum, they just didn't slow down for even a second. Huge victories for STMN. It's going to take them to the next stage of the bracket. Let's get a look at that, actually, and see how things have progressed. We already saw the first match of the day. It was Tribe versus Revenge Tour, and we see Revenge Tour moving on to the winners finals. Now their opponent has been decided. For The Win will be heading down to the losers semifinals to face against Tribe Gaming in A. Whoever loses that match will be knocked out of the BrawlMSTRS playoffs. Meanwhile, in the winners finals, whoever wins that match will be heading on to the grand final to await the victor of the losers bracket.
Yeah, let us know your predictions in the chat, and yeah, we look forward to reading them. We're gonna be cutting to a break now. Yeah, grab some food, grab some G Fuel, and yeah, we'll see you back in just a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. I'm still ready set. That is still Nighttime Clash here, and we are going to be moving into the losers bracket. Actually, we saw a surprising loss from Tribe Gaming. For the win, Esports unfortunately took the L as well versus STMN. Their opponents are waiting for us in the winners bracket, but first we got to see who gets knocked out. Night.
Yeah, this is our first elimination match of the night. Tribe Gaming versus For the Win Esports. There is huge pressure to perform here. Tribe, obviously, they are defending their title as the premier NA team, and hey, losing on the first double elimination round here wouldn't feel so good, especially going into Worlds in just under a week. We got to see what is going to play out here. On Hard Rock Mine first, that is the choice for the Win Esports. We saw them dominate against Stamina against it earlier with their 8-bit Stu and Rico combo, none of which are banned here, although we see Bell banned, which makes 8-bit even stronger, considering it kind of struggles against Bell in some circumstances. Taking a look at the bans, we do have Buzz, Mortis, Bell, and Meg out of the picture. I'd say that's not too surprising.
Yeah, I mean, nothing is super extraordinary here, right? Hard Rock Mine is going to get us started, then Shooting Star, then Nuts and Bolts. I mean, okay, this is pretty much the, usual rundown, with the exception, honestly, of set number 3. Nuts and Bolts is, the map that goes either way. For the win, let's also consider that Hard Rock Mine went really well for them versus STMN. Tribe Gaming NA, though, that was their pick of map to start things off. And they did pretty well on that too. Recall that Tribe Gaming went 2-3, and it was a very close match at that. So this is probably going to be the most intense set number 1 that we see in Brawl Masters today. I think both teams are very confident on it. Both teams are fresh off of a loss, and they do not want to be losing this first set.
Yeah, nobody wants to start a match with a bad momentum, especially one where the stakes are already so high. Tribe, obviously, their second pick is Shooting Star. And yeah, they're very good at those long-range fights. We've seen them dominate with Piper over and over. Corey and Zulane being some of the best in the business. Corey also a really strong tick. Tyrant, one of the best Nanis, so they are really frightening on that map. Nuts and Bolts, obviously, another great mode for Tribe Gaming. And yeah, Tribe has some solid maps here for them to dominate on. But on the other hand, you can't count out For the Win Esports. They are the underdogs. Having taken a set off of Stamina earlier, that is still pretty impressive. We'll see what they can do in just a few minutes here, if not just under a minute.
Yeah, we will have to see. I mean, surely they are going to be getting in this game pretty soon. We just got to wait on the players to get ready. They are making their preparations, and of course, neither of these guys want to be knocked out. But For the Win, right? Well, Tribe, they're making their preparations because they don't want to get knocked out, and For the Win, they are making their preparations A, because they don't want to get knocked out, B, because they are facing against Tribe, the #1 team in this region. So they better be taking all the time that they can, all the mental energy that they can focus into getting the W here on their most confident map, and on really the most telling map of all of these. Also, I mean, we can take a look at some of the other maps that are in the rotation today. Backyard Bowl is one picked by Tribe Gaming, which surprisingly they chose not to play versus their previous opponent. Revenge Tour. Ring of Fire, though, is still going to be in the mix. Not necessarily a Tribe Gaming favorite, and it makes sense why they didn't choose it themselves. But Backyard Bolt does kind of surprise me as a mode that Tribe Gaming would pick. Perhaps it's targeted just at For the Win. They think they can get the Brawl Ball over For the Win.
Yeah, I feel like nobody genuinely enjoys playing Backyard Bowl. It's so boring most of the time. It's not like you just sit back behind those like 3x1 walls. You just chill and you shoot like every few seconds. And it's not the most interesting gameplay. Obviously, Shooting Star is not that either. But at least Shooting Star feels consistent for the most part. Very few opportunities to Mickey Mouse compared to other maps. So I can see why top teams enjoy that kind of consistency, knowing that their mechanicals are going to come out on top every single time. Is reassuring for sure.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this could, I don't know if it's a mistake by For the Win or whether it's like the 500 IQ strategy by For the Win to choose Hard Rock Mine first, because Tribe Gaming have the potential to be absolutely, huge on this map. But the exact same it goes for the other side of things. For the win, right, if there is anywhere that they can be making an impression, it is Hard Rock Mine. Here's the thing, though, is that they could have chosen a different map that they wanted to play versus Tribe Gaming rather than Hard Rock Mine. There's a good chance that Tribe Gaming would have picked Hard Rock Mine for set number 2, since they picked set number 2 and 4 and so on. But there is also the argument to be made that for the win, they were determined that whatever the cost, they want to get this map as map number 1 in order to establish the momentum. Let's get into our first game. We're going to be heading into Hard Rock Mine. Spectating for the win, it's Toast on the left side, and your mid is going to be Chepo Shine over on the right. No dog ban this time. We'll see how it plans out.
Yeah, a very interesting comp here from 4-to-win Esports, but I like the concepts that they're trying to go with. Obviously, Sprout is such a good brawler against some classics on Hard Rock Mine. Ruffs, though, as we see, Shine switching the lane real quick from right to left, as he knows he doesn't want to fight against Sprout. But Corey, he has gotten the Q as well. Oh no! Toast is going to get blocked out by Chepo's wall and is left to die. Very, very unfortunate start there for them. But okay, invisibility tongue going to be placed very low, obviously, because the Sprout is very, very close to their area, and he'll be able to easily take it out. Toast using the speed as he's vouched for so many times, and yeah, it looks like it's gonna pay off. Wow, all the way on Corey. Toast just needs to heal up a tiddlywink of health before he goes in again here. Shine gonna distribute the treat to his friend Chepo over there. Gonna go down though, but it is a pretty close game so far. Chepo is holding on 4 gems and a buff. Toast is trying to get Tyrant down, and he does. Very, very well played. It's a very even game to start off here, but I think the advantage lies under 4-to-win Esports because they do have that buff on their mid, which makes Chepo a very, very big boy.
All right, Tribe Gaming about to claim their last couple of gems, though here comes Chepo to block things off. It's really only going to block Tyrant, though. Tyrant still has a tiny little corridor that he can shoot through to access Toast. Zulan's also going to block things in from the left side. Toast and Chepo now forced in over on the right. Tribe Gaming, they have a lot of gems sitting on the back line, and they're going to allow that to play to their advantage. Tyrant gets that last gem that they need for the win. Esports are not going to have enough time to wait this one out at mid, or maybe they will press their luck. They just got to interrupt the countdown by killing one brawler here. Corey is a likely target. Chepo's going to try and get something, but Zulan wipes the floor clean with a big super. And that is going to be Tribe Gaming taking the win here in game number 1 of set number 1.
Yeah, old and reliable 8-bit is going to come out on top here. Sprout mid, it's not too common, but I can definitely see what they were going for. Coach Toast trying to make those comp diffs. We'll see if he continues to try to do so in this next match, or do they just go with something a little bit more reliable. We do know that Stu is still open, but with Sprout and Russ being unbanned, it might be a little bit difficult to make the plays that you're looking for, especially around walls and stationary objects that you can't charge a super off of.
Yeah, so perhaps like a bit of a change here would be in store. We'll have to wait and see for game number 2. Tribe Gaming, though, are looking fearsome as usual for the win. Might have to go for some kind of counter or some kind of funny strategy here, because this is a very confident mode for them, but they are playing against Tribe Gaming, who is not only adding to Worlds, but are also very confident on this mode, and it does kind of mean a little bit more for Tribe Gaming to be confident on the mode for the win to be confident on the mode. We'll see, though, how comfortable for the win are with playing something a little bit different, something more targeted at Tribe, because I think this is how they're going to be able to take down such a mechanically skilled and very well synergized roster. That's the thing, is that Tribe Gaming has been together in this roster right here for a very long time. They went to Worlds last year with the exact same roster, so it's going to be a little bit more challenging to take them down with just mechanics on your individual players for the win, when these guys have so much synergy to operate with as well.
Absolutely. Synergy is a really big part of how these rosters can play together. Tribe, obviously, we have to give the advantage to them. They've been playing together for like 3,000 years. Toast is, on the other hand, is a new addition to the 4-to-win Esports roster. here we go. It is the Rosa, Max, and Sandy comp, which we saw not doing so much for stamina earlier. Let's see if Tribe can play it a little bit differently, and certainly they are. Corey has had such a good start. I think he has 4 shots out of this for his super. Just 2 more needed for that Sandstorm to be able to be popped. Let's go coming down from Zooland. Here is the push from Tribe as they look to pick up more gems or more kills and supers. Let's see, no kills really found from the Rosa. Feeds a little bit of the supers from 4 to win, actually. There's the really aggro turret from Shine, as we've seen in place before, opposed to a more lower down turret. And there is the invisibility totem from Toast. Not behind the wall, actually, which is kind of interesting. Wow, Corey gonna let himself get caught out in the open there. Just stays alive barely with a Sweet Dreams. Let's see how Toast goes about using his super, and how to his opponents know he is using the Speedy Boy.
Okay, let's see. For the win, Esports just 1 gem away, but they are getting slowed down so much. Tyrant is going to hit him with those unfriendly bushes. Shine's forced to teleport, but maybe it's less of a forced thing and more of an opportunity that he saw to get Corey. It's not going to happen, though. Tyrant is going to be the one to take advantage of the situation. Toast trying to take down Corey, but Corey is going to get to slip away. Shine holding on to these 8 gems will once again try and take back mid, but here comes Tyrant once again. There's a speed as well. He splits off from Zulon, does go for the lane on Chepo, and Tyrant is able to claim the victory, but the countdown is still going to go for the win. And, well, Tribe Gaming NA, they can't just hang out in mid and grab enough gems to interrupt this countdown. They're going to have to get a kill one place or another. Toast is probably going to be the more likely target. Shine has a super ready to go, though. Toast has the invisibility totem, is able to throw it up. A team wipe before the win, and we're all tied up in set number 1.
Yeah, I'm really glad Toast is playing those Leon totems not on top of the 8-bit turret, because as we said before, it doesn't really do you any good due to the plug-in star power basically giving away your location anyway. So yeah, very good plays over there from 4-to-win Esports, changing the comp when they see necessary. And it seems like Rosa, Max, and Sandy just doesn't cut it against the 8-bit comp. Obviously, you're not going to be able to fight off the 8-bit real easily because you can't take out his turret and the guy just does 1,000,000 damage. I can see what Stamina was trying to do, though. Oh no, not Stamina. Tribe was trying to do, because a Rosa, a Max, and a Sandy would absolutely clap the Ruffs and Sprout comp. No doubt about that. And yeah, they just got the call wrong here, and that's going to cost them.
So with game number 3 on the way, it can go either way. We've seen strong performances from For the Win. We've seen strong performances from Tribe Gaming as well. And it's pretty clear that really the set could go either way. And it's going to be the momentum of the match at stake for this 3rd game here in set number 1. So there's a lot more to play for here than just a single set. It's kind of like a glimpse into how the entire match is going to go. The momentum will be established. So Tribe Gaming do have a very good chance of taking this overall. They can get that win as well in Bounty, but they don't want to face a similar situation as what they faced versus Revenge Tour, where the first set went to Revenge Tour. So we'll have to wait and see. Have to wait till game number 3 comes up to get an idea of how things are going to go. Of course, keep in mind, For the Win Esports, they pretty narrowly got the victory too. About midway through the game, we saw very, very good plays there with the speed onto Rosa, getting lots of value. That combined with unfriendly bushes was just so dominant. And there were points where, I would almost call it, pretty lucky that For the Win was able to get out in time and away from the Rosa in time to keep all of their gems. So it was pretty close, a lot closer than the scoreline would tell you. When we move into game number 3 momentarily, we'll see what comps they are running this time. It didn't seem like a Rosa was reliably working too well, though. We'll see. For the Win, once again running that Leon, though Toast is going to go on the left lane this time. Shine still on the 8-bit, Chepo on the Rico once again. Tribe Gaming, though, switching up the strategy. They got Tyrant on the Leon now, and, well, appears a completely invisible brawler who might be waiting back at spawn. There he goes, reconnected into the game. But Corey, I think, was having a few Wi-Fi issues, so let's hope for his sake that it doesn't give him too much of a headache later down the line in this match. Here he comes, though, on the Byron. There's a kill onto 8-bit as well, and Tribe Gaming has complete control of mid.
Yeah, I don't know what I just saw on the right-hand side, but it looks like Shine threw the turret over the wall on accident, and then he TP'd to it. Maybe those are just 2 misclicks in a row. I mean, it happens. Especially when you can be stressed out in a game like this. Things can happen, and you just got to bounce back from it. Although he's going to be bouncing back from it without a turret now. Toast and Shine very, very low and at a huge gem deficit this is not looking so good because Chepo's super doesn't manage to find the kill onto the Byron. A quick bouncy castle is going to get him back in rejuvenated. Shine throws down the turret, his second one of the game. Let's see if it can help Chepo win any of these matchups. But no, it is a 3 versus 1 in that middle. There is no shot he is getting anything done. 10 gems to 0. And with 10 seconds left in regulation, 4-1 Esports is going to be out of luck here, as there is no way they can reset this countdown.
Yeah, but pretty much untouchable. Tribe Gaming will be taking the W here in set number 1, and that is going to claim the momentum for themselves. For the Windy Esports, this was pretty much their most confident map out of all of these, and it is going to be going to Tribe Gaming, so this is pretty much the confidence now completely on the side of Tribe Gaming. NA, it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for the win to win that back, so they're going to have to be playing something kind of tricky. They're going to be playing a lot more carefully and a lot more calculated going forward. Tribe Gaming NA, though, they're certainly feeling confident after that first set win, much different from what we saw in their first match of the day, where they did take the L in the first set. So as we move into Shooting Star, Tribe Gaming are probably going to be continuing that momentum. They're going to look to steamroll through this next set in this battle of mechanics rather than comms.
Yeah, that's right. We are moving to Shooting Star, probably the more reliable mode here, and 4-1 Esports not being able to win their choice map is going to be an issue for them going into this series. I mean, whenever you start a match, you see the maps and you're like, well, our plan is to win these 3 maps, or our path to victory is going to be these 3. We lose this one, and you just practice that way based on what you think you have the best chance at. And if you lose one of the ones that you thought you were confident on, that throws a big wrench into your strategy. You've got to really focus up on the ones that you maybe didn't prepare as much for. And that's going to be really difficult here for 4-1 Esports, especially against a team like Tribe, who is already really, really angry probably after falling out of that upper bracket so early.
Yeah, anger would be an appropriate emotion, especially against Revenge Tour, right? Who are, you know, they're coming back for the revenge in the rosters that dropped them earlier this year, and they're looking to make an impression, but also they're here to claim some cash money as free agents. So Tribe Gaming NA have a lot more to protect than, you know, just their monetary gain. They got a reputation to uphold, as well as such a, you know, well-established team in this region, and as a team that is heading on to Worlds. So good stuff for Tribe Gaming. Hopefully for their sake, they are able to make it out of the losers bracket and up to face the victor of STMN versus their opponent Revenge Tour in the winners semifinals, or rather the winners finals.
Yep, and Tribe is certainly on their path already. First set is in the books, and Bounty is coming up in just a second. Here we go. Toast on the Leon again. He is very confident about that brawler. And here, I actually think that the fast moving star power is going to be a lot better than the Invisi-Heal because of how long range this map is, and you can get onto your enemies way quicker than they expect. Good start for Tribe. They have picked up the blue star. They're going to go with the classic Piper, Nani, and Tick. Piper, obviously, on the right-hand side, is going to be a little bit sus against the Nani. On the other hand, Toast has lost his first invisibility totem. Is looking to replace it in a second here, but no supers yet for either side. Very, very passive gameplay with 40 seconds of regulation down.
Okay, Chepo struggling here versus the combo of Piper and Tiki is going to go down, and Tribe Gaming will keep up their lead. Shine still looking for something up here. Toast is going to take significant damage from the Nanny Super, though that Nanny Super is not going to take him down. We'll get a little bit of supercharge for Tyrant, but it's obviously not what Tyrant wanted to happen. He wanted to be able to circle around all the way behind. Didn't know that Toast was in that bush. Let's see what Toast is able to make happen now versus Tyrant, though. He is outranged. Shine's going to go for a little bit of damage. So is Toast. Toast is getting some good dodges up in here. He could very well get the kill onto Tyrant. There's damage, though. But Toast is going to survive just by the skin of his teeth. 38 health remain. 5 stars, though, reside in control of Tribe Gaming. Only 30 seconds remain in the game.
Yep. Chepo is holding onto his Nani Super here. Let's see how he decides to use it. A kill onto Zulan would secure a little bit of the deficit back for them. Wow, he barely stays alive there with the return to sender. 5-star gap though for 4-1. Nope, there is a 8-star gap and a blue star. needed for to win Esports to win this match, and it's just not feasible at this point. Doesn't matter if Toast team wipes here because he certainly can't. Yep, that's the game. Tribe Gaming is moving their way towards finishing off this second set after a dominant start in Shooting Star.
Yep, good stuff. Tribe Gaming keeping up the momentum. If they could finish the game any faster, then they certainly would, but it's only a 2-minute game, and it's never going to get any faster or longer than that. So Tribe Gaming doing what they do best, keeping the control for the entire game. I wonder if For the Win are going to do away with the Leon on this map, because Toast was doing pretty well considering that he was outranged for the majority of that game. He just wasn't able to get the value, wasn't able to turn those invisibility supers into kills and stars for his team. So I think this does account for a comp change. You do need to be consistently changing up that comp when it doesn't work the first time, unless you anticipate your enemy's going to change things up. But I don't see any reason why Tribe Gaming would change off of the classic comp here for Shooting Star.
Yeah, if you can use that one comp and really master it, you can even be hard counters, because nobody really sits there and scrims like with the Pam, Poco, Max comp for like 20 games. Most people are just scrimming it back to back with just that one Piper Nani Tick comp. And yeah, a really skilled Piper Nani Tick team will be able to always be a not so sure, not so coordinated Pam, Max, or BB combo.
All right, well, let's see how things pan out as we head into game number 2 of set number 2. Tribe Gaming in a leading by 1 game here. They are going to be switching up to a different comp. It's the double healers and the Max for the win. Esports, though, switching on to that Nanny Tick, and Toast is going to be staying on the Leon as well. Tyrant getting lots of healing from Corey. Tyrant trying to push in even more, wants to get a kill off of this. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. Chepo staying on the back lines. Shine also pretty low on health. There's the healing turret from Tyrant, though, and Tribe Gaming has pretty much firmly affixed themselves in the spawn for the win. It doesn't seem like they're leaving without a large sum of stars.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for them to come back from, unless they somehow manage a team wipe. Tyrant's going to walk right in. No care in the world. Shoot out the Scrap Sucker. Doesn't matter how many enemies are on him because they can't shoot him anyway. Here is Zulan coming up to respawn. Not sure which star power he has because you can never really tell. But he doesn't have a super yet, so they're going to have to play until they get it. Toast is on the right side, but he doesn't push in until his invisibility has expired. And no kills will be found there. 5-star deficit here for to win to recuperate. And Tyrant is shooting away on the left-hand side, just chipping his enemies down with Corey in the back lines, healing him up. Tickhead coming in now. Corey is going to find the kill on it at the last second. Zulan on the right-hand side. It's going to be hard for Chepo to fight that fight, especially in this situation. Now it's Toast's turn to find some kills of his own, and he does, but it's not enough. 3 stars are still needed for to win Esports, and a kill onto the Pam will secure that, or a kill onto the Max. Let's go coming out from Tyrant. They've got to soak this up. They do. And return to center gets wasted as well. They got to be careful because Toast is invisible. Does Zulan know where he is? No, he does not. And oh, it's not going to be a kill though. 11 seconds left. To win Esports has a chance to recuperate the win here.
Okay, just a little bit more time to work with here. Toast needs to heal up. He just doesn't have enough time. There's the super, but he's not going to be able to get in range of a target in time. Tribe Gaming in A is able to keep the lead up until the very end. It was so close. Toast almost had a kill there with the invisibility, but there just wasn't enough damage to, well, out damage the healing from Tribe Gaming in A's roster. There are 2 healers in that last game. Unfortunate there for the win. It's going to take them all the way to set number 3 without a single set win for themselves. Tribe Gaming NA, if they get 1 single game win, then, well, they will already be at the match point. Though, keep in mind, this is our next upcoming set is going to be the choice of For the Win Esports. This is their pick of Siege. Nuts and Bolts is our upcoming map. It's the same map pool all day long, folks, but Tribe Gaming, I would say, are probably prepared for this. How could they not be? But For the Win, let's see if they have anything like real special or tricky up their sleeves for this map. We've seen a lot already in terms of strategy on this map. We saw a little bit of Sprout, we saw a little bit of Barley, we saw some tanks as well. Knight, what are you feeling on this map?
This map is a funny one. There's always opportunities to run tanks, that is for sure. But with Buzz and Mort Band, I think you have to at this point. to be able to pick up those bolts. We'll see if they decide to go with Carl or BB as the primary bolt pickers. Obviously, Carl seemed to work okay earlier for Revenge Tour as they picked up the win against Tribe. Tribe maybe a little bit inspired here and will go with the Carl of their own, but there are so many weaknesses when you pick that brawler, so you have to really identify what your enemies are going to go before you even think about it. Obviously, Frank and Gene and Sandy are going to be your main counters for the Axe Spinner, and it's going to be hard. Gene has the Fisherman's Pull. He can pull you into the tower radius and just get you killed instantly.
Yeah, it is a frustrating brawler to deal with, and we used to see it a lot more, one that we have not seen as often, typically used as a counter to throwers. So, I mean, definitely could work. Of course, you do have to get within line of sight of the throws to begin with, which is something that you should obviously be considering. Can also stun Frank out as well. Frank, you know, can be stunned by a lot of things now that it seems like his second gadget is preferred over the first one now. So another factor to consider as well. Nonetheless, though, momentarily we'll be getting into that first game. And yeah, we could see a little bit of tank action, as you mentioned, Knight. I would love to see it, though, the bolt collectors, right? Those are the most important tanks that we got to consider here, is ones that are able to get quickly to mid to get that first siege off, because it, you know, especially on nuts and bolts, it can be very, very tough to retake after that first siege bot goes to your enemy. Here are the comps, though. For the win, Esports pulling out Shine on the Sandy, Chepo on the Dynamite, Toast on the Squeak Buster Gale. Tribe Gaming with something that we're kind of used to seeing. We love seeing the Stu, we love seeing the Frank, but the B, that is definitely different. It's going to be good for dealing with the tanks, but Corey's going to have to be looking for all sorts of angles around these obstacles until Zulan's able to break a bunch of them open.
Yeah, it looks like Zulan is already on the mission to break open the walls here. First spot in the favor of Tribe Gaming and A. They have Frank super ready to go, but Toast needs to get in position to throw out the gadget. Oh, he just uses the super, though, to push it out. Good use of the super to conserve the gadgets for the later pushes. And yeah, this is something we saw Toast actually run with his team. Oh, I believe in the August or September monthly finals, he pulled it out against Aqua and had a lot of success with it. Yeah, it was the August monthly finals, or the July ones, now that I think about it. He had some success with it in Sub-Assembly Required, and if you thought it was good there, it's even better here. I've seen a lot of teams use it already, and it seems to be pretty strong, especially against Frank. Shine, though, is holding on to his Sandy Super. Not going to opt to use it yet because they are now playing a defense. Toast, if he goes down here, it's going to be really, really disastrous, as his one goal is to actually just stop that bot. Shine is desperately trying to stop the bot with a Sweet Dreams, but obviously it's not going to do that much. They are in huge trouble here with a 4-bolt deficit and a really low Sandy Super that doesn't really allow them to push back into their desired positions really easily.
Okay, Tribe Gaming in A here in the lead. Just a few seconds left before this last siege is on the way to For the Win Esports' Ike, Zulan, Corey, and Tyrant all alive and healthy. Zulan, of course, being Zulan, gonna throw up that Protesto as well. We just gotta get a little bit more damage to seal the deal. And, well, or perhaps not. They don't even need a try. Shine, Chepo, and Toast have thrown in the towel. They're not even going to try and defend this. This has been a great win streak for Tribe Gaming. Protesto, once again, they're headed on their way to the match point for game number 2 of set number 3.
Yeah, and this is the Tribe that we are used to seeing. Dominant 3-0s are incoming here if For the Win doesn't pick it back up with just one match possibly left for Tribe Gaming to move themselves to the next match.
Yeah, so let's see, For the Win Esports, they just need to really get one win here in order to disrupt the momentum. They did clutch well, not really clutch, they did actually get a very well-deserved win in game number 2, of set number 1, but that's where they were most likely to start getting the wins, right? That was their most confident map, and Siege was definitely one that they picked because they felt like, this is where they could swing things again, provided they had won set number 1, but it wasn't the case, though. Tribe Gaming managed to tough it out in set number 1, and that's taken them all the way here to game number 2 of set number 3. We're going to be getting started momentarily, and for the Win Esports, I think they already know what their fate is. Their fate spells you're getting first place in the playoffs, and Tribe Gaming NA will be heading on to the later stages. But I mean, that's just a prophecy, and I could be casting the caster's curse right now. Knight has definitely had his fair share of those occurrences, so I don't know, maybe I mean, honestly, we could see a little bit more for the Win Esports action, and I would not be upset about that all in the slightest if we get to see a little more out of these folks, given that they've had a really good run in BrawlMSTRS, and I would like to see them go further than just set 3 in the losers bracket. Let's get into game number 3 of the match point for Tribe Gaming NA.
Looking like a similar comp from 4 to Win Esports. Shine going to be walking up here, holding on to the sweet dreams. No way for Zulan to push in on them. He's still holding on to it, and Toes is not going to secure that right side bolt. Good stun onto Zulan, but Chepo's not ready to make the assist and get the kill there. Going to be missing his satchel charge, unfortunately. Zulan goes all the way in, almost to the Ike radius as he makes 1 kill, tries to find 2, but yeah, it is Tribe Gaming on the offensive now. Toast is correctly in position for the super, no, not the super, the gadget to be used. Bot going to get rerouted, and no real way for Tribe to make good amounts of damage here. They're just chilling because they are at a 3-bolt lead already. Sprout Wall is going to completely deny this Sandy super's use, but a super from Chebo doesn't really make them that much room, unfortunately. And Zulan's going to be walking around the left side, as he has been doing throughout this game, just finding bolt by bolt. Toast uses his gadget to stop Zulan from swatting him away, but it's not going to work. Tribe Gaming is picking up Siege number 2, and it's not looking real good for 4 to Win Esports. They've got to get kills on this defense to be able to translate it into a 3rd bot for them.
Okay, for the Win Esports, they got a tough defense ahead of them. Let's see if Toast is able to place down that gadget, and he does get that gadget down. We'll have to see him get the super off as well. That bot is going to get a couple of jabs in on the Ike, though. For the Win Esports, they are going to be advancing up the left side for a bit of an earlier retake than usual. We'll see if they're able to push through Corey over here on the Sprout. Tyrant, though, is so oppressive on the Barley. Chepo is locked into a very small area. 3 health left. Tyrant's able to take him down, but for the Win Esports still has actually the bolts tied up, but here comes Tribe Gaming depositing a couple more, and it looks like their fate is sealed. Zulon with the Protesto, and now that it is very evident that Tribe Gaming will be taking the W here. You see the spin from Zulon as well. Chepo throwing some dynamite for it. Shine exiting out of the game, and Toast doing a little bit of a lag walk around. He is not finished with the battle till the battle is finished, and that Ike is destroyed. Zulon is going to do the honors as well as Corey. That is Tribe Gaming knocking for the win out of the losers bracket, and Tribe Gaming will go on to compete for their chance to advance back up to face the victor of the winners bracket. Congrats to Tribe Gaming NA. GG's to For the Win Esports.
Yep, and that's the Tribe we are used to seeing. 4 to Win Esports had a pretty good showing themselves, though, as the underdog, and hopefully we'll see them back in future editions. Now, though, we are going to be moving to our next match between Stamina Esports and Revenge Tour coming right up.
Yep, well, we'll be getting into that one in just a moment. Certainly going to be a match to behold, especially because Revenge Tour very unexpectedly took down Tribe Gaming NA. And STMN is usually the ones, that we consider the underdog in the matchup versus Tribe Gaming. It's a very close match usually. So if Revenge Tour is able to take down Tribe, then this could spell some pretty bad news for STMN. We'll see what sort of strengths both of these rosters play to in our upcoming match when we get to it. So Revenge Tour versus STMN is going to be coming up next. That is our winners semi-finals. So the winner of this one will have to face the winner of the losers bracket.
Yeah, that's right. This is a not so high stakes game, but it still matters because each of these teams wants to be secured in the grand finals. Nobody really wants to push through that lower bracket, especially with Tribe Gaming already sitting there That is not ideal at all. It's going to be Revenge Tour versus Stamina. So leave your predictions in the chat of what you think is going to happen in this game. I think it could go to either one of them. These teams, they just know so much about this 4-button mobile game. Stamina, though, they are on a hot streak, especially going into Worlds. They're the best right now that they've ever been, and Revenge Tour should be a little bit concerned, but they should also be confident in their rookie, Cute Sands.
Yeah, this is true, right? Cute Sands is looking so strong right now. Cute Sands is a remarkably skilled player, and it's great to see him finally making an impact on the battlefield. It feels like it's been long overdue as well. So we'll see what he's able to do in the remainder of this competitive season. In the off season, he'll probably be improving, and we'll see how he does in the World Final Series next year. But for now, we'll have to see him here at the tail end of the competitive season here in Brawl Masters for the playoffs. Let's see what Revenge Tour has to offer versus STMN Esports. We're going to be getting started with Revenge Tour's pick of Hot Zone to count us down. And yeah, this is definitely a Revenge Tour classic pick here to go for Hot Zone to start things off, especially versus a roster like STMN.
Yeah, it looks like Brawl Ball is being taken off of the field today again, and that's not too surprising. Nobody likes that map. We don't like it, they don't like it. And audience, we got to ask you, why? Why? Brawl Backyard Bowl is just not so fun to watch. On the other hand, we do have Ring of Fire here, where we could see some of the Mickey Mouse comps that we've seen throughout today with Poco, Gene, or Pam. Buzz going to be the first band here from Stamina Esports. Oh, I don't even know what their second band could be. You have any thoughts?
I mean, okay. I think, firstly, addressing the whole Backyard Bowl thing, yeah, we need, like, Barrel Vault instead of Backyard Bowl. Barrel Vault, no, really? You prefer Backyard Bowl over Barrel Vault? I mean, perhaps your distaste for Backyard Bowl has not, fermented for long enough. That aside, though, we have our bands coming in. First, the Buzz band, then the Colonel Ruffs band as well. Keep in mind, Nuts and Bolts is for our 5th set, so I think our teams aren't going to be too focused on bands for that one, but Buzz still is going to be creeping in. There we have the Piper band, actually, from Revenge Tour. They did this last time, actually, and this is, I wonder if it's more of a, like, band that, of a brawler that they just don't like. STMN, they're probably going to go for Sprout as their last ban. That is their typical strategy. We'll have to see. But Piper, we thought it was a targeted ban versus Tribe, and it could just be a targeted ban for STMN just as much as it was for Tribe. But now that we've seen this 2 times in a row, I'm beginning to consider the possibility that this is kind of like STMN always banning Sprout. Right now, Revenge Tour is always banning Piper because they just don't like her.
Yeah, I guess Sprout not going to be a ban here. It's Hard Rock Mine, though, we are going to see him. We saw him a lot in those previous matches, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see him here again. And maybe that's why Stamina held off on Nuts and Bolts, didn't want to select it, and let Revenge Tour select it last, because if they were to select it earlier, then Sprout would most certainly be played. Well, not certainly, but there's a very high chance he will be played as a defender. So yeah, taking that out of the equation, putting it further throughout the match allows them some more breathing room. Piper, though, and Ruffs are going to be the same bands here from Revenge Tour. Makes a lot of sense considering there is Hard Rock Mine and Ring of Fire to start us off. Those are, and Safe Zone, those are 3 guaranteed maps that Piper could be pretty solid on. Maybe less solid on Ring of Fire, but Safe Zone and Hard Rock Mine, pretty solid brawler overall. And hey, nobody wants to be playing against the Bobby Piper, that is for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bell is always an option too. I wonder if Bell could be played into 8-bit. I've been saying it all day long, and it just doesn't seem, though, like Bell into 8-bit is really going to be happening. I'm not necessarily sure why. It must be because, Bell's shot is, pretty small. It's a little bit difficult to hit anyway. It's not like Piper where you're able to, just pop a homemade recipe and get a free shot off. That plus 8-bit, once 8-bit is able to get that plugged in down, 8-bit's faster, and then you get the free speed if you combine that with Stu's gadget, or SimCity action. It could be coming in on Hard Rock Mine, and yeah, so now you have a really fast 8-bit for free, and then it becomes even faster with his turret once he gets it up, which he is. just by virtue of anyone trying to compete against him at mid. So suddenly Bell does not seem as viable as before, and I think that could account for a lot of things. Another thing to consider, though, is that Byron is still in the mix here, and I think we will most certainly be seeing that. Another thing to consider is also Mortis is available. Mortis might not be played as much because, you know, Piper's not really a strong possibility, but Mortis counters so many things that I don't think just a Piper will be able to stop him from making an entrance as a whole.
Yeah, a lot of brawlers that could be pretty slow here, Byron being one of them. Just not only a great mid, but just such a good support. It's such a good lane. I feel like Byron can do everything. His super is great for melee brawlers who get right on top of him. He plays long range, he plays healer. I mean, this is just the epitome of a perfect brawler. That's why he is used so much right now. Not even able to 3-shot 44, 80 health brawlers, but his overall utility is just so strong. Ring of Fire is a map where we'll see him. Hard Rock Mine maybe with 8-bit. And yeah, Shooting Star, I think if Stamina likes playing him there, they will continue to play him there. And it's good because he just plays the long range fight really well. Maybe not so good against certain brawlers like Nani, but I can see why they would enjoy the Byron pick. Obviously, we're not going to see him on Nuts and Bolts. I just don't think that would make a lot of sense. Hopefully, though, OG is playing on this first set, and we'll see him bring out the Frank on Ring of Fire. I want to see that work again.
I want to see it work too, right? That would be so you know, such a spectacle to behold, right? And you know, I am low-key crossing my fingers that it does happen, but at the same time, for the sake of, you know, the competitive spirit, I'm hoping that it doesn't, because I know that we'll get like a much more competitive match if someone doesn't, you know, choose something funny and then we see a sweep just based off of that. But hey, I mean, if it works, then it works, you know. Revenge Tour, I think, will be getting a pretty strong start here on Ring of Fire, and SUN should probably be worried about that because Revenge Tour get you know, kind of a, you know, confusing map to start things off. I do think it's a pretty good strategy. I mean, here's the other thing is that Revenge Tour, you know, a pretty newly formed roster, and STMN, they've been together for a pretty long time. So the synergies formed on STMN are going to be more oriented towards these modes that have, you know, been in the game for a longer time. Hot Zone is still a pretty new mode. And still a pretty like ambiguous mode when it comes to the established meta of brawlers. And Revenge Tour, if they decide to, you know, put all of their chips on Hot Zone and learn that really well and guarantee themselves a win like 100% of the time, and then they get the chance to play that set number 1, like that is a great strategy, maybe just for like the draft mode, but still a winning strategy that they can use.
Yeah, knowing how to pick your maps is something we've seen a lot of these teams use to their advantage. I wonder, somebody needs to calculate like the percentages on how often people win the map that they pick. I'm actually very curious to see that. If we've got any of the chat analysts, as we always have, please feel free to let me know. I know maybe Logan is looking at this kind of information. He's definitely sitting in his gaming chair, analyzing the situations.
Yeah, we always have the armchair analysts, you know. But I mean, there's often like some merit to the to what they have to say, right? But you know, there are no qualifications for being a chat member, I guess. But I mean, some of the names we recognize, definitely we consider their opinion above others. But if you're that person who says, why didn't they play Edgar? You're either Nighttime Clasher, who has very good reasons for believing in Edgar, or maybe we just ignore your opinion. But with that said, I don't know if there will really be any Edgar here. I can't really see him being used on any of these maps. Other brawlers that are kind of unexpected, though, typically off meta, that could be used here at night. Any particular maps among these stand out to you as funny ones?
Yeah, I don't think Edgar will be used on any of these maps, very unfortunately. It'll be kind of a long shot to see Edgar used on Ring of Fire. If any team wants to try my Poco, Edgar, and Mortis on Hard Rock Mine, they'll be my guest. It worked once and it never worked again. That is for sure. Yeah, Mortis is open though. I think for the first time today, we will be seeing the dashing assassin. Ring of Fire might be solid for him in some cases, but Hard Rock Mine is where he probably shines the most. Nuts and Bolt is where we're going to see him used as a bolt grabber and a thrower killer, and even a Frank killer sometimes, able to use him as a super battery while chaining the supers to kill brawlers next to him. Yeah, let's go right into the game though. We are starting on Ring of Fire, as I've said. Charles on the Byron, Cute Sands on the Rico, and Alec26 on the Stu. We've got OG on the Sprout, and he's gonna get caught out in the open so early by Alec. That is a disaster for Stamina Esports here, as they full star now in the middle, try to make some ground for their team. Cute Sands is already firmly in the left-hand side. Alec falls on the right-hand side though. But Cute Sands, they've got to get him out of there, or this could turn into a disaster real quick. Surprisingly though, Stamina holds their lead in percentage by around 20%. OG now firmly in the middle, throwing those swords out. Doesn't have a wall yet, but it'll be really strong against any of those balls when he finally does get it. Cute Sands doing a great job on the Rico. Just fires the super off and gets a good amount of value. Here's the burn on the Charles right after he uses the heal, so it's going to be completely nullified. Chug Jug from Bobby fired onto Cute Sands. This is looking like a dominant Stamina Esports game so far. Let's see what Cute Sands and Charles have to say about it in the mid, though.
Okay, Cute Sands still having to play mid as a Rico, which is never the situation you want to be in. OG looking for the wall at mid, though. It's going to block off a good portion and block Cute Sands into a suboptimal location. OG, once again, though, he's going to regenerate that wall and use it once again to disrupt things, forcing Alec and Charles into separate lanes and breaking the line of sight between Charles and Alec26. That's not going to be good for RevengeTour. It's great for STMN. Separating the support from the brawler they're trying to support is a great strategy, but a big play by Cute Sands is going to force most of the brawlers off the point, but Bobby's able to stay alive for the rest of the time. That is going to be STMN Esports winning game number 1, and this is not good foreshadowing for RevengeTour.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 1350 Rico is not going to be a decider here. Although very impressive, I think OG making the Sprout pick is very smart. STMN, even though they always ban Sprout, they do make sure that they have a good Sprout player regardless, because hey, that is certainly one way to throw off your opponent. When you consistently do one thing and then stop doing it all of a sudden, yeah, that's definitely surprising. Going into this next game, though, I think we might see a little bit of a comp change from Stamina, because Sprout is not a brawler that you run back-to-back, especially because it's so easy to counter the little green man. And Mortis is open. Mortis is a nightmare for Sprout. Mortis would counter Amber, Byron, and Sprout without a doubt, and I'm a poet. And I didn't even know it.
Didn't even know it. Oh man, that's what we love to see on the BrawlMSTRS playoffs live stream. Yeah, but yeah, our predictions for game number 2 are looking a little bit more in favor of STMN than any other possibility. RevengeTour, they did have some good plays that last game, but the comp just was not working for them. The Stu was great. Right, the Byron was great, but the Rico was not. Rico is going to get hard countered by Sprout the entire game, and yeah, you can try and play the opposite side of the arena, but if your Stu is not playing with Breakthrough or something like that, then you're not even going to be able to touch that Sprout. In fact, even if you are running Breakthrough, good luck getting your first super off of the Sprout just on the lane interaction. So it's going to force everyone over to mid. It's exactly what we saw, and we saw the Sprout gameplay at mid. Also, I want to note that we saw STMN running Sprout, which is a huge, I mean, the character arc never ceases to amuse me. Now, STMN making these strides in development that we never expected to see for this entire year.
Yeah, character development, it definitely is. Stamina coming out of the comfort zone a week before Worlds. And if any of the analysts for Worlds are actually looking at this tournament, they might be really confused if they haven't been analyzing Stamina for a long time, because longtime fans know that they always ban Sprout. But now it kind of looks like, no, maybe they don't always ban Sprout. Maybe they're okay with keeping it open. And honestly, that might be legitimately confusing to some analysts from another region who aren't familiar with this team.
Oh, poor Pedro is trying to make sense of things. He's running the numbers, he's pulling out the Excel sheets, he's pulling out the pick and ban rates, and nothing is adding up. He's going to have to rework the whole system. Poor Pedro is going to have a late night tonight, or, well, I guess it is really early morning, so he's going to have a very long day when he wakes up in EU. Let's see, though, Revenge Tour are going to be bringing out the double healers in their Surge Kong as well. I wonder if Charles has any Surge tips for us now. I always love to see Charles on the Surge, and it's very clear why already getting a quick kill on a Bobby, and he keeps on moving up on the right side.
Yeah, while the kill on that early is good, it's not as good as finding your first super, to be honest, but Charles does do that. Wasted Chug Jug from OG, but they do find the kill. 30% in favor of Revenge Tour, and they found their Surge's first level, which is very, very important. Here, Charles comes with the Team Monkeys BS approved skin. Zara in the middle, though, setting up for 2 nest eggs and counting. Alex running out of the Scrap Suckers, though, and it's going to be a lot harder for him to push into that zone in the future. 20% gap separates Stamina and Revenge Tour. Bobby holds on to this jump. He uses it for Charles, but doesn't find the kill. Charles is going to fall, though, and here's the Chug Jug. Alec goes down. Sands needs to try to stay alive here at least, but he can't take the zone due to the 1v2 situation. Charles is level 3. He finds a quick kill on the OG. Now it is looking a little bit better for Stamina, but Revenge Tour is still firmly in the lead.
Okay, let's see. Revenge Tour keeps on holding their own at mid here. Charles has bursted out of the Surge suit over here with the level 4, and the banana is fully exposed. STMN now trying to retake this. I'm sorry, but like Charles, his sword is banana. How do you not comment on that? There's the super as well. A little city's built beneath him. I'm telling you, this is literally the first time that I've ever seen the Surge skin used, and the banana is so funny. I'm sorry, it's so distracting. Almost distracts us from a colossal victory there for Revenge Tour to tie things up in set number 1. Not necessarily the expected outcome either.
That is a very, very good point there. Sorry, we were distracted over the amazing Surge Kong skin, the official skin of the Team Monkeys BS. And yeah, we are going into the last game of our Hot Zone set here. I don't know, it seemed like that Surge pick really worked well for Charles. I don't know if that's due to him being a GOAT with Surge, or Surge is legitimately good here. I never would have thought of that pick, that is for sure. Maybe even less relevant than Frank here. Let's see though, with 1 game left, will we see the Frank pulled out from our friends over at Stamina? That is the question.
Well, I mean, yeah, I wonder if Charles has any Frank tips for us. I mean, the Surge tips definitely I would love to see. But I would say, like, Frank, an interesting one. Knight, why do you keep on insisting on the Frank, though? It is kind of... Why the Frank here? I don't know why you'd work here.
Because Stamina ran it in the other game. OG, like, ran it all the way down. And he spawn trapped them, basically. It was so good.
That's amazing. I want to see it again. I want to see it again. The Sprout really had my attention in the last game as well, and I wonder if STMN will run it again. Revenge Tour could be running that themselves. I don't know if we're going to see a mirror match. It just seems like a lot has been put out there already, and a lot of different comps have been tried already. But just judging by the multitude that we've seen already, I can almost start to tell you that there is a lot more that is awaiting us in the remainder of this set and the remainder of the other sets. Of course, we have at least 2 more sets to play after this one. Something tells me that we are going to go to at least set number 4. I think these teams are a little bit more well-matched than they've let on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we might see a little bit of a change-up in the comps here. And yeah, Surge makes sense now I think about it because it works against Sprout, and we saw Stamina running the Sprout. While Stu's a good option, Surge is a better one, simply because you can go through the dang walls. I mean, that's so free when you're dealing with a Sprout. On the other hand, Crow seemed to not do as much as they may have been asking for, especially against a Byron and a Pam comp. Let's see though, it is OG on the infamous spike. Czar going right into the enemies with Amber. Gonna be struggling heavily though because there is a Pam on the side of Revenge Tour, and you never want to be playing an Amber into a Pam because you lose your whole ammo bar. Even if like 2 scraps from Pam hit you, it's insane. Charles though gonna be struggling just as much against OG. Obviously, you cannot play a Surge into a life plant. They're just asking to lose There is Life Plant already going down from OG, letting him get so much real estate on that right-hand side, all the way in the bush, and now he is helping his teammates destroy the mid. This is looking really, really bad for Revenge Tour as Stamina completely collapsed in from the... Oh, wow. They lost the mid. Look at OG. He's back there just chilling, picking up kills one by one. If he was doing quests here, he'd already be done. Let's take a look, though, with just 2 minutes left in regulation.
Yeah, lots of time remaining, but it's going to end a lot sooner than that for sure. These teams going back and forth. STMN especially pushing up around the right side. We're going to see OG once again, and it did look like they were spread a little bit too thin earlier, and that allowed Revenge Tour to get a good amount of capture on the hot zone. But OG came in from behind for the flank, but now the healing turrets are out. That turret is going to go down, but Alec26 is just in the nick of time back up here. OG going to throw down that super as well to zone out mid. Alec26 will fall as a result, and STMN Esports is able to get back on this point. They have a nice, tidy lead here, especially judging by how close the percentage has been for the majority of this game. Alec26 now going to try and push in, but he's taking so much damage, only going to get a little bit of capture. Cute Sands also trying his best to keep him alive. Charles having to destroy the life plant as well, looking to get the flank around the right side. Will he be able to stop it? 7% separates STMN Esports from victory here, and it looks like it's too close for Revenge Tour to be able to overtake.
Yeah, OG, absolute MVP of this game. If they can just finish it off. 1% left, and it's actually looking kind of sus now that I think about it. No, actually, it's fine. They just heal Zara as he runs into the zone. But OG, an absolute war criminal on the right-hand side, just in the bush for like almost 90% of the game, it felt like, always behind the enemies, getting those crucial kills along with his teammates in the mid. Such a great pick using the spike, a brawler he's very comfortable with, and definitely countered Surge, forced Charles out of the lane onto the left side.
Okay, well, that does it for set number 1. Set number 2 is on the way. We're going to be moving on to Hard Rock Mine, and this was also STMN Esports' choice of map, and after seeing them take Hot Zone, I think Revenge Tour's momentum has been severely disrupted. Revenge Tour are going to have the chance to come back on Heist, their second map of choice, and it's pretty clear to see, like, look at the pattern going on here. Revenge Tour, their maps that they chose, Hot Zone, then Heist, then Siege. They want the maps that are iffy. STMN Esports, the exact opposite. They go for Gem Grab and they go for Bounty. And on top of that, STMN had sort of the advantage in the ban phase. They got the first and the last ban, and they chose to allow Sprout for themselves as well. So, I mean, this is looking really, really good for STMN Esports, much better than it is for Revenge Tour. And Revenge Tour are going to have to, you know, kind of take a step back, reconsider, and think about this last set before they head into set number 2, because they stand a very good chance of being taken down in set number 2, and STMN Esports, as a result, in set number 3, would just be 1 game away from a match point.
Yeah, very, very good start here from Stamina Esports. They look up to pick up Hard Rock Mine next, but they did struggle with this map earlier. So if there's any time for Revenge Tour to strike, this is the chance. Yeah, Stamina just didn't do really well with their 8-bit Byron, no, 8-bit Stu and Rico earlier against 4-to-win Esports. Maybe they have learned a little bit more about their strategy though, and have optimized it for this match coming up here. Yeah, they've got to make those little changes that can make a big difference in this game. Let's take a look at the comps. It is going to be 8-bit, Stu, and Rico for Stamina, but they have a different 8-bit player, so let's see if that makes a difference, as Bobby is a crack. Rico, Alec is on the 8-bit himself, and yeah, it's a mirror matchup as we see here. Totem from Charles is already going to be taken out, so Stamina is doing well in that regard. Kill on the Cute Sands on the right-hand side. Alec is trying to deal with Zara, but it's going to be hard to fight him around this wall. OG and Alec matched up very tightly on the right-hand side, but Alec is real low, so is OG. Here comes the 8-bit turret from OG, though, as he has it ready to go. That's going to be the advantage for Stamina going into the first 45 seconds of this match.
Oh, Cute Sands with a big play on the right side is going to secure a bunch of control for Revenge Tour. STMN Esports now barely ahead. OG is just on a tiny bit of health. Alec26 isn't going to take the chance, though. He's not going to go for a super aggressive positioning because he still has Bobby to worry about on the left side. Bobby does have the lane diff on Charles, as Charles is trying to find any sort of angle on Bobby. A little bit more damage on Bobby is going to send him all the way back to his little corner on the left side. Cute Sans also still pummeling away at 2 lanes at once. Such a monstrous player, but he himself, he all alone is not going to be able to make this happen. Here's a bunch of damage onto Zar as well. Meanwhile, Alec26 is getting double teamed, getting pinched around this obstacle. OG is forced to use a cheat cartridge as well, as Charles and Alec threaten to pinch him. 7 gems for each team. It doesn't get more even than this, but Alec26 is going to change that up a little bit. Does have to use the cheat cartridge for that gem as well. Probably only has 1 left, and he's going to be very, very hesitant to use it, something that STMN Esports can use to their advantage.
Yeah, there we go. Gem number 10 being picked up by Alec26. Bobby needs to make a kill here. There we go. Now OG can pick up enough gems to make a reset. Cute Sans doing such a good job with the Rico. They can definitely trust him with the gems here. Yeah, we've seen him on the back end of Stamina's side so many times, not only in this match, but in the other games. Such a dominant player and the real MVP of this match. What? What? Did he forget he had the gems? The caster's curse. What had I done?
Man, he had been carrying the entire game. He went into ladder mindset where he'd been carrying the entire time on the right side, picking up all the gems, and oh no, and OG I don't even think would have been able to get the gem in time. I don't think OG would have even been able to pick up the gem to interrupt the countdown. Even if he had, it's still better than losing. That really hurts. That really hurts for Revenge Tour because they so had that one. And Cute Sans was on the top of his game that entire last game. And for it all to go to waste just at the last second like that has to be so demoralizing. Hopefully he's able to bounce back from that one because I really want to see some more amazing Cute Sans gameplay later down the line in this match. For now, though, such a crushing defeat there. Very preventable and very unfortunate.
Yeah, and I mean, under so much pressure in like a high-stakes game, you can't really blame him, you know? He was doing so good that entire game.
No, yeah.
They probably wouldn't have even been in that position without him at that point. So yeah, we'll be going into the next game shortly. We'll see if Revenge Tour can make the comeback that they need to make, get out of that mentality after a rough first game of Gem Grab.
Yeah, it was definitely a rough first game of Gem Grab. It was very nearly a theft of that game from STMN, but it went the opposite way. And I say theft, right, because this is the mode that STMN was more confident on, and Revenge Tour threatened to come in here and completely disrupt it. We saw Bobby on the Rico, right, being a Bobby Rico, but then we saw Cute Sans on the Rico completely stealing the show, fighting 2 lanes at once. And typically, we avoid talking in lanes in competitive play because it's not about like the 1v1s, right? It's about the team synergy as well. But Cute Sans, on Rico, more importantly, it is all about the lanes, and it's all about those corridors that you're able to control with your ricocheted shots. And Sans was doing such an amazing job. I think he'll do it again as well. Probably won't be playing. Well, actually, I don't know. Depends on how he is taking that last loss. If he's not taking it super well, he might play very aggressively. If not, he'll be playing a lot more passively. We are going to see that first kill for Cute Sans and Alec26 up around the right side. Bobby still trying to get some damage on Charles, but he's not going to be making much advancements up the left side. Cute Sans, though, doing the exact opposite, playing extremely aggressively, looking actually to separate Alec26 and Cute Sans, and there go the 4 gems that Alec26 had picked up. Nearly a team wipe, and Cute Sans is way too aggressive here on the right side, perhaps too aggressive for his own good. He's going to get pinched, and this is not a good snowball effect working against Revenge Tour here.
Yeah, here we go. Alec26 is trying to find his footing after a rough start, losing 4 gems to Bobby. Charles on the left-hand side needs to win this lane against Bobby to prevent him from collapsing in on Alec along with OG. Charles, though, is finding the peak shots onto the turret, but it's not going to do much as OG has another one at the ready. Big super from Bobby, and Charles is going to go down. Zar pinching Cute Sans again from the back. I think Stamina has identified the issue. They were not addressing Cute Sans enough at the back last game, and now with a few successful pinches, they have led themselves to a 9-2 gem lead. Just need one more, and with the cheap cartridge at the ready, it's not going to be rocket science for OG to grab one more gem as Charles falls on the mid side.
Okay, let's see. STMN just one gem away from taking this countdown and securing the set. Zara is going to get a huge kill. Charles similarly going to get a big kill. And Cute Sands is going to be the last man standing once again. Does get the kill on OG. No, never mind. OG teleported away just in the nick of time and somehow didn't get hit by the remaining shots from that super from Cute Sands. Though it's not over yet, STMN, they still got to keep up the defense. Zara is still playing defense, getting that recon mission on Charles and keeping his teammates alive. That is STMN taking their second set in a row. We'll be heading into set number 3. STMN will only be one game away from a match point. Not good for Revenge Tour.
Yeah, this is not a position you want to be in against one of the best teams in the world. Heist, though, it is where Revenge Tour really shined against Tribe Gaming earlier with their Daryl, Pam, and I believe it was Poco. Alec26 is a monster with Pam. We've seen him dominate with it in many, many games. Saw him come close to taking some games actually in Hot Zone earlier, and I don't think Heist will be any different. If you're stamina, you got to be prepared. But they should rest easy knowing that OG is a really, really good B. So that's one way they can shut down these pushes. A Byron Colette, a classic Byron Colette, will also do a very, very good job against those comps. So yeah, it's really about making those right choices. But I think at the end of the day, a Colt, Nani, and like a Piper or something like that would be far too risky to be running here.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of Colt played even by like Tribe in previous games. And I mean, it worked pretty well for them, but it wasn't able to net them the victory. Admittedly, it was played by the opposing team in the same match, or in the same game as well. So, I mean, that kind of cancels out. You can't really have a comp diff when you're in a mirror match. But, yeah, let's circle back to the comps that you suggested. You said Byron and Colette, and I completely agree. I think that would be a great combo to have here. It's one that we haven't seen as much lately, and I would attribute that mostly to you know, some of our more meta brawlers being longer range than Colette, and Colette is pretty much countered by anything that outranges her, but she's still able to get 5,600 damage on that safe, which with the buff of the safe's health is going to be exactly 10% every single time that she uses her super on the safe. So it's a big number of damage, especially to be able to get that at, you know, a considerable amount of ranging. You get the shield off of it too. It is pretty good, especially if you are able to get the healing at long range from Byron as well. So the problem is that you cannot compete on lane solo, like by yourself. You have to have your teammates with you helping you. And that provides some, well, a lack of flexibility, right? That's a pretty inflexible comp, and that's really the main weakness of it. Is that you have to be with your teammates. You cannot be separated, and it's, you know, not super hard to separate teammates from each other if you're the opposing team, just, you know, wedging yourself in there or getting a pinch here and there.
Yeah, let's hop into this next game here on Safe Zone. Starting us off, we've got Cute Sand, Alec, and Charles running the Byron, Bell, and Colt. On the other hand, yeah, there's the OG B that I was talking about. He's so cracked with it. Amber as well is going to be a great option for tanks. Not such a great option for these brawlers though, so stamina may be struggling in this match. Nope, OG finds his first kill on the Alec using B. That's just a 2-tap needed. Now Bobby versus Q10 on the right-hand side is going to be a fun 1v1 to watch, but Bobby steers ahead very early. Zara going to be burning up that fire fuel. Gets early damage onto the safe. Bobby and OG going to hold back though and run back into their spawn as a Bell bounce holds them off. OG, good kill on the Cute Sands post-mortem. And Bobby's going to be pushing up now on the right-hand side, but he is tagged. Zar does use his gadget to try to gain some speed to run onto these brawlers who have a lot more range than him. Mid is now completely choked off. It's going to be hard for Revenge Tour to deal with that unless they get a kill onto Zar very soon, which they will due to the spotter.
All right, Revenge Tour still trailing here. STMN Esports, though, suffering a little bit of damage on their safe. Alec26 is going to look to get that mark on someone immediately after Zara goes down, but only if they're able to touch him. Zara seems to be so good at evading these shots. In fact, Charles and Alec have pretty much given up on hitting him. They're switching over to other lanes. Charles is going for the healing on his teammates, and Alec26 is going for mid. Charles once again might give this a shot. Zar is at the extent of Charles's range. Yeah, he just looks so elusive here. He's just here to provide some sort of influence to keep Revenge Tour from pushing him. Cute Sands is going to try and touch Bobby here with a super. Cute Sands does get almost a full clip off on Bobby, but Bobby ends up winning the lane in the end. OG gets slowed down. Alec26 almost gets a kill on OG. A well-placed Honeypot is going to keep him alive, though. STMN still got to keep up the defense. 7% is the differential here, and there's only 20 seconds left on the clock for Revenge Tour to make a comeback.
Zar finds another kill, as he has been doing throughout this game, despite the range differential. Here's Charles tapping up OG. He's going to be using one of those gadgets to stay alive. 10 seconds left. Stamina is still... No, they're not ahead anymore. They've got to push up. I think they can do it, though. There's Firefield. There is the super. Stamina is on match points against Revenge Tour. Oh, so close to a 3-0 sweep.
That is super, super, super close. And it was so close at the end, too. Revenge Tour, they really poured their all onto that safe in the end. And I wonder if it was a little bit too early, right? Because STMN, they were able to turn that defense into a counter push just in the nick of time. Really, I think a couple of seconds later could have net the win for Revenge Tour if they were able to replicate the same exact thing just 2 seconds later. Unfortunate there for Revenge Tour, as they are going to have to fight their way out of the match point. And also consider that they are on a loss streak of, I believe, 4 games in a row, and this does not bode well for them.
Yeah, this could go badly for Revenge Tour here, but hey, they were against Tribe earlier despite a match point and pulled out a win. So if there's a team who knows how to play under pressure, this might be the roster we're looking for. Stamina, though, they've got to keep up their stamina with just great plays. Despite the very tough matchup that last game, they really did do an amazing job. Going into this next match, though, I think there's a possibility that Revenge Tour goes with the tanks. Let's take a look. No, I was wrong, but Stamina certainly thought there was a possibility. They keep the B in the mid. OG definitely a reliable B, no matter the circumstance. Bobby on the right-hand side. He's going to be trying to fight off against Cute Sands again in this matchup. Looks like Cute Sands wasn't happy with his first silver bullet, so he fires off a second one to really open up the map for him on the right-hand side. It looks like Zar and Charles are just chilling on the left, popping their shot in the arms, shot after shot, and then healing their teammates a little bit. Just a passive game so far, but it's looking good for Revenge Tour as they make a solid lead on the safes, 15%, and yeah, it looks like Stamina is regaining their posture as OG and Bobby respawn and walk towards the right side.
And a pretty quick retake too, actually. Revenge Tour, they are going to keep on keeping up the defense. There's 1 kill on a Charles, a big one as they lost their healer. Alec26 and Cute Sands, so they have the range. Cute Sands wants this 1v1 versus Bobby on the right side, but Bobby's pretty much ignoring him, wants to get Alec26 instead. There's a surprise super from Bobby to take down Cute Sands. Alec26 largely ignoring Bobby over here on the right side. Bobby just has to keep up the dodges. He knows he's going to go down here, so he just wants as much damage as possible, and there it is. 66% remains on Revenge Tour's safe. Now it comes down to STMN being able to keep up the mid control while they wait for their teammates to respawn. Zara is the last remaining member. He has that mark too, so it's not the most massive loss if he goes down. He just has to keep Revenge Tour back as well as he can, so that the remaining roster of STMN can push up. Zara's going to keep himself alive as long as possible, though. There's another mark from Alec26 onto Zar. Doesn't really do much. Doesn't necessarily double down, just a little bit more damage. Zar is going to fall. He's going to lose that mark to his benefit, admittedly. Now, here comes a kill on OG, though. And STMN Esports are trailing in percentage dealt to the safe.
Yeah, but there's still 25 seconds left, and Bobby needs to find a kill on the Cute Sands here if their team wants to push up. Now, it's going to be up to OG to get some kills while Bobby and Zar look to deal damage with their shots and super. Stamina, though, is on the safe with 10 seconds left. Can they get it done? OG needs to get a chunky shot onto the safe, and Bobby needs to shoot some supers on there. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. We are moving to another match point for Stamina Esports coming right up. Let's see what comp changes they make, though, because it might be a little bit difficult to play B against these brawlers no matter how good you are.
Well, sheesh, that was so close there for Revenge Tour. A very small difference there on the percentage on the safe, and nonetheless, they were able to clutch it out at the end. STMN Esports were really giving it their all as well, just dumping everything they had into the safe at the end, but the body blocks from Revenge Tour were just too strong. Well played there by Revenge Tour, well played by STMN Esports as well. I wonder what the changes are going to be in the next game. I don't know if we're necessarily going to see comp changes. It does seem like STMN Esports, they have OG on the B there, and for some reason, I don't anticipate they'll switch it off, because Revenge Tour could be, a little bit prone to running some funny tank comp, and STMN Esports, they don't want to be caught off guard by that, and they don't want to lose to that when they are so close to getting the match win right here, just by winning one game.
Yeah, absolutely. Revenge Tour is starting to get back on their feet after a rough couple of games, and yeah, this is the time you got to do it. This is, it's not a choice though, they have to. It's a do or die situation. And I mean, that gameplay from them right there was very convincing. Let's see if they can convince us again though. Colt Silver Bullet's going to be blasting out from both sides. OG now going to switch over to the left. Zara is on the right, in the mid. Faced off against Alec26. Bobby and Cute Sands are going at it again. It really comes down to all these individual matchups, because it's like bounty basically. When you find a kill though, you're going to be rewarded by a few seconds of opportunity to chip in the safe rather than stars. Here we go though. Bobby opens up more of his wall. 2 silver bullets down for both sides, and they're going to find a kill on the Cute Sands. There is the shot onto Alec. He's dead as well, and wow, Stamina is firing back after that second heist game. They are so far in the lead, so early in the game actually, with a lot of control in their favor. OG's looking to use that chunky shot correctly. Alec's tag is going to go to the Oblivion, and Charles is very low. He needs to use a shot in the arm soon, but no, he prefers to use the ammo to heal up his teammate Alec first, naturally healing up on the left-hand side.
STMN doing a good job of defending. A little bit of damage trickles in on their save. 3% taken off already. Bobby also evading most damage from Alec. Wow, amazing strafes by Bobby. He hit that super absolutely perfectly, and he's not slowing down, but that is going to work to his detriment. Charles hits him with the super, and he is sent all the way back to the respawn. But take a look over here on the right side. OG is going to go for some value versus Alec26. Alec26 barely alive, does fall to the attack from Czar. Cute Sands, though, now finding the opportunity to push up around the right side. Here comes Bobby once again, looking for the 1v1. Magnum special will give him a lot of extra range. Similar case for Cute Sands. Alec26 does go for the super, is not able to connect it on the Bobby. Bobby's fighting a 1v2 and survived for a very long time, but he is eventually going to succumb to that force, though STMN Esports is doing a great job of defending, and they have pushed Revenge Tour out of their base and into mid once again. Bobby going for the perfect strafes, but Alec is not going to let it happen once again. Does get a little bit of damage. OG gets that final shot off, and 20 seconds remain for Revenge Tour to make an unreal comeback.
Yep, with 35% of damage done from STM already, they can sit back and just try to defend this upcoming push. 10 seconds left, but there's only 2 members, no, 1 member left from Revenge Tour. No way they can get it done here, and they're going to throw up the pins because it is game over. Stamina Esports is in the grand finals, waiting for Revenge Tour and Tribe Gaming to duke it out in the lower bracket.
All right, Revenge Tour, they had such a great battle versus Tribe, but it looks like Tribe is the one who is back for Revenge now. Revenge Tour will be dropping down to the losers bracket, and Tribe will be there awaiting them. Only one will survive. One of these teams is going to get knocked out. Let's take a look at the bracket so we can visualize this just a little bit better. There you have it. STMN Esports now in the grand finals. Losers finals, though, going to be composed of Revenge Tour and Tribe Gaming NA. Tribe got sent down into the pit just off of the first winner semifinal of the day, and now they are making it all the way to the end. Revenge Tour is going to be the only thing that can stop them.
Yeah, Revenge Tourist Tribe Gaming. This is a matchup we have seen already, a very close one. Yeah, let us know your predictions in the chat, and we will be back after a real quick break.
Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. I'm still ready set. That is still Nighttime Clasher, and this is still the losers bracket, or well, consolation bracket, whatever you want to call it. It is really the pit, though. We got Revenge Tour and Tribe Gaming both trying to claw their way out of here to head on to the grand finals to face STMN.
Yeah, this is going to be a very anticipated match. After how close that first series was in the first rounds, we had Revenge Tour losing set 1, Tribe Gaming losing set number 2, Tribe winning set number 3, almost winning 4, but Revenge Tour basically reverse sweeping towards the end there. Tribe looking for revenge here as they are the kings of NA according to the Brawl Stars Championship point leaderboard. So yeah, they don't want to be losing their momentum just a few days before Worlds or just a day before ESL Mobile Open, another huge tournament that is coming up tomorrow. Nevertheless, though, it is Revenge Tour picking Siege as their first map. Looks like they want to see Charles go crazy on the Carl again, as they have Tribe banning out Mortis. Maybe Buzz as well will probably be their second ban. We'll see if this is kind of a repeat of the last game at the end of the day, because Tribe certainly doesn't want to repeat what they saw in the last game.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, I am noticing some repeats across here. Yeah, there's the Mortis ban. The Ruffs and the Piper ban are definitely the same. So it's going to come down to what the last ban of the day will be. But, of course, while we wait on those, the maps, nuts and bolts, is going to be coming up first. And as you mentioned, Knight, yeah, I think maybe we will see Carl pop off once again. Carl's, I don't know. I feel like there could definitely be a pun in there somewhere, but it's just not coming to me at the moment. Shooting Star is going to be for set number 2, Ring of Fire for set number 3, and there is the pick of the Dino. So Tribe Gaming, apparently, with this ban, or with these couple of bans, really want to see Charles play the Carl, and I think that they believe pretty strongly that he will, and they're coming prepared now with a counter to Carl. And I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of counters to Carl. Pretty much anyone can stun him out of his super. And besides that, you know, his attack doesn't give you very quick DPS. So that's going to be the main inherent drawback of playing Carl. We'll see what Revenge Tour's approach to this is. Tribe Gaming NA might just, you know, bite the bullet and say, okay, we won't win the first siege. We'll try something else. Or they'll find a way to win the first siege, even when Carl is snagging that first bolt.
Yeah, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that they might be running Carl here, especially in the other match, where they ran Carl even into the face of counters and seemed to do pretty alright. Maybe if you're Tribe here, throwers might not be the best option, even with a Mortis on a Buzz band. Just having to deal with tanks in general. It's not too fun when you're using like a squishy Sprout or a Barley.
Yeah, I mean, like, the double thrower strat is certainly strong here. It's certainly conducive to control. It does make it pretty difficult to push in and get a retake later, though, because you're not able to get, like, you know, not able to get brawlers on top of the bolts, because your brawlers themselves are very, very squishy. They don't have much health. They don't have much in terms of close range protection. So really anyone that does have close range capabilities can walk in and take you out. So very passive gameplay from the throwers that are available on this map that are also very prevalent here. We've seen Dynamite, we've seen Sprout, we've seen Barley, we've seen pretty much everything that there is to offer in terms of throwers. I think with the exception of Tick, we have not seen Tick quite yet, though I don't predict it will be coming out there, just simply better options available. Revenge Tour, I think, will be, though, running the Surge, or maybe even a Carl, you know, on Charles, as you mentioned. But also, I think a Frank could be coming out here if the Carl just seems a little bit too risky. I know that Charles would be pretty predisposed to running that, and he is actually going to be running the Frank here. Alec 26 on the BB, definitely a comfort pick for him, and Sans also on that Sandy. All very comfy picks for Revenge Tour. Tribe Gaming NA looking to be quite comfortable too. Corey is very, very good on that B. He is going to get stunned and taken down by Cute Sans. This is actually a potential win. Sans is going to get a little bit of damage onto Tyrant, and there's the kill. Revenge Tour do get the win here, and that first bot is going to belong to them.
Yeah, not a good start for Tribe Gaming, but if you know this comp, you know the strategy is to play for the long game. And yeah, walls are already starting to fall down. We see a couple of blocks being broken on the left and right side. where B is going to be an absolute monster in tandem with Stu in the later stages of this game. Still not really any amounts of damage taken by by Tribe Gaming there. Tyrant now going to be fighting off against Charles on the right-hand side, but no, he's not going to be able to win it. Now, it's going to be Corey fighting off against Charles here, but with not all the walls broken down, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to get around them. It's up to Zulan to help use the breakthrough gadget to get more of those walls down. Tyrant now looking for a stun on the Alex. We'll have to wait for Alex to use that bat first. 6 volt siege bot here for Revenge Tour. But look at that, we've got all the walls on the map broken now. This last siege is going to be really difficult for Revenge Tour to win, especially with so many of these advantages in B's favor. Let's take a look though. Cute Sands does have one thing going for their team, as he has the Sandy Super ready to go. Corey going to throw in the B's nest all over to try to find some room to take out Sands, Charles, or Alec. There's Tyrant all the way on the right hand side, stuns Charles out of his super. Oh, he doesn't get stun number 2, and he's not going to find those bullets. Here is Revenge Tour. They're going to win the first match here, unless Tribe can do 100% of the damage without a bot here, which is not so likely.
Yeah, I would say that was pretty unlikely, but I mean, it does need to be considered. Charles says, I don't like these boxes, get him out of here. Uses a super on those. I mean, there's no way that Revenge Tour is going to be dealing too much damage on this push, unless, no, they're just going for Zulan. Zulan's too slippery, though. What a way for Zulan to end off the match, being untouchable versus BB there. Though in the end, it is still a loss for Tribe Gaming to start things off. Great start for Revenge Tour. They have taken down Tribe once, and they're not afraid to do it twice. This is huge for them to be able to establish some momentum in this way.
Yeah, and while we saw the strategy from Tribe coming out, they wanted to break down those walls and use B to their advantage. They even had on paper, that would have looked like a really good matchup for Tribe, but it's very, very difficult because they've already lost 2 sieges going into that final siege, and even with that final siege, it's really hard for a B to deal, or a Stu to deal with a Sandstorm because of how difficult it is to scout it with those kind of single shot brawlers. Obviously, Frank's going to be okay but overall, just not a good situation for them, and they're going to be falling in Siege match number 1. Still, though, Tribe has the potential to make a comeback. Maybe they want to change up the comp a little bit because this one is not seeming to be working, just not yet. Needs to go back to the lab.
Yeah, yeah, they got to go back to the lab. I mean, Revenge Tour has definitely spent their time in the lab doing their work. Alec 26 especially spending his time in the lab, and it seems to have paid off. Here's a creation straight out of the lab. Alec 26 on the True Gold Sandy on the right side. Meanwhile, on the left, Charles, we have been waiting for it. It is going to be Charles on that Carl, and he is, wow, going to get the kill on Frank as well. Unfortunate there for Tyrant. Meanwhile, on the right side, Alec 26 will fall, but not before banking that bolt. A perfect first siege for Revenge Tour. What a way for them to establish the momentum. Tribe Gaming in a definitely got to be nervous here, as this has some implications for how Worlds might go. Alec 26 going to get the kill around the right side. Charles also going to get some damage on the save. Cute Sands also finding opportunities to get damage on that Ike. Charles reduced to half health, but he'll shrug it off. It's no big deal. He just has to be prepared for Zulan, and he certainly will be with Alex Sandstorm now covering the majority of mid, and asleep on a Tyrant as he's about to get the stun. Revenge Tour with the ultimate disrespect here, as this second siege looks like it will once again be going to them.
Yeah, Cute Sands built the Great Wall of China on the right-hand side. Such a dominant force. They're going to pick up 7 bolts to just 1 measly bolt from Tribe Gaming, and that's not even going to mean anything as they already have 2 bolts in their name going into our last siege. Having done so much damage on the first bot is going to mean a lot for them, as there's no real pressure for them to do more damage here, as they know they can defend with the Sprout later on in the match. There's the irresistible attraction from Tyrant Star to pick up that bot. Yeah, I like this concept from Tribe. They tried it the first one, didn't exactly have it down, but they're going for a little bit of a different wall break strategy here. And wow, they're going to pick up a lot of kills. There's kill number 1 and 2. Charles, though, oh, what a bandit. Gets out with 3 bolts. Cute Sands, though, is going to be looking to put up another wall. There it is. Oh, they're all trapped. That is so beautiful. Beautiful.
I've never seen such a perfect wall. Revenge Tour is like, yeah, this is what y'all were doing, hiding in the corner of that wall right there. That is it. Honestly, Cute Sans really deserved that spin. I'll let him have that one. We won't even chalk it up to toxicity. This was such a good game for Revenge Tour. Cute Sans is going to immediately pop open that Super 2. This was such an amazing game for Revenge Tour. For Tribe Gaming, though, pretty much the complete opposite. A crushing defeat, honestly. And Tribe Gaming, this is their choice of set number 2. They were able to take this win versus Revenge Tour last time, but the outlook just based off set number 1 is no bueno.
Yeah, no bueno for Tribe, though. It's feeling like a repeat of the first match, though, as Tribe was unable to secure the Siege game in that series either. Here, though, is Shooting Star, a map that Tribe Gaming is probably pretty favored on, seeing their track record here. But Revenge Tour, they can still pull their own stops on this map. It's going to be a close one, but it's an opportunity for sure for Tribe Gaming to bring this match slowly back in their favor.
Yep, well, we are going to be getting into Shooting Star any moment now. Of course, we mentioned already this is the match, this is the test of mechanical skill, the mechanical diff up here. But Revenge Tour, I mean, they have pulled out some really unexpected brawlers and really shown up Tribe Gaming. And I mean, let's revisit a point that we talked about in match number 1 when we saw these guys face off for the first time. Tribe Gaming really needs to conceal their comps for Worlds, right? Tribe Gaming, they're already qualified for Worlds. They're already guaranteed going to Worlds. So any bit of footage of them playing, it does pose a risk to them because coaches from opposing teams are going to be taking a look. Revenge Tour, they kind of have the privilege of not having to worry about that, right? Not worrying about how this is going to be used going into a really, like the premier Brawl Stars competition. This is the World Finals that Tribe Gaming will be traveling to. So Tribe Gaming, they can't pull out all of their weird picks because then they will have wasted that opportunity for Worlds. So it's totally understandable why Tribe, might be getting shown up by some of these funny things. But for Revenge Tour, it doesn't even really matter. They're still winning, and that's what's most important. As well, what's on the line is the potential to face STMN in the Grand Finals.
Here we go. It is going to be what? We have Tick, Sprouts, and Nani from Revenge Tour. They are certainly switching it up here. Coach Alec in the lab cooking up these new strategies. Let's see how it pays off, though. They do have the first star, but no kills to their name. Alec's going to fall in the right hand. Oh, what? He got the kill, actually. And it's a star lead here for Revenge Tour. Those double throwers are very, very annoying to play against. Cute Sans, though, is going to switch over to the left-hand lane. Charles is going to be responsible for the mid now. Here comes the Nani head. How can they deal with it? Not going to use it. Oh, he's going to get hit by it in the back. What? I missed what happened, but I really feel like the Nani head should have hit Alec there. Charles must have made an amazing block or something. I don't know. Somebody can fill me in on that later. But for now, it is Charles getting tagged in the middle and Revenge Tour keeping their lead.
Okay, Charles is marked. He is a prime target. Zulon barely is out of range of Charles. That could have been a lot of damage on him, but he's going to barely evade that damage. Meanwhile, on the right side, Alec26 and the True Golden Nanny keeping the opponents at bay. It is really tied up here, just that blue star separating these two teams, and the left side is all littered up with these bear traps, and Zulon is going to be able to avoid most of that damage there from Charles. Cute Sans is still trying to keep these guys back. The double thrower strat does seem to be working pretty well from a control standpoint. From all other standpoints, though, it's not going so well. Cute Sans avoiding so much damage. He is going to walk backwards into that mine, and Revenge Tour is going to lose this lead to Tribe Gaming. 15 seconds remain. Alec26 has to make it happen with a well-placed super. Let's see if it happens. Zulon is going to be the ideal target. He wants to bait out some damage, doesn't get the splash damage on a Nanny. There's a kill for Revenge Tour. Cute Sans isn't able to do anything here. Charles wants some damage, but there's just not enough time. That blue star is going to be the difference, and Tribe Gaming NA will be taking the first game in set number 2.
Well played from Tribe Gaming as they start to show their side of the coin in our second set here on Shooting Star. Good stuff from them, even against a little bit of an unconventional comp from Revenge Tour. I'm curious to see how that will impact the picks in this next match. maybe you want to go for something that can counter throwers more, or are you unsure if they'll even go again? These are the decisions that are up to those analysts, not me. I'm just curious how how it'll play out on the field in just a few moments from now.
Yep, so we'll have to see. I mean, I think this would call for a comp switch from Revenge Tour. I mean, it did work for a good amount of time, and then it just all fell apart with a couple of good supers from Tribe Gaming NA. Though here's a big thing for Tribe. I don't think they'll stick with the Bell. The Bell was not really working for them. Bell was being kept back for a long time by the throwers, and the marks weren't working too well. And yeah, they are going to do away with the Bell. Zulon is switching on to Gene this time. Revenge Tour, though, they're sticking with the same comp, and we'll see if Revenge Tour's comp from last game is able to stick up against this comp from Tribe.
Yeah, it looks like a very stale start, but I'd bet on Revenge Tour picking up this star. Let's see if they can do it. Here come the Vengeful Spirits, and they do connect to Cute Sands. Cute Sands and Charles find a kill on Corey, and there's a head first from Tick. It's not going to make it to the Gene, but it's going to waste a little bit of its ammo. Cute Sands setting up shop on the left-hand side. That is the use of the Sprout Wall for sure. Able to camp it out and completely block out the enemy's lane. Uses the Transplant to get the hedge back. And Alec, with the return to center, is going to stay alive on the right side, but he's going to be really pushed for health here against Corey. A nice close-range shot onto the head first, and he's going to be pushing into... Oh, he's very awkward in this position right here as Alec is basically getting pinched. Still staying alive. A beautiful return to center. Alec is doing such a good job. How is he still alive? Well, he's in the middle of 3 mines. What is happening?
Pandemonium on the right side. Alec 26 is going to be able to get the defense, though. Corey will be still trying to get that damage on Alec. Alec is able to get...
What?
No, what? No way did that just happen. If you missed it, if you blinked for even a moment, you missed it. Alec 26, he got returned to sender on Vengeful Spirits from Zulon and managed to get a kill off of it.
Wow, and I think he got the kill by just 13 health. Does 800 damage back, and the Brawler had 787. That is so close. What a good play here from Revenge Tour, and showing why their comp is actually good. Definitely a comeback from that last game.
I am not over that. I am not over that. I never thought Vengeful Spirits could be a detriment, right? I never thought it would happen. I can picture Zulon being like, okay, I'm gonna take the risk. I'm gonna pop the Vengeful Spirits. Please do not target Alec. And they go straight for him. The one brawler you don't want to touch gets targeted, and that is so unfortunate. There's just not even any more that you can say about that. It was a great play by Alec to throw up the return to sender at that time, and it was, yeah, maybe something that can be anticipated in the next game will maybe cause Zulon to stay away from the Gene just a little bit, because that was pretty much the beginning of the end there for Tribe. They really could have had Revenge Tour there if Zulon had been able to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't get over that play either. That is really something else. Social media guy, get that up on the Twitter, or that is a missed opportunity. Going into this next game, though, Tribe, they are already not in a great spot for the first set, and they've got to take this one. Otherwise, they're in trouble in this series, not be able to win the map that they themselves picked. The Mickey Mouse comp here from Revenge Tour. Charles playing the Pam. Alec has retired the Pam and onto the Max, another one of his signature brawlers. Against Gene, though, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble if that Gene somehow picked not Vengeful Spirits, but Lamp Blowout. Let's see what Zealand decided to go with, as that could actually decide. Oh no, and it's going to be the Vengeful Spirits. No way for them to knock back these big boys and girls from Revenge Tour.
Yeah, a couple of girls and one boy on the side of Revenge Tour. And we see the Vengeful Spirits come out, and I mean, I don't know, so maybe something about Vengeful Spirits versus Revenge Tour doesn't bode so well, but Tribe Gaming in AA are going to be sticking with that gadget choice. Revenge Tour, now we're going to have to weather the... Ooh, nice play there by Alec26. Yeah, he did get a good defense versus that Peep with the Phase Shifter gadget. Now let's see, Alec26 is going to go down. Tribe Gaming NA will claim the advantage. This is honestly pretty surprising. Alec is going to be able to pop that super, though, and here comes the speed. Things have completely changed now. Alec26 will be pushing Tribe all the way back to their respawn. Hopefully for the sake of Revenge Tour, they can keep Tribe Gaming all the way at their respawn. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very strong position for Tribe to stay up at mid. Alec26 is back. He has the speed. Charles needs to get out of there. There's the pole, though. Where are you going? Says Zulon. And Tribe Gaming remains in the lead. Revenge Tour, though, will get taken down a little bit on the left side. 1 kill for them. Once again, Vengeful Spirits, Alec26 will fall as well. 14 seconds remain. The countdown has started. 10 seconds remain. Charles is not going to be able to get this team wipe, and it looks like this is going to be Tribe Gaming taking set number 2.
Yeah, that is not going to happen, unfortunately, for Revenge Tour. Zulan throws up the Protesto. Tribe Gaming is fighting back and take the second set for themselves. This match is only going to get more interesting from here as we move into Ring of Fire.
Ring of Fire is next in. Well, it's Revenge Tour's pick. Let's look at something, though. Tribe Gaming NA, when it came time for Revenge Tour's choice of map, they got 2 Odin. When it came time for Tribe Gaming's choice of map, Revenge Tour was able to take at least 1 game off of them. So it does seem like there is a little bit of a balance shift here between these two teams. You did expect Tribe to, be pretty dominating following their experience versus Revenge Tour in the first match of the day. But I think Revenge Tour, is not as battered as Tribe Gaming is, as Tribe already had to face getting knocked out of the tournament before, and once again, they're facing it again, right? It's like consistently being at the match point. It does take its toll on you mentally, and now that we're heading into a map that could pretty realistically be, yanked out from underneath Tribe Gaming, this is not a comfortable position for them. Right, Revenge Tour is definitely predisposed to take the win here on Ring of Fire. We'll see what Tribe Gaming does about it, though.
Yeah, it's all up to these little decisions that they're making here. We saw Hot Zone earlier where Alec seemed to dominate with his Terra Shades against against Meg. But I think Meg is banned right now, so it would definitely go a little bit differently here on Ring of Fire. Hey, if Revenge Tour enjoys Pam as much as we know they do, they will definitely try her again here in tandem with Byron and maybe a Crow or a Surge, as we saw Charles go earlier. Let's take a look. Oh, I'm wrong. Meg is not banned. Anyway, there's Byron, Meg, and Sandy. Sandy clearly being brought for the Terra that they are definitely not seeing here. Rico versus Sandy is not going to be an easy one, but Alec did really, really good in that last match on Sandy. So I won't be surprised if he manages to do it again. First mech, though, is coming from Corey. Early super from him. And the Chug Jug goes on to Alec26. He is already down. Now Charles is firing back real quick with a mech of his own. And yeah, Corey's just trying to find his mech. Oh, already got it back. Really good stuff from him as he just guns down Charles from close. Charles picks up his own mech. And the Chug Jug goes on to him. It's looking like just a repeat. Each player picking up their mech one after the other. And Corey is going to be overall maintaining the advantage, which is going to allow Tribe to pick up these next pieces of the percentage on their side. Yeah, tying it up and now looking for their own advantage. Alec versus Tyrant on the right-hand side is not going to end well for him, but he has a super to help Revenge Tour push up in the near future. There it is. Low super from Alec, but it's going to allow Charles to pick off Corey. Sands and Charles are all over the mid area now. Picking off Byron at the back as well. And this is looking real good for Revenge Tour. With 1 minute and 30 left on the clock, don't think the time will be a limiting factor, but Alex is in the bush, and I don't think Tribe know that.
Yeah, he is very, very elusive. Corey is going to play defensively. Ooh, and he does go for the swipe. Corey barely stays alive thanks to the help of Zulon, but down goes Tyrant. Tribe Gaming NA have some deficit to pick up, but there's the super from Alec26, and this is going to be so hard to push into. Corey's just going to have to weather the storm here and walk straight in. He has a super as well. Blind Swing is going to land on Charles, and let's look at the percentage to 8% left for Revenge Tour to take back here. Tribe Gaming in A, they have to stay here, but they're on such low health, and if Charles gets a super, it's pretty much all over. It's so close to being a tie on the percentage, though. Charles needs the super. He is able to get a 92% for Tribe Gaming, but they have to back off the point. Revenge Tour is in the lead, and they are not going to leave. Cute Sands and Charles get the last bit of capture, and that is game number 1 going to Revenge Tour.
Yeah, Revenge Tour played that really well. Again, Alec being able to find his Sandy supers is allowing for his team to make those pushes on the zone, consistently getting 15% every time he throws down a super. And yeah, it's, again, I don't know how he's doing it, but he's somehow finding a super against like even Rico on that side, which is very, very difficult. Good plays from the team overall, though, are going to lead to a win here. Just great job from Revenge Tour going into Hot Zone. I think they're poised to take this one again if this continues.
Well, let's see. I mean, this is pretty close to Revenge Tour taking us to set number 4. Of course, it's going to be Backyard Bowl, but it's okay. It's cool because, I mean, we have yet to see some Backyard Bowl today. You know, we just needed our little bit of Brawl Ball fix for Brawl Masters today. In any case, I mean, it is going to go to set number 4 regardless. The question is, on whose terms will it be, right? Because Tribe Gaming picked Backyard Bowl, which is an interesting one. It does definitely fit their playstyle. They like to play passively, and they like to play long range. Revenge Tour, quite the opposite, and the playstyle of Backyard Bowl does not really line up with their preferred playstyle, so I can see where Tribe is going with that pick. Nonetheless, we are going to be getting into game number 2 here in set number 3. Revenge Tour have the upper hand. They have a couple of games to work with to claim their second set versus Tribe Gaming and get the potential to knock these guys out of the loser bracket and go on to face STMN.
Here we go. It's Tyrant on to the Terra. That is going to be their main weapon here against the Surge, against the Meg, and the Byron as well. Tyrant is so forceful on that right-hand side, pushed all the way into the bush, but there is his third gadget being popped, and has earned Tribe Gaming a very, very solid 40% lead to start this match out. Charles is going to be trying to find a little bit of percentage on the zone, but it's just not looking feasible as Corey swipes him out of the hot zone. Alec now pushing up on the right side. Can Monkey Surge get anything done? We'll just have to see, but it's not looking good for Revenge Tour.
Okay, Revenge Tour really trailing here. Tribe Gaming in A, meanwhile, having a rough time getting back into mid. Charles is looking pretty good here. Alec26 is waiting for the teleport. He is going to get countered here by Tyrant. He did have to teleport forward into, well, pretty much a wall of pain. Zulon and Corey mutually beneficial of each other. There's a lot of healing onto Corey from that healing shade. It's going to keep him alive as well. It's going to be a very irritating little thing to deal with. Alec is able to take it out, though, and give Revenge Tour a better chance of pushing in here. Alec26 still looking for the range around the right side. Trent has that super ready to go. He is going to be trapped between Charles and Cute Sands, though. There is the kill as well. Corey now firing up his mech will be able to keep Charles and Cute Sands all the way at the back side of that hot zone as well. Trent, though, is waiting for the perfect opportunity to use the super, and there it is, the double pull, and Cute Sands goes down, and so does Charles. Alec26 with the super in and the gadget, but it's not going to do much. Tribe Gaming has tied things up in set number 2, and it's 1-1 for the first time today.
Yep, that is not happening there for Revenge Tour, but this is all tied up. Hot Zone is coming down to the wire, and it really comes down to the comps, to be honest, as we saw Alec go with the Sandy in the first game, and Tribe read them that they wouldn't go Sandy in the second game, and when he didn't, the Terra went crazy at the start. I mean, I think that won the game in and of itself. 3 green buttons, and Tribe had controlled the match, basically, and it was way too difficult for Revenge Tour to create their own momentum after that.
Well, this is as close as it gets, and this is, I mean, really, it's going to come down to one game to decide who is one game away from a match point, okay? So really 2 games away from a match point, both of these teams could be, but the win that is on the board for the losing team at the moment is going to be wiped off the record, and it's going to be a lot of wasted effort and a lot of wasted energy. And some brawlers revealed that probably the loser of this set would ideally not have revealed just yet. So we'll be waiting for game number 3 whenever our players are ready for that one. Whenever they get in the game, we'll see if there are any funny comps here. Of course, this map is conducive to funny comps. Another thing that we need to think about, though, is Revenge Tour. This is their preferred map. Set number 4 is very, very biased towards Tribe Gaming. It's their choice. They really, really wanted to play it. And Revenge Tour, the scales should have been tipped, or, well, should have been a little bit tilted for them to win this one, but it looks like Tribe Gaming has leveled things out quite a bit.
Yep, that's right. Game starting in just a second now. I'm not sure what they would pick, actually. It seems like a very interesting situation that both of these teams have put themselves in with the Terra and Sandy counter comps. Here we go, Alec playing it again. And looks like Tribe brought their own... They brought their own Piercer, which is Amber on the right-hand side. Alec going to be outranged again, but he's just going to chill here and wait for an opportunity to strike. Charles and Cute Sands are winning this mid matchup so far. Both fine mechs at the same time, and let's see who can get more value out of their mech. Heals coming down from both sides, but Cute Sands is going to fall, which means that Tribe is going to be taking the early lead here. Chug Jug falls with the Alec, 26. No super for him, not yet at least, and the lead that Revenge Tour was able to gain is slowly slipping away.
Ben Shore have to push in here. Charles is going to lose his mech, and Corey still has a little bit left to work with. That super is going to be escaping him, though, and Alec, 26, is going to be able to pick up the kill. Cute Sands, though, is the highest health brawler on his duo right now, and he is going to be paying the price. A fiery demise for him at the hands of Tyrant. Charles now trying as well to push these guys off the point. There's a mech as well for Corey. Alec, 26, still trying to push in. It's going to be pretty fruitless, actually. Very desperate push forward as he's just trying to get that super off, just trying to get that first Sandstorm in there, but it's not going to come easily as he's outranged by everyone on the enemy team.
Yep, Cute Sands unable to throw that Chug Splash on himself before he falls. Charles is now fighting a 1v2 in the middle, and his mech is dying really, really quick. Not able to find a new one just yet. And all 3 of Revenge Tour's members are piling into the middle. Let's see if they can get something done. Charles is going to be using his shield and Byron's healing at his advantage. Alex still needs to get a Sandy super for his team so desperately. Charles can now hold mid easily on his own with the mech, but no, Corey is responding with one of his own. Let's see who can hit more shots here. I can't really see the top side. It looks like Charles did knock Corey out of his mech first. Alec misses the Sweet Dreams gadget, but there is the super from Sandy. It'll allow Charles in his mech to get a lot of work done with his Byron here. No, the mech falls, and it's a little bit of a lead from Tribe Gaming, but I think Revenge Tour can maintain it here. Let's see if Charles can just tie things up in the bottom side.
He does have that mech up, and he has a considerable amount of health once he's knocked out of that mech as well. Cute Sands and now 26, though. Ouch! Are going to be wiped out. Just a 1% difference. No way! And Tribe Gaming will be taking this game. They'll be taking this set, and they have the advantage 2-1 over Revenge Tour. Unbelievable. A 1% difference is going to be the deciding factor for set number 3. And it's going to take us into Brawl Ball. Tribe Gaming has the advantage once again.
That is just pain. It doesn't matter who that happens to. You're going to feel bad for them. Just 1% separated Revenge Tour from Tribe Gaming, though. But at the end of the day, that's going to be a 1 set difference here going into Backyard Bowl, our 4th set of this series. All right, we will see you guys in probably 20 minutes after this set is over. Hopefully we don't have any draws, but with the level that these teams are playing at, I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah, I think it is going to be very, very close over and over and over again. We might even see 0-0 or 1-1, or those are the only possibilities for Backyard Bowl. Because, yeah, it is going to be a very long set. So, guys, strap in, lean back, relax, because this is going to be a long one. But once the match point rolls around, that's when you can once again resume getting on the edge of your seat, because it is going to be close every single step of the way. Every single goal could be the last goal of the entire game, because this map, it is so hard just to get to the enemy side of the map, and even when you're there, it's hard to get that ball in the goal unless you have had like crazy wall break or something like that, or you're in overtime. And well, I mean, we have to wait 2.5 minutes just for overtime, and there's only a minute of all the walls being broken down. So as we said, strap in, get ready. It is going to be a pretty gruesome one.
Yeah, Backyard Bull to start us off. I feel like we're going to have a Meg and a Byron combo from either team. That feels like it's already set in stone. Such a strong combo at the end of the day. And you'd be kind of stupid to not run it, honestly. You could run that, and maybe the Brawlers to counter it could be like a Crow or a Spike. Spike would definitely be good with the Life Plant. So those are some solid options on Backyard Bull, especially because they're pretty long range. And yeah, it just makes sense to be using something that can block those Meg shots, because it feels like that's one of our only weaknesses, along with not being able to really deal with throwers. But obviously throwers are out of the question on Backyard Bull here.
Yeah, so I wonder if like we'll see Sprout, right? Sometimes Sprout is like an iffy pick. You can, sometimes trap the ball in the corner or something like that. Trap your enemy in the corner, block off a side of the goal, and create a choke point if you're on offense. If you're on defense, right, it can also work pretty well. It can also work against you. Playing defense on Backyard Bull is never what you want to be doing, because as hard as it is to push in, it's a lot harder to push out. Let's see, the Revenge Tour, they are going to get very aggressive on the right side. Alec26 is getting shockingly close to that Lollipop, and China's going to lose it very quickly. There's a second Lollipop already. Alec26, he just walks right in there. What is he doing? He knows exactly where the enemy is. This is crazy. He must have incredible game sense to know exactly where the enemies are. Charles is going to get the attraction. No way! No way! That was a well-deserved spin and a very fast goal for Revenge Tour.
Yeah, very, very solid start for them. Charles with the Frank is always going to be a good one to watch. At the same time, Alec has to find his mech here, but it's not going to be too easy considering they're under the invisibility totem, and it's pretty difficult to spot those guys with a Meg considering her shots aren't so wide. There's Charles though, he's going to get tagged pretty quickly there. That's not ideal, but Revenge Tour is still one goal ahead, so they can sit and just chill. While Tribe is actually pushing up very dangerously into their territory.
Okay, Revenge Tour have to keep up the defense. Charles is going to get taken down by Zulon. That was the revenge on Revenge Tour there. Up 26 though, doesn't even stop for a second. He is able to push forward here. Corey also moving forward. Hugh Sands getting a little bit of damage here and there. He does want to get that last hit on Corey. It's not going to come anytime soon, though. Here comes Charles, though. He has that ball. This is a recipe for success. We just need to see the combo. Corey wanted to grab it, but Charles already had it. There's the spin, and Revenge Tour will be taking this game of Backyard Bowl. And Tribe chose this set. Revenge Tour will be taking game number 1. And in such stunning fashion, how can Tribe even respond?
Yeah, it's hard to respond from that kind of a situation. Charles just went crazy with the Frank and just ran them over. I don't even know how you can respond to that. That is just such a difficult loss to take. Yeah, Bell maybe need to use... Yeah, Bell already used the spot on the Frank. It just seemed like they didn't have enough DPS at the end of the day, and maybe that's a comp change that they need to consider going into this next game, because Tribe does not want this to go to a set 5.
Yeah, if this goes to a set 5, then Tribe Gaming is going to be looking at another situation like their first match versus Revenge Tour, and, well, we know how that one went, but maybe the tides could turn again. At the end of the day, though, what is very clear is that these teams are so well matched. Only set number 1 was a 2-0. The rest were 2-1s, and now, I mean, we could see another 2-1, but Revenge Tour, by the way that they've been performing so far, it looks like we're going to see a 2-0. And this will take us into set number 5. It just seems like Revenge Tour have consistently been able to take at least one game off of Tribe Gaming NA, even when Tribe wins the set in the end. And so, I mean, that is a feat in and of its own, but Revenge Tour obviously are aiming to get the win overall and win their chance to go face S-Team in the grand finals.
Yeah. I think what Revenge Tour really needs to do right now is maybe they just go with the same comp. I don't think Tribe will expect them to go with a funnier Frank pick in this next game, but if it works so well there, maybe they really just want to try this again. I don't think that's too crazy to say, but let's see what they've got up their sleeves. Looks like I was almost right. Well, not really, because there's no Frank, but that's not the point here. Let's see what Alec is going to be doing with the Terra, which is something we don't really see too often here. Charles going to be popping his mech very, very late, actually, and almost went down, but it's a good play at the end of the day because he was able to get in safely. There we go, he does fall, and Tribe needs to push up with their own mech now. Tyrant obviously here for the Mag, Alec also there for the Mag. Sands is going to get pinched out by all of Tribe's members here. Wow, he doesn't fall actually, but I don't think they can really defend this gold if Corey can get his mech. Let's see though. Chug Jug goes on to Alec, and Corey's going to pass him right into the goal. Respawning into this next goal point with a mech is going to be a great advantage for Tribe Gaming.
Okay, Revenge Tour now. Once again, trying to push up. They have to claim a goal here, otherwise Tribe Gaming will be tying this up. They got enough time to work with, but not a whole lot. Charles trying to lead the charge over here on the right side. Corey, though, going for a huge flank. 1-2 kills for Corey. Now Charles is out of the mech. We could see the super. What? Okay, super over to Zulon. I guess that's one way to pass it. Maybe not intentional, but Tyrant definitely could have blocked off his right side had he had that super. Nonetheless, Alec will be having a tough time versus Tyrant. He does have the super to work with now, though, and that'll be super useful to use on defense. Cute Sands also looking for a little bit of damage on Tyrant. Tribe Gaming, though, they're just waiting this one out. They've got to keep up the defense. Here's a pull for Alec. He's going to be taking a lot of damage from Zulon. There's a smack as well from Corey. And Tribe Gaming NA will be keeping Revenge Tour stuck in their respawn.
Yup, Corey is just sitting on Cute Sands with the healing from Zulon from almost like 3 million miles away. Corey is going to find his mech, but it's going to be lost very quickly. Charles is now going to blast him down. Now he's in his own mech. Wow, Tyrant is being a war criminal on that right side. Nobody can pass him. Nope, Alex got to use a soul thug. It is now or never. With 13 seconds left, Revenge Tour has to find a way to pass it into the goal. I don't know. They're going to need a miracle to get this one done. 6 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's done. Tribe Gaming is on their match points after a long match so far against Revenge Tour.
This has been an absolute slugfest, and yes, I know that is the original name of Brawl Stars, and honestly, I do think it is a pretty well-fitting name, because that is pretty much what it was the entire time. It was mechs going at it like we were watching Pacific Rim, and I mean, at times, though, it was just mechs smacking innocent people coming out of the respawn. It's like they could not do anything. Knight, you said Corey was being a war criminal, and I couldn't agree more. There was really nothing that Revenge Tour could do. They were just too squishy and low DPS to get out of their own respawn, especially with Byron healing up the mech constantly and Meg having the ability to heal herself with the gadget. It's just so fearsome. And I mean, Revenge Tour, they did make a really good push at the end, but Tribe Gaming also knew that they could afford to, you know, kind of tone back on their effort there at the end, because the win was pretty much already guaranteed for them. There just wasn't going to be enough time for Revenge Tour to score off of that. So with that game behind us now, we are heading on to the match point, as you put it, Knight. Revenge Tour, if they win this one, though, they will be wiping the record clean. No match point in sight for Tribe Gaming NA. But if Tribe Gaming NA takes this one, they will get the chance to face STMN, which it seems like they should have gotten the chance to face them in the winner's side. But, hey, I mean, this is the revenge on Revenge Tour, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just about how you get the job done. And look, this is how Tribe is going to do it, apparently, through the losers bracket and all the way up to the winners bracket. They are so close. They just have to win one more game against Revenge Tour. Can they do it, though? I don't know. Revenge Tour, they know how to make a mean comeback.
And they do know how to make a mean comeback, and we'll see if they are going to be capable of that. Of course, we'll have to wait for the next game to see. There's going to be such a high-stakes game of Brawl Stars coming up here, and it's going to be absolutely exhilarating. So this is when, guys, I'm giving you the official instruction to, once again, get on the edge of your seats, because these matches of Brawl Ball have gone way more quickly than a typical backyard bowl would go. In fact, we have not seen a single overtime yet, and maybe that's because of Meg being able to, once, you know, also compete at long range while also being able to give herself a bunch of health to walk that one into the goal. That's how we've seen the majority of the goals go. Revenge Tour, though, I think, and I'm kind of hoping that once again we see the Frank come out because it was so effective from Charles.
Yep, Frank paid off, and maybe it'll pay off again. Let's take a look. No Frank from Charles, unfortunately, but it is Alec running the Crow. Gonna be a tough matchup for these brawlers into a Spike and a B and a Sprout. Wow, Tribe has brought they have brought the counters in. This is really difficult for Revenge Tour here. Yeah, look at this. Tribe has already gotten a team wipe, and we're only 20 seconds in. Revenge Tour, they have to, I don't know what they can even do. This is just so difficult, as the Tribe has really done the book work as they need to do.
Corey still abusing Cute Sands here. There's nothing that Cute Sands can do. He doesn't have line of sight. Zulon also getting some good poke shots on his Sands, keeping him in there. Charles suffering yet more damage. There's the hedge to block things off from Corey. Tribe Gaming in A. They have locked Revenge Tour into their own respawn once again. It is such an oppressive strategy, but it's such an effective one as well. The only way you can really defend yourself against this is to not get pushed back here in the first place. Zulon now positioning that ball right at the exit of the corridor. Alec 26 is going to have to navigate his way around this thing. And this is an interesting positioning of the ball because it is going to force Alec away from it so that he doesn't have to waste a shot. Interesting move there by Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, there's the goal. I'm pretty sure we all expected that, but that's not a good start here for Revenge Tour. They've got to score one more goal just to stay alive here against Tribe Gaming, but an early elimination on Charles is going to make this one very difficult. Corey throws down the oppressive wall. Oh no. Cute Sands is trapped. Crying emojis out from Charles as his teammate is stuck on the left side, going to get taken out, and now Charles is going to get taken out too. Zulan throws down the thumbs down. He knows this one is already over. Yep, Spike throws down the stick around on the right-hand side, and that's going to keep away Alec. They're all spinning. 20 seconds left in the game, and they already think this one is over. I can't say I disagree with them, though. They have brought a complete hard counter. Yeah, going to be difficult here for Revenge Tour as they go down, but take third place in Brawl Masters.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. Tribe Gaming, they are spinning, but, I mean, remember that they did lose to these guys in the semifinals earlier on. In any case, though, Tribe Gaming in A will have fought their way all the way out of the losers bracket, and now they're on to face the final boss of Brawl Masters, STMN, in just a moment. In the winners finals, this is the grand finals for all of the marbles, and, well, I mean, not marbles, but a lot of cash money to be won here just by taking that first place prize. This was such an exhilarating match. GG's to both teams, but most importantly, GG's to Tribe Gaming in A on such an amazing feat to get all the way out of the losers bracket. Let's take a look at the bracket, actually, so that we can see how things have transpired.
Yeah, here is our bracket sponsored by G Fuel. As we all know, it is Stamina Esports versus Tribe Gaming in our grand final. But keep in mind, Tribe Gaming has to win against Stamina in 2 best-of-5 sets, or they're gonna lose, because Stamina still has an opportunity to lose once, and Tribe doesn't have any more opportunities to lose, so they have to make this next match count. We're gonna cut to a quick break, and we will be right back with you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. I'm so ready, set. That is still night, and there's a moment you have all been waiting for. The grand final of Brawl Masters. The entire season has been building up to this, and it has come down to STMN in Tribe.
Yep, we are back to the El Clasico of NA. These are the two World Finals representatives for this region, and this match could be a really good indicator of how they might be doing tomorrow in ESL and next week in Worlds. So a lot of stakes for this one, and keep in mind, it is a double elimination. Tribe has already lost once to Revenge Tour, so STMN only needs to win once out of the next two best of 5 matches, while Tribe needs to win both of them to secure a victory for themselves. That is going to be tricky for any team, much less against Stamina. So Tribe has a long road ahead of them, and Stamina is sitting pretty. First, here are the maps, though, and the bans are coming in a second. So yeah, what do you think about this map order?
I mean, Shooting Star first map. Definitely going to work out well for both STMN and Tribe Gaming. Backyard Bowl, chosen by Tribe second, though. I think, I don't know. It's a weird call because usually STMN does pretty well on Backyard Bowl, but I think Tribe Gaming knows something about STMN that STMN doesn't know about themselves. So definitely a secret weapon coming in here. Safe Zone chosen by set number 3 for STMN. Then we got Hard Rock Mine for set number 4, and set number 5 will be Ring of Fire. Should we make it to set number 4 and 5? And something tells me that we will. Here are the bans as well, though. We see El Clasico from STMN.
Yeah, we see the Sprouts and the Meg ban from Stamina, and Tribe, they banned Mortis and Buzz, exactly what they've been doing in these previous matches. So nothing new here. Starting off on Shooting Star, though, I think this one is up for either team, honestly. Both have showed a lot of potential on this map so far, and it looks like Stamina did decide to pick it, so they're feeling pretty confident. That means even more confident on this map than some of the other ones. Tribe Gaming, happy with their recent Brawl Ball performance, went with Backyard Bowl. They really became true war criminals just like 5 minutes ago, and they want to continue that here against Stamina. Safe Zone is going to be the next guaranteed map from Stamina Esports. What did they go there? Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, they went with the Colt and the Nani and like a Byron or Amber there, and and B. So I don't really remember, I guess, but they went with long range brawlers and they felt confident with them. So I can see why Safe Zone would be a good pick. It's also a very reliable map. It is pretty consistent based on how you play those long-range matchups, and not too many opportunities for Mickey Mouse, especially because Revenge Tour is not here to play a Ham, Daryl, and Pogo.
Yeah, none of the Mickey Mouse here, right? I think on Shooting Star, yeah, we'll have like the good clean match that we usually would. Backyard Bowl, obviously not going to see Sprout, right? No war crimes going on there in at least that respect. Meg is also banned out, so that'll be like a huge shift away from the last Brawl Ball set that we watched. So I wonder if we'll see what we usually see on Backyard Bowl, which is these long, like drawn out matches, or whether we'll see, you know, something similar to what we even saw with Sprout and Meg in the mix, because those guys completely changed the pace of the game. Meg is able to perform at long range and then move into short range with high health, and Sprout was able to block things in on the enemy side. Of course, we saw Tribe running that strategy, closing things in. It makes it pretty much impossible for you to push out of your own spawn, and especially if you don't have a thrower of your own. So with those two eliminated, also the Mortis and the Buzz banned by Tribe. That's, I mean, usually those would have really big implications on a map like Nuts and Bolts, but that's the one map that's not in rotation here. So obviously I've been missing something the entire day, because I kept on thinking that Mortis and Buzz, this is more directed at Nuts and Bolts than anything else. I will say, though, that Mortis does counter the long-range brawlers really hard, like Piper. He's a very strong counter for her, and I can totally understand why you'd ban him, even when Bolt Collection for Siege is not a consideration.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with just Tribe wanting to keep their bans consistent. If they're always pricing with the same comps, they just want to keep it consistent no matter which maps are picked here, because we saw them ban on all the other modes. At the end of the day, though, the bans aren't that big of a deal. These teams know how to adapt and play in any situation, even without their proper bans. We've seen Stamina win even without Sprout being banned. So, I mean, honestly, these teams know the game so well that these bans are just like an afterthought, probably. Shooting Star, though, none of this is going to really affect it, as we're going to see a Tick, a Nani, and a Piper mostly used here. We also saw a little bit of Leon and Byron on those sides. Gene from Tribe in a couple of games are certainly good options, but at the end of the day, it's all personal preference. They all work pretty much the same if you can play it correctly.
That's really the main idea, is if you're able to play it correctly, then, you know, any comp can do well. Sometimes you do get into a game and the comp is diff, but, you know, you can still outplay the enemy. And it's always, you know, something that has been, you know, one of my favorite aspects of Brawl Stars, is that you can always pretty much outplay the enemy when you're in a, like, really rough situation, as long as you have good enough skill. And, you know, some brawlers really just do counter so hard that you're not able to do much. You can always get, like, double teamed or triple teamed as well, and sometimes there's really just nowhere for you to walk to dodge out your enemy, but you can still outplay and you can still make things work with a counter comp, and we see it, you know, all the time in competitive. It is a really tough thing to pull off, though, so it is something that we always really admire when it does happen. In any case, pretty soon here we'll be moving into that first game of set number 1. We do expect to see that Tick, we expect to see the Nanny, and we expect to see the Piper, but the Piper seems to be a little bit more interchangeable than we thought. In our previous games, though, where we watched Revenge Tour compete, they were banning out Piper, so obviously we didn't get to see her in that context. But even when she is available, sometimes she's exchanged for like a Byron or something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the brawlers that have to be considered here. And I think Shooting Star is one of those maps where it honestly feels like Piper is not the safest option anymore. We see a lot of these players, as you said, picking up alternative brawlers, because it's really easy to get rock, paper, scissors on if you are using Piper, and they just happen to be going with the funniest of funny comps. So yeah, at this level, you don't want to be taking those risks. I think these players know how to play like Byron or was it Gene well enough where they can just poke away from a long range and just stay safe despite having a little bit worse of a matchup.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you're really able to make anything work as long as you have the proper synergies and you have the proper play style, and you're able to account for the, you know, shortcomings of your brawler's kit. As I've said before, it's one of the things that I love most about Brawl Stars, and while I don't anticipate to see that on Shooting Star, we could definitely see it on Backyard Bowl. Safe Zone, another one of those maps where we've seen a pretty consistent set of brawlers used. Knight, you mentioned there was some Amber in there, but mostly we saw the Colt and we saw a mid-brawler like Bell or something like that. We are going to be getting into that first game of STMN versus Tribe Gaming in A, though. Our grand finals are getting started, and here are the brawlers. Yep, no surprises here, honestly. Oh, never mind. We pan over to the enemy side, and here comes Tribe Gaming. They got the double healers in the max.
Yeah, it looks like Tribe Gaming is going with the Mickey Mouse comp now. Wow, Zealand goes right on top of Bobby there. Bobby wasted the homemade recipe and was unable to use it there. 3-star advantage for Tribe, and Tyrant's sitting here with the Scrap Sucker, shoots it off on OG. Tick has a pretty slow reload speed, so that's a pretty good usage overall. Zulan gonna use Phase Shifter and stays alive to Bobby's shot. Cuny's now firing back with a super. Can he find any of those brawlers? Oh no, goes on to Tyrant, and that's not gonna do him very much good. Bobby's got to jump back. It's not looking too good for Stamina here. They've got to make kind of a switch now they play these matchups, because a Piper on a max is a little bit difficult compared to a Piper on a pan, which might be a little bit more advantageous.
Now let's see, Tyrant's all sped up. He's going to go in and get immediately punished. Zulon is the next up at bat. Does dodge that Nanny super there. Interesting, though, I wonder why he didn't just use a phase shifter into it to tank it. It is actually going to get a kill on Corey as a result, and STMN is now in the lead. Tribe Gaming in A are at a deficit here, but they have 45 seconds to work with. Bobby's still trying to keep the long-range control on the left side. OG playing area control around the right. Tooney has that super ready to go. He can use that short range if he really needs to, but he's going to hesitate on that. There's the head first from OG. Not really going to do anything. Lots of damage on Tyrant from that super by Tooney. Zulon just barely hanging on, and there's the kill by Toonie as well. STMN has furthered their lead here. There's still enough time for another comeback or another push by Tribe Gaming, but the team wipe by STMN has pretty much established the outcome.
Yeah, a very, very solid game here from Stamina, overcoming the odds, honestly. Bobby's going to jump right into the enemy's area just to rub it in their face. Toonie has the flower on top of his head, and that is a very, very good start here for Stamina Esports in Shooting Star, their map of choice, so it's not too surprising to see them winning it.
Yeah, I won't say it's necessarily shocking, but it is a nice sight to see. STMN, they've been on a great streak throughout the entirety of Brawl Masters. They weren't #1 seed, but they have stayed in the winner's bracket the entire time, and I do anticipate that they'll have a pretty good run through these grand finals. Tribe Gaming NA, on the other hand, did have a rough time versus Revenge Tour, and they had a rough time versus them again, going all the way to set number 4, and kind of risking a set number 5 as well. So they've definitely been a bit battered, a bit beaten, or they could be warmed up, just not getting the start that they wanted versus STMN. It's never great to start off with a loss, but it's understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into this next game, maybe Tribe needs to go back to the normal comp. Not sure though. It looks like I don't know. Maybe this is really just up to them at this point. I'm not 100% sure what they need to be going. What? Is that a Frank?
Interesting. Well, maybe someone asked Charles for some Frank tips. OG is making note. Toonie is going to go with the Gene, actually. We do see that blue star going to STMN. OG's going to try and get out of here. There's a healing from Bobby. Bobby does run the risk of getting taken down by the Peep, though. It's going to come back for OG. OG gets bounced forward. Tyrant wants to get some damage off of this. So does Corey. Toonie's also trapped in the back right corner, and he will get taken out by damage from Zulon. 2 kills. What is going on? What is STMN running? Nike, are you making any sense of this?
When I said I didn't know what they were going, maybe I was right to say that, because this is the last thing I would have expected. OG, though, he is the alpha Frank, clearly, because neither me nor Charles would ever play a Frank on Shooting Star. That is for sure. Here comes the headfirst onto the Frank, and it's not going to do much to him. OG has cornered both of Tribe Gaming. Oh my goodness. It is a lead for Stamina Esports here, but with the Nani head coming in, Bobby is in some trouble unless his friend, OG, can make a block. Looks like he is going to block it, just circling around like a helicopter. 3-star lead and the blue star in favor of Stamina Esports here. I am not sure how this is going to work, but I cannot wait to see it again at Worlds, that is for sure. Toonie's going to fall, but it's no biggie. They are still... Oh, and Zulan auto-aims the homemade recipe and misses a opportunity for a kill onto Bobby. Bobby's got to pop the shot in the arm or he is going to be in some trouble here. Very, very low on health is Toonie on the right-hand side. 13 seconds left. Can they maintain the lead? No, they cannot. Frank is not going to be winning on Shooting Star today. Very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Toonie could have gotten the pull just in the nick of time, but honestly, I cannot make any sense of what just happened there. I mean, it was cool, it was different, it was unique, right? Definitely surprised the enemy, but sometimes the element of surprise does not outweigh the element of being a good comp. I mean, it had good synergy. The comp definitely had good synergy. It performed surprisingly well versus Tribe, but it didn't get the win. So I think in the end, we cannot really chalk that up to a victory overall.
Yeah, there it is. That is a tied upset here. Tribe, probably a very welcome surprise for them, as hey, who can be complaining after they get to play against a Frank in Bounty? I mean, hey, I pushed a Frank to rank 35 in Bounty, but not once did I try Shooting Star. That is for dang sure. OG, you impressed me as always, but it felt a little bit short here. Just got to keep seeing what he's got up his sleeve, because it's going to be a good match over here. at Brawl Masters Finals.
Yeah, I will say I think the most impressive thing here was the confidence with which OG approached this one. The performance was pretty good too, right? He cornered the entire enemy team and managed to take the lead back for STMN Esports. But you know, the win rate maybe not so impressive. I think we are looking at like a 0% win rate for Frank in Bounty, which is never where you want to find yourself. Let's see though, STMN. I wonder if they'll try it again. I would definitely be surprised. Oh my god. Knight. Oh my god.
It's against the BB and a Pam now, so I mean, hey. He has a shot.
I mean, were they trying to bait this comp out of Tribe Gaming? Or, STMN Esports, y'all? Take it away, STMN, because STMN is stealing the show. There's really not much you can really add to this, because there's so much to observe already. Let's see Toonie over here on the True Gold. Max over here. Now circling around to the right side. Bobby is going to heal him up and get some field promotion on him. STMN all the way back to up now, though. Tyrant looking for value on the healing turret whenever he can place it down. Zulon wants to smack someone. Bobby does pick up the kill, and there's a bunch of damage from Corey. OG has the stun. It is going to reach Tyrant, and Tyrant gets taken down. STMN keeps the lead 5-0.
Wow. Let's see if they can get it done this time, because if anything, this situation looks a lot better for them than the last game. Obviously, OG is going to be able to siphon off of that BB on the right-hand side. Let's see if he makes the switch. Oh, no, and Bobby misses the pole. That's not going to be good, as Zulan is full health and pushing his way into the stamina territory. 5 stars, 4 stamina. Still 3-star advantage for them, but I don't know if they can keep it up here, as they are really pushed back, and no space for OG to hide. Yeah, Corey's just tapping them from all angles. This is not looking good. Still at a lead though, but I'm not sure what they're gonna do. Oh no, and Bobby missed the pole. It's not looking so good. They're still pushed back. I don't know. It feels like Tribe should be finding some kills, but clearly not. Okay, there we go. Tribe is gonna take our first set here in Bounty.
Well, unfortunate stuff there for STMN. They really tried to make the Frank work in Bounty, but the win rate remains at 0, and the pulls, unfortunately, were not making contact with the enemy. It just seems like maybe Gene's been off meta for so long that Bobby is struggling on the Gene. So, unfortunate stuff there for STMN. Tribe Gaming takes set number 1. They're close, or at least one set closer to getting that very much sought after bracket reset. STMN now will be trying to bring this back, though, in Brawl Ball for set number 2. This is Tribe's choice of mode, though.
Yeah, Backyard Brawl, we saw Tribe really go crazy here just like a few minutes ago. And hey, I think they have the potential to do it again. They already have a lot of momentum on their side, so going into this Brawl Ball set, good things are in store for them. Stamina, though, not too much pressure again on their heads, because they know they can bounce back if they lose this first best of 5 somehow. But obviously, you don't want that momentum to be in your opponent's favor going into one where it's a try or die. Yeah, Stamina Esports has 4 more sets to try to pull this one back, and hey, if there's any team that can do it, it is them. That's for sure. Frank, though, maybe have to retire for now.
Yeah, I say retire the Frank. You know, maybe Frank in Hot Zone, though. I mean, isn't that some good motivation to make it to set number 5, STMN? But I mean, we'll see. We'll see if it comes out once again. I'm hopeful for both teams. May the best team win. If Tribe Gaming wins, though, they'll have to beat STMN a second time. Which is going to mean that Tribe Gaming has played, I think, all but 2 of the matches that we have watched today. If that is the case, which is going to be kind of a funny circumstance, and definitely is going to be wearing them out. I can guarantee you that the fatigue is starting to get to them already. STMN, though, while not fatigued, are probably a little bit concerned heading into Brawl Ball, which was not their preference. And also, their preference did not go how they were hoping.
Yeah, absolutely. When you lose your preference, that's just always unfortunate, because starting out, you want to pick a map that can really give you the advantage. and start you off on those right notes. And when you can't get that done, that makes it really, really difficult to keep going in these matches here. Brawl Ball, though, I think Stamina can try Frank here. If they really, really wanted to, they could do what Charles did and just go crazy with the Hammer Boy. Byron, Frank, maybe something like that would work. But honestly, I don't know. If Tribe has the right tools to deal with it, it's going to be a very, very decisive loss, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe was definitely taken by surprise on Brawl Ball last time by the Frank, and it worked really, really well. We are looking at, like, Charles on the Frank, though, but also, like, here's OG on the Frank, and he's very, very good at it. So he could pull off, like, some similar moves to Charles, like we saw from Revenge Tour versus Tribe Gaming NA. I would attribute most of the success of Tribe Gaming NA, though, to the Sprout play and the Max play, both of which are eliminated here. And here comes actually Ghost Squeak on the right side. Czar is going to be advancing forward. Tyrant is going to be trying to get some shots on him. It's not every day that you see a Squeak here. What's going on here, Knight?
Squeak can be used for Leon, honestly, but that's about as much as you can do with Squeak. Oh, and here comes a long-range shot. Not going to find the Zoolander, unfortunately, but it looks like Stamina's having a little bit of fun here. Now, I'm sure they aren't under much pressure, but it looks like they are just trying things out, and maybe this will throw off some other analysts for Worlds. That's a total possibility. Still, though, OG and Bobby winning their lanes respectively is going to mean that Czar doesn't really have to worry about his, as they're all going to be walking this one. And, oh, wow, not walking this one in. There we go. OG is going to pop his life plant, and Czar is going to be going crazy here. Let's see if he gets the kill on Zoolander. No, he does not, but now Tyrant is going to be trying to fight back up. Czar is hitting so many shots. I feel like when I play Squeak, I hit like one shot every like 5. So very, very impressive from him.
Yeah, this is pretty surprising. I mean, Squeak does have some pretty short range. He does have those gadgets, so he's expended at least one of them so far. He has a couple others to work with if he wants to guarantee a kill on a Corey. There's a jump in by Tyrant. 2 shots on a Tyrant. One more shot from Squeak would have killed him. There's Corey, though, popping off. OG will go down, and Bobby has to conceal himself in these bushes at the moment. Zulon, though, trying to get some value here with Curveball around the left side. There's the super. Bobby is able to take down Corey, and OG has to diff this spike lane. He will take a little bit of damage, but he won't go down quite yet. There's the damage on Zulon. Once again, one more shot will take him down. Both spikes avoiding the curveballs perfectly, and now deciding to heal up a little bit as well. Bobby also on the right side looking for the angle versus Tyrant to flush these guys out of the bushes. It does look like this one is going to go to overtime. The question is, who is going to be in possession of control once overtime hits?
Yeah, let's take a look though. No goals on the board, but Corey is looking to break open the wall. Nope, doesn't opt to break open the wall. There's only 10 seconds left, so it wouldn't make that much sense. Czar, though, is going to be in some trouble once overtime hits because he's not going to have the range advantage and no real ways to hold choke points because there won't be any walls to hold choke points over. Bobby and Corey still fighting the Piper 1v1. And, oh, Corey is helping out his lanes, shooting one shot off at Czar and one off at OG. There is the stick around, though, on the ball on the left-hand side. There's no way for Zealand to step on it, but now he does find the opportunity. Tyrant's going to be putting this one in with no issue. Tribe Gaming is already 1-up on our second set, and they continue to dominate over Stamina. Stamina might have to tighten things up unless they want to keep having some fun with their comps. I bet they are definitely laughing about this over in their VC. I can just imagine it. Yeah, Tribe can get their momentum going for sure, and when you see Tribe on momentum, that's something you don't want to be dealing with all the time, so Stamina might need to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe, they lost their first match, and they've won every single one after it. STMN, they've won every single match so far and haven't lost a single one. So, I don't know. I mean, I would say both of these teams are on a pretty good win streak so far. They've, I mean, STMN had some, more decisive matches than Tribe. Tribe had a couple of matches that went to set or almost went to set number 5 in the last one. The first match they fought and lost went to set number 5, though. But both teams are, pretty much on a hot streak. Tribe Gaming, though, more so than STMN, because they have won 2 games in a row now, and a 3rd game in a row will bring them 1 game away from a match point.
Yeah, absolutely. Tribe Gaming can probably opt with some more tank counters here because I feel like Stamina might have that up their sleeves going into this next game. A B might not hurt on their side. We just got to see what Tribe has cooking up. These teams are just taking a few more seconds to ready up. Probably thinking about the next funny comp that they can use here. I'm excited to see it, and I hope you guys are too.
Yeah, it's super exciting to see like the strange things that get run. Though it does have me like a little bit worried because I do want to see like both teams, you know, give it their all. And when the funny comps come out, it is really hard to make a prediction as well, right? And I love being right, but at the same time, I like being surprised as well. Sometimes though, the surprises are not the surprises that I expect. So I want to be surprised, but only the surprises that I expect. If that makes any sense. Knight.
You want to be right about Frank, when you'll be surprised.
Yeah, Frank on Bounty just wasn't it for me though.
Fair enough. I don't think you're the only one who is thinking that for sure. Here's the mirror matchup though. We got a Crow on Crow, Piper on Piper, and Spike on Spike. This is just coming down to the mechanics, honestly. It seems like Tribe is closer to the midline than Stamina is. Let's see who fires off the first gadgets, though. From all sides, Zulan is so far ahead on OG. Corey a little bit ahead on Bobby, and Tyrant is a little ahead on Czar. So looking good for Tribe so far. Corey finds the first kill and has a super ready to break open the walls at the front area here. Zulan's all the way down on the left, and with the life plant is going to stay alive for just a little bit longer. Going to retreat now, and OG is stuck behind the Spike super. What is Stamina going to do to avoid this spawn trap?
Well, it is going to be tough to push out of this one if they allow themselves to sink deeper and deeper into their spawn. OG is going to get some good lane in versus Zulan. Corey still looking for any shots that he can get around the edge. Good block there by OG. Bobby still looking for some damage versus Zulan. There goes the life plane, and Zulan stays alive. Bobby's trapped over here on the right side, or rather left side. To the right of the stick around, though, he will be looking for something over here. Tyrant still trying to push in versus Czar. Tribe, they don't want to stick around here forever. So, of course, they want to be able to get a goal off this, but STMN is not going to let it happen. And Tribe Gaming is going to be forced to back up. They want to get a kill up here and then be able to move up and then turn that into a goal, not fight versus STMN turtling up for the rest of the match.
Yep, still no goals for either side. I haven't kept track of the gadgets, but I assume it's somewhere around the same. Bobby's going to tap a little bit on Corey, but Corey's ultimately going to find the wall break. 30 seconds left, and Tyrant has popped one of his slows on Kazar. Didn't find too much value, though. I think the play is to save those for overtime, where you can slow people out in the open. They won't have a wall to hide, and you can just snipe them off. Here's Zulan all the way on the left side, though. He is a little bit low. Whenever he pops his next life plant, though, his old one will automatically give him 1,000 healing, though, if it isn't taken out by then. Here's the stick around, blocking off the left side choke. For OG, doesn't want to go through the mid because Corey will tap him. There's Corey's tap, and OG is very, very low. Going to fall to the curveball. Here is where it counts. We are in overtime, and it looks like Zara's moving up for the ball. What is he going to try? Oh my goodness. Is he going to get it? No! A very, very good attempt, though, by Zara. And what is Bobby trying to do now? Okay, maybe not. Just 4 seconds left in overtime. Let's see who can pull back in a very close game.
It is certainly getting close. OG is going to look for this damage versus Zulan. Bobby also looking for the kill on Zulan. Zulan gets tapped once. He needs to get tapped again to guarantee a kill. There's a homemade recipe used by Bobby. Will we see a kill off of this? OG has to retreat thanks to the stick around. Czar also forced to retreat on the right side. It looks like this one is going to end up being a draw unless STMN is able to make some big moves here. Tribe Gaming, though, if they get a kill, then they can turn this into a set victory and a set number 3 incoming. Though it doesn't look like it's going to happen. STMN are defending too hard. The mirror match is not conducive to it. If Bobby had maybe stepped perfectly on the ball, then he would have been able to get it in. But that is going to result in a draw between these two teams. And this match, or rather this game, will be replayed.
Yep, draws on Backyard Bowl. It's nothing new for us here at Brawl Masters. Backyard Bowl being the #1 culprit. Although the teams do not have to commit to the same comps, they can try something different here going into the match. And I'm not really sure what they'll pick, but I feel like a Sprout would be pretty competitive against these comps, especially because he's good against Crow, he's good against Spike, and Piper as well, given that you don't feed too many of supers, but when you're using throwers, you rarely feed supers. So yeah, those are the selections that could... Oh wait, no, is Sprout banned this game? Yeah, Sprout's banned this game. I'm silly. You go like, I don't know. I've seen Tick being used and pretty solid in some cases, but really it's just, it's very situational. I don't think the teams will necessarily go for that, but we'll just have to see what they decide to pick. I'm not sure. Mr. P as well. It's just, I feel like something that you can go over the wall or just outrange can be pretty good here. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, for any of those questions that we have that can't be answered by just, our analysis, they'll be answered in the next game as our players are once again readying up for the game. For a replay of the last game, Tribe Gaming NA still are just one game away from taking the win here in set number 2 and moving into set number 3. And I think, honestly, that Safe Zone will be a pretty, competitive map for STMN. Tribe Gaming, though, of course, they could, bring a good performance there. They did bring a good performance versus Revenge Tour earlier, and I think they could do it once again.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have the competitive options here. And I don't know what they're ultimately going to pick, but I think Stu might be a possibility as well if they want those long-range options. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure here, but I feel like there's good things that can possibly happen, but I'm just not here to make that decision for them. I'm not the analyst for either of these teams, as I've said before. Yeah, I think there's a high chance that they just go the same comps or make one very minor change.
Yeah, just like a really small change could work wonders here. I think because the mirror match was just too balanced, and I think that neither Tribe Gaming nor STMN want to play another mirror match because it was so close. There were points where Tribe Gaming had a really good hold on STMN while they were on offense. STMN were really close to goals a few times. But really, it resulted in a draw in the end, and a lack of balance would really be better for these teams than a very balanced game. STMN, oh dear. Okay, here comes the Frank. OG on the Frank, Czar on the Tara, and Bobby on the Byron.
Yep, here we go. It's Bo from Corey and a Penny from Tyrant. So we are going a little bit wild today, that is for sure. OG on the Frank, though, you'll love to see it. Czar is going to be having some issues here as he won't be able to pop the shades as the Penny is ready to destroy him at any moment now. Zooland pops the life plate on the left-hand side. It's not going to do him a whole lot because it doesn't give him healing. Now it's Tribe pushed all the way in on stamina. No way for them to push out of this almost spawn trap with bone mines right there. Penny turret as well. And OG just getting tortured in the middle. Bobby desperately trying to kill him up. Here comes the stun, but it's not going to find anyone but the Penny Mortar. But another Penny Mortar comes down, and the nightmare repeats itself for Stamina Esports.
A nightmare for sure. Yeah, here comes the stun from OG around the left side. Is he going to be able to suck Tyrant in? It's a big question. Bobby also circling around over the left. He has to get the healing onto OG. Czar also has some shades ready to go, and Tyrant follows him perfectly to disallow him from getting any good value on the shades. They're going to get destroyed immediately. There's the mine also being perfectly walked around by Czar. That second one is going to take him out, though. OG has the super ready to go. Is going to hit the stun on Zulon as well. Has to just keep on smacking the ground. There's no way he was going to be able to get out of that anyway. Bobby also has the super ready to go. Corey still trying to hold his own on the right side. He has some mines ready to throw down at any moment. There they are going to go at midfield. Czar also outranged here once again on the left side, though he does need to get rid of this turret. It's not targeting anyone at the moment, but it will target someone pretty soon. Good dodges by Czar to get out of the way of Zulon's attacks, and now the mines are going to be targeting Czar. This set of bow mines is going to be such a nuisance for Czar. There go the shades, though. OG has the super ready to go. Will he be able to get a goal off of it? Yes, and there was the kill by Bobby, and that is going to get a goal for STMN.
Yeah, here we go. OG gonna just walk right up. I am shocked that STMN were able to win this one. What a turn of events for them. Very, very well played. Very, very well played.
Amazing, amazing stuff there by STMN to claim that goal there right at the end. It's going to be all tied up here in set number 2, and now it's looking less like Tribe Gaming NA will have such a consistent advantage in this match, to the point where STMN would have to get a reverse sweep, right? Still, one more game won in this set by Tribe Gaming NA, and we'll be heading to a set number 3 with a just absolutely massive advantage for Tribe Gaming NA. Not at all what STMN wants here. Of course, no one wants to lose a game, no one wants to lose a set, but there's some sets that you just can't lose, that you just can't afford to lose. Set number 1, STMN could be fine with, but set number 2 is one that they really, really need to their name. So as we head into game number 3 here on Brawl Ball, this is going to be an interesting one because STMN surprised everyone with the Frank pick, with the Byron pick, and the Tara pick. And despite the Tara being countered pretty hard by the Penny, it was still able to prevail in the end, and the Frank just proved to be so strong. And I think that most of the contexts in which we've seen the Frank do pretty well, or rather that we've seen Frank at all, he's done pretty well. So I think maybe STMN could stick with the Frank. The question is, what is their third going to be?
Honestly, at this point, it's up to any of these guys to just figure out random stuff. I feel like they're spinning one of those wheels that they do on the YouTube videos, and then they're just like, all right, we'll pick these 3. Let's just go with it. I don't know. Bo is something I haven't seen ever. Penny is something I've never seen on this like map in like 3 years. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and to try to make sense of it will make us insane. So we just gotta hope for the best, as these teams are gonna bring some more crazy stuff in this next match. Let's just soak it in.
Now let's soak it in. Tyrant is going to be playing that Frank this time. Czar trying to get some value with the Amber here. It's not going to work too well too far, or so far. Tribe Gaming NA now pushing in with the Byron, Tara, and Frank. If you can't beat them, I guess just steal their comp. I'm surprised STMN is doing away with the Frank, but Tyrant is going to be the first brawler from the enemy team to fall, so maybe that would explain it. Czar also picking up the Amber here shows that STMN had a good idea that Tribe Gaming NA was going to pick up the Tara themselves. Czar is going to look to get on that Tara lane whenever possible so that those shades do not get any value at all. He's going to stay around the right side and just immediately go for Zulon. And there's the shades once again, and look, they're so ineffective against Czar. There's also the stun on the Tyrant. He is going to go down, and this could be a goal for STMN if they play their cards right.
Yeah, there's OG getting sucked in by Zulan. Well, he does go down, but he does have his super as well. Here is the return of the Frank, but now it's Tyrant coming down on that left-hand side. Going to be using all of the might that he has, along with the Terra Shade, to be able to do a ton of work. Zulan's going to get burnt to a crisp by Czar on the right-hand side. Now, OG is waiting to use the super because if he does it by himself, he's not going to get a whole lot done on that Frank, and I guess nothing gets done because he didn't hit the pole, unfortunately. There, Frank goes down, and Bobby's going to push the ball up with Czar. Zulan is holding back here, waiting to use that super. He needs to find some more value as his enemies are quite far away now. Tyrant makes it a good lane switch, but he doesn't really want to be feeding a Kara on the left side. So, yep, that is a good decision from him. Bobby's shots are canceling out with those shots from Corey, but at the end of the day, they are pushing up very high with... Oh, there's the pull from Zulan, and down goes OG. No way for Stamina to continue to push. With 20 seconds left, Tribe Gaming is looking to reverse the pressure in their favor against Stamina.
Well, let's see if they're able to pull it off. Tyrant is at risk of going down. Lots of healing onto him on the right side. OG is going to have to get a super here at some point. There's a stun onto him as well. And the super on Azulan. And Czar is not able to make it to the goal line in time. That is going to be this set going to Tribe Gaming. congrats to Tribe Gaming as they have taken both of the first 2 sets in a row, and now 1 win for them would net them the match point. If they take this match, they will play a rematch versus S-Team and Esports in a bracket reset.
That is almost the match here for Tribe. They just got to win 1 more set, but Stamina has kept every game close, so this could still turn into a reverse sweep for them if they really wanted to. Still, no real pressure for them because they can just bring it back in the bracket reset match if they are to fall in safe zone. Considering this is their pick, Stamina might be looking good, and this might be their chance to really start bringing this series back. And again, they could be just doing a challenge with themselves. Can we reverse sweep Tribe after using some funnier comps in the first 2 sets? Honestly, it's not completely out of the picture, but reverse sweeping Tribe is not going to be easy, as it's not easy to reverse sweep any team at the end of the day. Safe Zone, though, do you have any predictions on the comps that we're going to be seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, Safe Zone, we would definitely expect to see the Colt. We've been seeing it all day, specifically there for the wall break, but also getting good value on safe damage. Rico is one that we've seen like attempted and fail pretty fantastically, so maybe not Rico. Then other brawlers that we could see, I mean, we did see some Penny play from Tribe Gaming NA, and it's not totally out of the question. If Penny is played, it would work very, very effectively against something like a Byron and Colette, as they cannot like stay close together, or really like any sort of tanks, as Penny would be able to chain so much damage together on those guys. With that considered, though, I think Byron is pretty much going to be a go-to on this map. But another thing to consider is that Piper is in the mix as well. Piper can get the wall break if she needs to, and she's able to win 1v1 situations so that you can open up opportunities for your teammates to get damage on the safe.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get damage on the safe here, and one of the most consistent damage dealers we've seen today is probably Colt. Just always able to push down her lane and then use the Magnum Special Star Power to shoot over the water. On the other hand, we've seen lots of Nannies using Warp Blast to teleport across the map, but not so many Nannies are using it to get back in the zone and just shoot at the safe, but rather using it to teleport onto enemies and find kills. Maybe this is a little bit of a shift in the strategy of these comps, as Colt might be the main damage dealer rather than Nani, but that's what we've seen mostly. No real Warp Blast onto the safe. Maybe it's not so effective because people really know how to just pinch in. And with the Colt Silver Brawl on defense, it's just hard to get much done. Here's Tribe, though, with a Colette, Pam, and a Byron versus Czar, who's going to be heading the mission on his Amber, which he's used so many times today with a lot of success.
Interesting stuff. Let's see if Zara is able to keep up the success. There's the super as well. Tyrant is going to get burned and take a lot of damage. He will eventually fall to OG. Here's Bobby also with the wall break. That is not going to spell good news for Pam. She does have a lot of health to work with, but Tyrant might end up feeding some damage to the enemy supers. There's the first 5,600 in from Zulon, though, and that's going to be 10% taken off of S-Team, and Esports is safe with just a single super. Tyrant also throwing down that healing turret. Czar and Bobby make short work of it as well. Tyrant, though, still hanging around this left side. As long as Tribe Gaming NA can keep the pressure and keep the back line here, they have pretty much locked in this win already. 20% now is the amount that Tribe Gaming NA has done to the save. Tyrant snagging a nice 5% there, and OG trying to sneak around the right side to get a little bit of damage on the enemy side, but it's just not going to happen, it doesn't seem.
Yeah. Zulan making a lot of damage on the safe with his Colette. Tyrant is pushing around along the left side and getting heals from Byron. Byron's going to be taken out, though. Wait, no, what? I don't know what's happening because I can't see the Byron's health, but it looks like he wasn't taken out, and Zar's going to not light the fire shield just yet. Tyrant's doing so much damage to these low-health brawlers, and while I thought that was going to result in a lot more damage, Stamina is only behind by around 13% here, so it's not too grim for them yet.
Okay, let's see. Bobby has that super ready to go. He can break up another wall if he wants to, or make a really aggressive play and retreat from it. We'll see which one of those he opts for, whether he even wants to use it at all. OG, though, breaks open some walls on the right side. Zulon's hiding behind him, He is able to take out the healing turret in the process. If more of the walls get broken open, then really STMN could entirely outrange Tribe Gaming in a. Byron would still have the range advantage though. Let's see, the 1% is the amount that STMN needs to deal to this safe. Bobby could totally jump onto it, though. Tribe Gaming in A, they're not just playing defense, they want to get an offense in here too. Zulon will fall. Bobby has a super still. Tyrant needs to keep up the defense. If Bobby is able to jump in, then he could get that last shot, and is he going to go for it?
Oh my goodness!
No! And he threaded the needle right at the end, but still couldn't get the damage. That is Tribe Gaming at match point.
Wow, that was way too close there towards the end. But hey, they do secure the victory by a very, very small margin. Still a victory at the end of the day because Tribe is on match point now. Stamina is just one match away from a potential sweep. But if there's any time for them to start fighting back, it is now, as they've just got to win the next 6 games in a row to keep this one afloat and become the BrawlMSTRS champions. Tribe is looking very, very good.
Yeah, Tribe's looking fantastic, and I'm interested in why they were having such a tough time versus Revenge Tour earlier, and now they're making it look a little bit easier versus STMN Esports. Don't get me wrong, though. I mean, STMN Esports has been fighting their hearts out. Every single game has been close, but they haven't really had any decisive victories over Tribe Gaming in A, like Revenge Tour was able to pull off. With Revenge Tour, it was either Revenge Tour gets a decisive victory or Tribe Gaming gets a decisive victory. It's not the case at all here. It's much closer. The scoreline doesn't tell the whole story. Let's get into it though. The match point. If Tribe Gaming NA wins this one, then this entire match, mind you, will be replayed to determine the victor. But if STMN Esports is somehow able to get the reverse sweep and win overall, then they will claim the victory. It's a double elimination tournament, folks. So Tribe Gaming NA, they lose, then it's over.
Yep, it is looking like a good start for Stamina. Early damage with the Colette, and Zulan is respawning there on the right-hand side. Needs to be fighting off this Colette with, does use a Silver Bullet to get it done. Really nice super. Oh, no, doesn't finish him off because Zar has some nice healing coming through. There is the Nani, though, coming from the backside. Tries to poke a little bit at Zar, but ultimately decides to go for the safe. I don't know if it's the best course of action because Bobby is an absolute monster. How is he doing that? He's gone like 10 supers and 10 eliminations at the back of their area. Now he's in the corner. Corey has to use this wall break to get some. What, Bobby? Relax. How? That's it. There's no way Tribe can win this.
Well, STMN Esports sure know how to start off a reverse sweep if there's going to be a reverse sweep. Every single set so far, we've seen STMN take at least one game, and, well, let's hope for STMN's sake that that is not the case, because going 2-1 every single set, while better than going completely 3-0, is still a 3-0 from the match standpoint. STMN, they're still at the match point, but the knife is not completely at their throats as it was before. They built up a little bit of momentum on their side now, and this is definitely something they can work with. STMN, we saw them pop off, and this is what we needed to see for a while.
Yeah, really well played for them there. I'm not sure. Maybe this is the start of something for Stamina. But Colette seems to be working better than a lot of these teams probably thought it was supposed to work. I certainly haven't seen Colette here in a while. But hey, if it works, it works. Because Bobby just went absolutely nuts there. And honestly, it gives me a lot of faith in that brawler at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Colette, I've been staying away from her for a while just because of what happened with Kaboom Canyon. And now that Kaboom Canyon's out of the meta, then I guess it's a bit of a different story, right? But Colette, you know, she can deal colossal damage to the safe. Here's the only thing is that, you know, she's going to get outranged by pretty much everything. But we have not even seen a single Bell, honestly, we've seen Bell maybe like 4 or 5 times today, and that's like 4 or 5 different games. We've been through a lot of games today. So Bell seems to really be dwindling in the meta, even when there are availabilities to counter things such as 8-bit. It just seems like she's fallen off a lot, and she was one of the main counters for Colette, or really just like that other long-range brawler in the meta, right, is all that it takes to have a full long-range comp and be able to outrange Colette. But Now, with fewer meta brawlers that can outrange her, Colette is viable again, and, you know, yeah, you're not going to be able to play a match with zero risk of getting outranged by the entire enemy team, but still, like, you're able to play to your strengths in the same way. So I think that we could see Colette in the next game as well, maybe even from both teams. Byron Colette is still a viable strategy. As I usually say, though, the big question is, what is the third going to be? Because usually you have just a couple of brawlers that synergize well rather than like a trio of brawlers, unless, of course, we're talking about Gene Sandy Max.
Yeah, Gene Sandy Max is a pretty good combo overall. Very good synergy between that. Speaking of synergy, Byron Colette is one of those, it is, again, one of those combos that have such great synergy together. Let's see if they decide to repeat it here. Nope, it's going to be OG on the B. I think that's going to be in response to a possible Colette or Pam or something funny like that. But at the end of the day, there's not going to be any of that sort here from Tribe as they opt for a Nani and a B. Here we go. Nani's going to be trying to fight off this left-hand side, but there's no wall break open. So Bobby's just sitting there shooting at the wall because there's nothing really for him to do. Oh my goodness, he just runs out and starts clipping him. How is he? Okay, he just like hit 2 full clips and did a little bit of damage to the safe. That is really wild. He just ran right at it, full of aggression, as his team does not want to be losing this game here. OG has the super shot ready, gonna throw it at the safe. Tyrant, though, is going to the back. I don't know if he has enough health, though. Yeah, he doesn't have enough health because he already took too many taps from the Byron. Now it's OG's turn to fire off at the safe. Can he find some damage, though? No, uses it on Zulan on the right-hand side, but now he's just walking around right. Probably going to use the slow. Yeah, there's the slow, and Zulan's going to be really in trouble here. Oh, that shot doesn't actually connect, but it's now going to connect to the safe. Really good start for Stamina, and Tribe has to dig themselves out of this hole now somehow.
Okay, Bobby still pushing in here. Lots of damage so far by STMN. Tribe Gaming, though, they're still at the match point. They got that motivating factor, and here comes the Nanny with the Warp Blast. Interesting place to teleport, though. It looks like Tribe Gaming want to win the mid-fight rather than just YOLO the damage on the safe, and that does yield them a little bit of damage from Colt, but I wonder why they Warp Blasted up to mid rather than going all the way behind the safe. In any case, though, Corey will still be looking for some damage versus Bobby or versus Czar. Both brawlers were able to get just out of his range just at the end of that B. OG, though, over here on the right side has his killer B ready to go. He's going to look for some damage on the safe rather than on an enemy brawler. Sitting on very low health, but he's still feeling comfortable, has that super ready to go when it's time for defense.
Yeah, here we go. There is the damage coming in from Czar on the right-hand side. That's going to take out Zulan. Looks like Stamina is slowly but surely finding themselves out of this pit after, it looks like they're going to be winning this set here, unless Tyrant can somehow do 50% damage in just a couple of seconds. Nope, it's not going to happen. Stamina resets the set score, and Tribe is no longer on match point, but they are still ahead on sets.
Amazing gameplay by STMN to bring themselves back from the brink of defeat. This is as true as a reverse sweep gets, and honestly, look at how even this match has been so far. We've seen Tribe take a couple of sets, but both of those sets have gone 2-1, and now STMN has taken a 2-1 set for themselves. I think this could be one that goes all the way to the double match point, and that will be the deciding game. In any case, though, we are going to be heading into Hard Rock Mine, a very, very consistent mode. So really, the most consistent team will be taking this set. We're going to see some 8-Bit. We're going to see some Stu as well. Good Stews on both teams, honestly. We have Czar from STMN, and we have Tyrant from Tribe. So really, this is pretty fearsome in terms of brawlers with, you know, kind of with players that main them super, super hard. And I think overall, we're going to have a very entertaining match to watch. It's going to be very close, though.
Yeah, Hard Rock Mine coming up. Both of these teams have opted for 8-Bit on this map today, and I can't blame them. 8-Bit is shown how strong he is on this map right now. I think the only way to counter him really is, like, you can use Sprout, I suppose, along with 8-Bit. But it feels like 8-Bit is a non-negotiable at the end of the day. He is so good, especially with a Stu behind him, able to give him the free speed. There's just such a good synergy between Stu and 8-Bit, Byron as well, if needed. But yeah, Stu, Rico, and 8-Bit, I wouldn't be surprised to see that from both teams here, because there's no real way around it.
Yeah, I mean, Sprout not available here does really change things up, but I mean, we talk about other brawlers that could be useful here, and like Rico could definitely make a change. Rico is a lot more, free to play here because Sprout isn't on the mix either, right? Sprout is such a tough counter for him. But I mean, considering some other brawlers that could be played, like OG could pick up the spike this time, and we could see Zulon picking up the spike in the same breath as well, right? Like these strong brawlers from both teams, the possible brawlers from both teams, both teams have players on their roster that are notable for playing these particular brawlers, and that is the most astounding thing about this upcoming set, is that it is going to be like peak in a performance up here. The top two teams and the top players on each of the brawlers that are meta right now.
Yeah, playing those top meta brawlers and just being able to master them. As you said, there are players on each team who are just so good with those brawlers. Bobby, of course, is going to be one of those really strong Ricos. Zar knows his way around that brawler as well. On the other hand, though, Tribe does have Stu for Tyrants, and that's a brawler he can just dominate games with like a 100%. He's just a god with that brawler. Zulan, a really good Rico. So 8-Bit is going to be left to Corey and OG, I believe. That will be left to them. I guess 8-Bit is those brawlers that nobody really has a main 8-Bit, but it's just something that anyone can really pick up. It's not rocket science. You just need to find the super. Oh, here we go. There's no 8-Bit from either team. Now we look like idiots. But anyway, Corey does go with the Mr. P, and I guess that's their 8-Bit answer. And Bobby, generally confident with Piper, so I'm not surprised to see him just... Oh yeah, I see both of them have a Mr. P, so they're both looking for the possible counter. And speaking of Mr. P, if both teams are running squishy comps like this, we have to possibly expect some kind of tanks in the game after this, no matter the result of this one. And I really like the Dracula Mr. P skin. I just have to point that out.
It is such an amazing skin. He has like little coffins that he throws. It's so blessed. But let's see if OG is able to do this versus Tyrant. OG on the Mr. P. I mean, Mr. P can be like kind of a diet Sprout in some situations. His main attack, he's able to throw over walls. He's able to get pretty long range as well. He has that AoE as well, and that is doing pretty well versus Tyrant so far. Tyrant is able to get longer range, though Bobby actually hits the homemade recipe on Tyrant there. Now going to be able to retreat over here on the left side. Corey going to take some major damage from Bobby as well. It was very wise of both teams to bring the Mr. P in anticipation of a long-range single target brawler like Piper or Byron. In this case, though, STMN Esports will be trailing by one gem here. They really don't want to go to the match point again, but it just might happen.
Yeah, looks like a very close gem line here. 7-7, 8th gem can be picked up by Tribe here pretty safely. Let's see if Zulan goes for it. He does. Now, it's going to be a gem on Stamina's side. They're going to be fighting a very close mid battle here. Bobby has to stay alive, though. And look at that. OG has picked up his first super, which is going to mean an advantage for Stamina here. Chug Jug goes down onto OG. Now, Bobby has to keep Corey at bay from this gem, I believe. No, there's no way for them to reset. Zulan has to find a kill onto one of these brawlers so that Tyrant can use the pressure and get a kill onto Zar. No, it is not going to happen, and Stamina is picking up. They're picking this match back up and putting it into their own hands. Wow, Stamina makes the comebacks, that's for sure.
This is ridiculous. STMN now just one game away from taking us all the way to set number 5, which is their win condition, right? They are one game away from evening out the match score. It is absolutely huge. It is exactly what they need. They could close out the match right here and right now. If they don't, they always do have a second chance versus Tribe. Of course, if Tribe takes the win, if Tribe wins the set or the next set, then there will be a bracket reset, and both teams will have another chance to go for that grand finals victory. But STMN, I mean, they're certainly getting tired by this point, and so is Tribe. Even if Tribe gets the win here, I think they're going to be battered and worn for the bracket reset. STM Esports, though, they're showing good signs of life, though a little bit late here. It started in set number 3 with a comeback from the match point, and now it's started off with a good win on Gem Grab. It did look like it was in the hands of Tribe Gaming at some points, though, which does raise some questions as to how the rest of the set is going to play out. It wasn't necessarily decisively in STM's favor, and I do believe it's still going to be a pretty close set.
Yeah, certainly going to be a very close set here. But Stamina has shown a little bit of dominance in this first match here. Picking up the Mr. P Porter is very, very important, but it's so difficult to do. You have to hit 6 shots, I believe, especially against these long-range brawlers who everyone's playing so passive in these games. It's going to be hard, but that Porter is so useful against all of these individual brawlers because it takes, it wastes people's ammo, especially Piper. If it's close, she has to take 2 shots. Byron definitely has to take 2 shots. And if you heal that big boy up, then you got to take another couple of shots at him. And it's just so annoying to deal with when you're fighting 1v1. If you have to divert half your ammo to a little kid spawning every 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's the deal. Yeah, you have these constantly respawning porters. I wonder what exactly is going to be employed to deal with that this time, or whether it's going to be used once again. No, actually, it's going to be the Sandy, Max, and Tara from STMN. Tribe Gaming, they are going to be bringing the Gene, Leon, and Rico. So honestly, kind of like a Power League match over here. No 2 of the same brawlers mirrored across the arena. May the better team win. So far, it is going to be Bobby, not necessarily winning this interaction on the right side. There he goes, and he will get the kill onto Corey. OG will fall in the same go, though. And Zar actually has the speed now, so we'll see if OG is able to do something once he's able to get the pull out.
Yeah, here we go. It's a good start for Stamina. They have Zara on the max, and he's going to be trying to find it super soon so that the Gene can't pull any of them. OG on the Terra is an interesting pick, but I think it's going to pay off because it's going to be good against Gene, and I think it'll be alright against Leon. So many of Stamina on the right-hand side. Zulan can find a value super if he's looking for it. Bobby does get a couple of taps onto Corey. No, he's not going to find him. Oh, he does. At the last second, Bobby's going to rush in with the speed, trying to get that super, but it's just not going to happen. Zar, though, picks up gem number 5. A very even gem line as repeated in the last game. Leon Invisibility Totem, though, is going to be difficult for Stamina to overcome, so one of the brawlers must be tasked with taking it out really quick before it can get more value.
All right, Tribe Gaming in A, pretty close on the score line. They are making use of the Leon Totem. Oh, Zara is going to get ambushed over here. Does get a good phase shifter around that block of boxes, though. Big damage from Zulan on that super. He's going to get sucked in by OG, and now it is a 3v2. But Zulan is just too far away to be touched here. There's the speed, though. It is drive time. STM Esports absolutely have to get the kill here on a Tyrant, and they will. Zar's going to be able to get out of here.
No.
Corey does have the invis, though. Zar needs to get away. Is he going to be able to get a super to get away? Yes, he will. And Corey tries to get the damage, but STMN, they're just out of reach, and Tribe Gaming will not be able to get a comeback unless they get the kill on Zar, and Corey doesn't know where he is. Tyrant has the pull, but it's just not going to be able to get him. He gets taken down by the Shade, or rather by Zara, and STMN will be heading on to set number 5.
This is impossible. Stamina is doing the impossible, and they bring it to a set number 5. Clean sweep on Gem Grab, a complete robbery on the back end. Zara is a menace on the max. Here we go into Hot Zone, possibly the final set of the day. I don't know. This could go either way. Both teams have shown a lot of dominance here, but now we're getting flashbacks to, I think, the July monthly final, where it was decided on Ring of Fire at a 2-2. Similar story where Stamina made a reverse sweep. Hey, the odds are looking really, really good for them going into this match. They have all the momentum riding on their back, and Tribe is probably getting flashbacks from July, and maybe that's not the best thing for them to be happening right now.
Anytime I see Ring of Fire, I think of that monthly finals. Anytime I see this dumb map, especially if there's Bell in the mix, right? Because it was Bell, I think, with a nest egg that was able to collect. It was Bobby, like at the last second, who was able to make it to the point, and the kill was mostly attributed to like a member of Tribe stepping on a nest egg, triggering it, and getting taken down by Bobby. It was Oh, it was such a massive game there. It was so close as well. And I think about it every time, especially when I see Tribe and STMN going head to head on this one. But now it is literally a repeat of what happened back then, where 6 months, or not really 6 months, more like 4 months beyond that, and it's still, I think the mental scars are still there from both teams, but primarily Tribe, because, well, they were the ones who did get the short end of the stick in that circumstance. STMN Esports, they chose this map, I believe, and they are going to want to grab the win here. It was their choice. They chose it over Siege, and I mean, they'll get their preference. Let's see how they perform. Tribe Gaming NA, of course, we'll see how they perform as well. If they win this set, they will win this match, but they'll have to play once again. It's double elimination, and STMN hasn't lost a game yet, so if they lose this one, they still got another loss to work with.
Here we go, OG on the he's on the Lou again, as we saw him in an earlier match today here on Ring of Fire. Zara is using Amber, feels like for the 10th time, getting so much value with that super. Zulan, let's see if he can replicate that kind of value. Looks like he's not, but OG, it cannot get his slippery ice for the midfield. Tyrant being on the Pam is going to be really good for Tribe, especially against this Amber matchup. Bobby, though, he can get a lot of value with this Chug Jug if he uses it correctly, but a stuck onto Zar is going to kill him on the right-hand side. Not looking good so far for Stamina, as all of Tribe chills in the little zone on the top. Lots of free healing, but it's going to be taken out by the Lu Freeze. Now it's Zulan mirroring what Zar did earlier on the left-hand side, pushing all the way up with the speed. Zar is going to shoot up Tyrant there, especially when he is stuck onto that slippery ice. Now it's evening up in the middle, but teams are throwing out all the gadgets one by one, and it's going to turn the tide of the game, as they won't have any more scrap suckers to deal with the Amber towards the back half of this match.
Okay, STMN barely taking the lead here. Zar is going to be able to flush Tyrant out from his healing station on the back lines. Once again, Tribe Gaming taking back the lead. It is so close here. Bobby now advances to the front line, so he has that super ready to go to get some healing on his teammate or some damage on his opponents. It's a mystery which one he'll choose. He will get rid of the healing turret with it. Tyrant throws it down his own, though, and here is the super as well from OG to keep people off the point. An aggressive super from Corey is not going to make contact with anyone, though, and Tyrant will get frozen and taken down. This is a massive loss for Tribe Gaming NA, as STMN Esports will be able to get so much capture off of those couple of brawlers killed. Tyrant and Zulan now will try and do some work on the left side. Now Corey is looking for the healing or perhaps the damage on Zar. There's a fire field as well to burn things. Gets the burn onto Tyrant. Healing from Corey onto Tyrant as well will keep him alive. And will OG get his next super quickly? That is really the big question here, and it's really the main thing keeping Tribe off of the point. But here we go. Tribe now will take the advantage back. OG is not able to get a super. He's just outranged. He cannot connect these shots. Bobby is still trying to get some damage in. So is Zar. The clock is ticking down, and it's getting so close, Knight.
Yeah, OG is really struggling to find his next slippery ice, but if he can do it now, he might have a chance. No, there's just not enough time for Stamina to collect this point. Oh no, Tribe is taking it back at the last second. There we go. That is the match point for Tribe Gaming now. Stamina needs to make a comeback now, but they have been making a lot of comebacks, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them push forward on this final set.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe Gaming NA with a pretty late comeback here, but definitely one that we had in the back of our heads. No doubt after the Ring of Fire incident, July 2021, they had a bit of a drill on that map for a while, especially because it is firmly in place in the competitive map pool now, and they've recognized it as their weak point. Honestly, that's one of the greatest things in competitive and professional play, is when you know what your weaknesses are, and that way you can work on them. Sometimes it's hard to identify what your weaknesses are so that you can improve. So Tribe Gaming, no doubt, have really drilled this one into their skulls, though this was still a close game. And STMN, if they don't take this next win, we won't even be heading to a tie. We'll be heading straight back to the beginning of the next match, where we'll see a rematch between Tribe Gaming NA and STMN Esports.
Yeah, we are on the edge of our seats here for this next Ring of Fire game. If I do recall correctly, Stamina did lose the first match of this set, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll just have to see how this one plays out. But maybe Lou just might not be the pick that they were looking for. Maybe a Bell or something along those lines. Actually, Bell might be banned. Honestly, I have the memory of a fish, so I'm not even going to try to remember. We just got to see what these teams have up their sleeves. I think Pam is a generally good pick because of how she can deal with Amber and just be able to control the zone in general. Just a very solid pick, and maybe they should consider that.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Lou just got outranged, and that was the main thing for OG. Was not that he was like not able to hit his shots because he wasn't lining them up right. It wasn't because he was getting juked out. It was because his enemies were too far away from him, and Lou doesn't have a super long range like the people that he's playing against, which is the unfortunate circumstance. Let's see though. Tribe Gaming NA is going to claim the first little bit of capture. Zar is going very aggressive. He is going to have to pay the price for it. Those Tyrant goes down as well, and Bobby looks for a little bit of damage on Zulan. He is getting healed up by Corey, but with so much damage done to him, he is going to have to back up, and STMesports is able to take back the lead. This lead is going to be going back and forth a lot over the course of this match. Another thing to note, though, Knight, is that OG is going to stay on the Lou, but he's going to be taking a much different role here. No longer playing mid, he's going to be playing a very aggressive lane, and that is how he plans on getting his reliable supers.
Yeah, OG is all the way pushed down on the right, so this is the position he wants to be in. Wow, gonna find a super big choke point block in the mid. No way for Tribe Gaming to pick up any percentages now. Zulan just has to snipe passively from the back side. And wow, hits a lot of shots on Zara actually, but Bobby keeps him consistently healed, and a spotter on him would be a good denier here. Yeah, there's the spotter. Zara doesn't connect the fire fuel, and keep in mind there's still 2 nest eggs. I feel like Stamina knows that they're there, considering they stay on the right side the entire time. Chug Jug goes on the Tyrant, and there is a lead for Stamina now, clearly. But I don't know if they can hold it, as OG is going to be the weakness here, regardless of how good he plays. He's just going to be outranged, so he's got to just push up and hope those guys have to melee him, because he will win in those fights at least.
Okay, Tribe Gaming now leading by a small margin, which is quickly growing, but here comes OG. Wapow! There goes the super down. There's a slippery ice that is going to keep the enemy off of the point for a moment while he waits and collects some super as well. There's the healing as well from Bobby. He is going to go down, though, unfortunately. OG, once again, looks for his next super. A little bit of capture was claimed off of that last super, but it just wasn't enough to deal with what Tribe is collecting now. Here comes Tyrant around the right side as well, and OG keeps on getting healed up, but that poison from Tyrant is going to deny so much healing, and it doesn't look like STMN can outdamage it.
Yeah, here we go. Tyrant jumps all the way in the back area. Really, really good stuff from him. I think that's going to be it. Tribe Gaming is going to be resetting the bracket here for themselves, and Stamina misses the reverse sweep by just 2 games, but a very good attempt from them regardless.
Jeez, well, what a day it has been. We saw Tribe Gaming lose their very first match of the day, and they have had to get their way all the way to the grand finals the hard way. So this is going to be a bracket reset. Tribe Gaming NA is going to have to win again versus STMN Esports to claim the victory. STMN Esports, though, they have afforded themselves their 1 loss here. So this is going to be a close one. Now we are really, really playing for real. No more bracket resets after this. This is the last chance that STMN gets. Tribe, they're going to have to pull it off again. So we'll see if they can make it happen, Knight.
Yep, we will just have to see. Good luck to both teams.
Yeah, good luck to both teams. We are going to get a short break up in here as well. We need a break. Most certainly, you guys need a break too after we went all the way to set number 5. But most importantly, the players need a break after such a gruesome last match so that they can prepare for the next one. So we will see you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. I'm still ready, set. That's still... oh, right. It's not Nighttime Clasher. It's Choke on Water. He's back, y'all. He's back for the Grand Finals. It's great to have you, Choke.
Yeah, it's a bit late, so I stepped in for Night, and let's hop straight back into it, all right? What did I miss? What's going on? Give me a recap.
Okay, Choke, a lot has happened. And for anyone joining it just now, you might want to listen closely too. We got a bracket reset, which happens when you're in a double elimination tournament and the team that fought all the way through the losers bracket ends up winning the grand finals. And of course, whoever is in the winners bracket throughout the whole tournament has not lost a game yet. So now that STMN has lost just one match, they have to lose another match in order to be knocked out. So we do have a rematch here. Both teams have lost one match, and this is going to be the last one. No more ties, no more bracket resets after this. We have the same maps, we have the same bands. Let's get right into it, Choke.
Yep, so hopping into Backyard Bowl here, we're going to see a little bit of a different set of comps here. We're going to have a Frank on the side of STMN, but no Tank on the side of Tribe. They're opting for a little something a little bit more safe, something a little bit more ranged and, you know, precise. OG making his way up on the left. Tanky Frank here, but it doesn't look like that health is going to help him out too much. He is going to find a kill onto Corey, but Corey is going to trade him out before he goes down. Tribe just playing things slow. Zulon and the enemy Byron just kind of sitting around waiting for the team to come back. They both know that they can't really push up, so they're just going to wait for the backup. Speaking of backup, Zar comes back right just to get shot into the face. So OG trying to break some of the walls, trying to get a stun, but not going to connect anything. Tyrant does have a super, and speaking of super, Corey's going to use his own. Zulon is going to get pulled, but the fence is going to save him narrowly. There are a lot of shades chasing him, so he does have to run away, but it seems like he's going to be just fine. Bobby does find Tyrant, and going into the 1 minute and 20-second mark, it's looking like it's going to be in favor of Tribe.
Here we go, though. There's a wall break by Corey. It probably is actually intentional, given that they don't want to be trapped here by OG, who does benefit a lot more from the walls than any of the members of the Tribe Gaming roster. Massive team wipe for OG, though. Interesting. He walked away from the ball. Probably would have gotten killed by Zulon, but maybe we could have seen a pass back to Bobby for a goal. In any case, though, it's still going to be 0-0 here. 1 minute remaining. OG slips it into the goal, though. 50 seconds remain, and STMN's in the lead.
Great score by OG. He knew that he didn't really have health for the previous score, but he had a little bit more health and a little bit more room to go with this time around, so he is going to find the score. He's making his way over to the right, trying to make up for the lost pressure because his teammate went down. Zar is back, but he's going to get tapped instantly, so he's forced to retreat. He does get poisoned as well, but Bobby's there to heal him up. OG goes down, so now both members of STMN are kind of just scrambling around, trying to build together whatever defense they can. They're trying to build a fort, but it doesn't look like they're going to have many materials. OG is back, but Zar is down once more. A good jump by Tyrant to get behind the enemy team. He is going to find 2 kills. The ball does get passed forward. Zar has a super, is going to pull a triumph, but another wall blocks the way, and Tyrant does get the score in. 1-1, and we're going into overtime.
Overtime on the way. We've seen a lot of ties here so far, and Backyard Bowl certainly the place for it. OG has this super ready to go, though. Will he use it to get a score, or will he try and get a knockback? It looks like he is going to try and get this around the side. There's a pass to Bobby. Bobby is not there to receive it, though. He is taken down by Tyrant, but Tyrant has to play something a little bit tricky, too. Pass forward to Corey. Corey might be able to get that one in. Zulon is going to go for something tricky with the super, or perhaps not. There's the super forward, the stick around on an OG. OG is still healing up, though, thanks to Bobby, keeping consistent healing on the big man. Here's Tyrant, though, jumping in. This could be the opportunity to get it in. Corey is able to pass over to Zulon. Tyrant will be there to receive it, but OG is just too strong. He does go down in the hands of Corey, though, and here comes Zulon. Pass to Corey. Could be a pass to Tyrant. Tyrant's able to put it in, and there's game number 1 going to Tribe Gaming.
Wow, amazing coordination coming out from Tribe Gaming. Passes back left and right from side to side, and they are going to find the first score. This is typical Tribe gameplay, right? They're not going anything with they're not going anything risky, right? They're playing long range, they're playing poke, and then they wait until overtime, and then that's when they score. So if I'm looking at STMN, right, this is the Tribe that you usually see, and this is the Tribe that usually beats STMN. So STMN are going to have to change, they're going to have to adapt if they want to win this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, headed into game number 2, though, I think maybe we'll also see like a sort of comp switch up, right? Because both teams are playing very aggressive comps. Um, But I mean, I don't know. Tribe Gaming running the Piper, I think it did work pretty well for them in a bunch of situations. It worked better for them in overtime. STM Esports, though, I feel like maybe a better execution of the Frank and the Byron combo could have netted them the win there. We did see an opportunity for them to score where Bobby actually did pass the ball over to the right towards OG when he might have just been able to walk it in himself, unfortunately, there for STMN. It's definitely the fatigue getting to these brawlers, I do think.
Yeah, they've been playing for a long time, and I think that this will affect them outside of the game as well, right? So when you're choosing your comps, right, it's kind of the fight that happens before the fight, right? If you're able to have a good set of brawlers, right, then you have a natural advantage. And I'll be honest, he is a skilled player, but I don't think the Tara was the right play. He did get a few supers out, but unfortunately, most of those supers weren't effective, right? We saw OG get pulled in, but he gets, not OG, we're going to see Tyrant get pulled in. He's going to be saved by the wall. We see the Spike get pulled, saved by the fence. So we're going into game 2 now, and we're going to take a look at these comps. We do see a little bit of a switch up from STMN. They're going to go match with a long range, but they're going to have a Brock. Zard does break a wall early, but I don't know if he meant to destroy his own walls. However, he uses the gadget and destroys the enemy team's wall. Corey goes down early. Zard, 200 HP. Not going to go down. Third gadget already activated. He's going to look to destroy some more walls, and that's just what he's going to do. As teammates have a lot of control, and it's only been 2 minutes.
All right, Tyrant has his killer bee ready to go. He's not going to be able to make contact on that first shot, but maybe on the second. Here's Bobby. Bobby does get to jump away, though, and down goes one box. Not a huge loss for Tyrant, though, but there is the boom box man himself. Zar on the right side to get the big wall break. Brock is one that we haven't seen a whole lot of, interestingly enough, and it's, I think, mostly attributed to the fact that his shot is so slowed compared to where it was before. But Zarya is still going to try and use this AoE to his advantage, and he's looking for the shots on Tyrant. Nothing's really connecting, though. It's more about the wall break than anything. Here come a couple shots, though. Zulon is going to be evading a lot of it, though. Here comes the super in from Zulon as well. Zar getting amazing dodges as well. Cannot be touched. In fact, he's almost able to heal all the way up to full health without getting touched by Zulon. But here on the right side, good wins by Corey and Tyrant. And there's no one to defend the goal, and Tyrant is going to super that one into the goal. Tribe Gaming is in the lead with a minute left on the clock.
Yep, 1 minute left. STMN are going to have to do something now. Zara has been playing phenomenally well. His movement has been on point. But even if you're able to dodge a lot of those shots, you're going to have to connect them too. And it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Zulon's still full health, pushing up on the left. The curveball helping him land a lot more shots than the enemy team. But unfortunately, he's going to go down by a combination of Bobby and OG. Not Bobby and Zard. Bobby scores it in with help from the Rocket Rain, and now it's going to be a 1-1 tie game. 30 seconds left.
All right, Tyrant is going to try and get a killer bee off of Zard. Does change focuses to another brawler, though. He might be able to get a one-shot, or rather, close to a one-shot off an enemy brawler. Depends on how much health they have left. They've been touched by Zulon first. Zulon is going to be getting some chip shots in here, though. OG is evading things pretty well, too. Tyrant has that super ready to go should anyone get too close, but the thing is, he's completely out or at the same range as all of the enemies, so it's going to be tough for him to get a slow at all. OG does close in on the right side, though. OG is trying to get some damage on Zulon. One shot, and he will be able to take down Zulon or Tyrant, but he has to evade the damage at all costs. Tyrant keeps on firing away on the left side, will retreat actually to mid to gather up a little bit of health as well. 35 seconds left on the clock. Still no scores yet. Bobby might get really aggressive though and go for a score.
All three members of Tribe constantly tagged up, no health and no space to back up. They're right against their spawn. Three members of STMN all up. A good super from Bobby is going to secure this, making this a tied game on Brawl Ball, 1-1.
All right, well, I guess we were expecting some ties up in here. Maybe within the game itself, right? Maybe we expected a draw in the Brawl Ball game, but now we're going to get a draw in the Brawl Ball set. 1-1, as you said, Choke, and Tribe Gaming NA and STM Esports are both looking very, very good here. Definitely, though, showing some signs of fatigue, I might add.
Yeah, even as a more casual player myself, I could see a little bit of, I could see like the fortress starting to crumble, the walls starting to break down, right? Even on both sides, right? I saw a lot of misplays coming out from STMN, but I saw a lot of mechanical, mishaps coming out from Tribe. They are a solid team with a lot of coordination, but that doesn't hold up if you're not able to defeat your opponents just in terms of skill. And I could see them starting to fall behind. There were shots that needed to land that just didn't connect, and there were, shots that you needed to dodge that you just couldn't move out of. So, we're gonna have, like, this is a bracket reset, but it's definitely not a mental or a physical reset, right? The fatigue is still there, the mental strain is still there, and I'll be honest, you're gonna need a lot of G Fuel just to energize yourself up for this rest of this match now.
Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of G Fuel myself, but whatever is your preferred method of caffeine delivery, I've almost gone through 8 cups of coffee over the course of this stream, and yeah, I would definitely not advise that. But when you got to be talking like for several hours straight, then it loosens the tongue just a little bit, yeah. But I mean, I will personally vouch too. I mean, I've just been sitting here talking for most of the time. I haven't even been playing. I haven't even been deciding comps, and I'm tired. So I cannot imagine, right? What is going through the heads of Tribe Gaming, especially because they kind of took the hard way here. STMN Esports, I mean, they fought really, really hard to get all the way to the Grand Championships on the winner side of the bracket, but Tribe Gaming, they dropped down to the losers right off the beginning and had to fight their way out that way. They got a 3-0, then another 3-0, or rather a 3-1, and then a 3-2 versus STMN, and now, I mean, honestly, with things looking so even, I don't think it's going to be a 3-0 for either team here. It's not going to be a quick and painless loss for anyone. It is going to be to the bitter end.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those matches that you see at the end of movies, right? You have the main protagonist and his best friend just duking it out. It's a bloody fight, just punching each other in the face, and it's not going to be a decisive fight. So, we're going into the third game of Brawl Ball now, and we're going to see an Amber. Definitely a lot of long-range capabilities on Amber, some consistent damage able to be dealt, but my fear is that you don't have that high burst damage. However, Zar just pushing it right back in. He has the gadget, he has the speed boost, and now he's going to be making his way towards the goal. He's going to throw his oil straight into the enemy spawn, setting Corey on fire, but he's not going to go down. Great healing from Zulon, but Zar pushes right back in. 2 members of Tribe down and just Zulon left alive. He doesn't have enough damage. Those 3 shades right there are just tanking all the shots, so STMN are able to get an early goal with more than 1 minute and 50 seconds left.
All right, Zulon now getting some good damage on Zar. Bobby will be supplying the healing to his teammate on the left lane. OG also over here on the right lane will go down. Tyrant keeps on pushing forward. Corey is playing extremely aggressively, but I guess he really wanted to get that super off on the right side. Bobby has very little protection over here, though he does have the range to work with as well. Things have been kind of eliminated on the right side in terms of possibilities of Zar playing over there, as he is going to get outranged. Same for OG, actually, and Tyrant's going to quickly shut him down. Once those gadgets run dry, he's not really going to be able to do much, so OG now respawning once again is probably going to give it another go, trying to take down Tyrant, or at least circle around the left side. Actually, is going to go around the right side. He won't even be able to do anything about the honeypot, so that is actually terrible for him, but here comes the super from Corey as well. Boxes are blown open, and this is a score potential for Tribe Gaming.
Zar making quick work of that honeypot, throwing the super over to the right just to burn it down, but meanwhile, all the members of STMN are down and Tribe have a free and open goal. 40 seconds left and it's a 1-1 tie again. We've seen this before, a few different comps the other times around, but I'm expecting this to go into overtime. Both teams are trying to play it a little bit slow. Zar is pushing up a little bit aggressively, but he's still playing it safe. He knows when to aggress and when to fall back and let himself heal. OG, however, goes down on the left. Bobby's not there to heal him because he's preoccupied with healing Zar. So a little bit of a lost fight here for STMN as Tribe start to push up. A good super onto Zulon, connecting onto OG, but OG seems like he's playing things slow, wants to heal, not overextend too much. Zar does go down, and now STMN are kind of forced into the top left corner. OG goes down. Zar is back. Bobby and Zar have to fend this off and just wait for their teammate to respawn. However, Bobby not looking too healthy over there. Might have to use his super on himself instead of on his teammates or on the enemy team. OG 212 health goes down to the poison damage from Zulon, and now it's still 2 members. 1 member now. Corey, quick snipe onto Bobby. 2 quick shots. Zulon trying to pass the ball over to his teammate. First shot doesn't connect. Second one does. Tyrant trying to pick up the ball, but not going to get it. Now it's all left to Corey and his teammate respawning back from spawn. Zulon is there, a good super attempt from Zara, but it goes in between both players and they both manage to catch it. Now it's going to be 10 seconds left. A quick kill onto Zulon, but it doesn't seem like there's much that's going to happen here. OG does have a super, so there is a team-wide possibility. He's going to throw it out, pull 2 players, and Bobby is going to take advantage of that and score. So STMN have taken Brawl Ball.
Set number 1, very, very close set, but it is in the end going to go to STMN Esports. Good stuff from both teams, really. It has been such an even first set, and to see STMN Esports take the win does show that they are still in the mindset of knowing that they should be here in the grand finals, taking the win. Tribe Gaming, though, they're not finished yet, obviously, taking 1 game for themselves and taking multiple goals throughout each of those 3 games as well. So as we head into Gem Grab, right, we're going to see some different brawler picks as well that could be more conducive towards Tribe's playstyle. I think Tribe, they're very good at playing control, and STMN, they're generally very aggressive players, so Brawl Ball as a mode does favor them, especially when they don't have to play that really long range and passive play style, which we didn't see either teams using at this point. I think Tribe Gaming, their patience has run out in a sense, but they're gonna have to dig deep and find it for Hard Rock Mine, because really their comfortable play style can work really, really well for this mode.
Yeah, so Gem Grab definitely a mode that favors Tribe. It favors, you know, a slow play style, right? You get a lot of control in the early and mid game, but then STMN have a chance towards the late game, right? The late game is usually the most hectic, right? When you're scrambling, trying to get to the enemy side, trying to get a reset, trying to grab all the gems and go back to your side, and I feel like that's when STMN really thrive. Tribe is a team that likes to follow the rules, right? They don't tend to stray too far from the path, and they just go down the path that they want to. But STMN, they have no issues just going zigzagging around, right? If there's a path here, then they'll go that way, and then they'll go that way, right? They're not set by any boundaries, so they like to experiment a lot, and they like to play a little bit more risky, as we saw, right? Backyard Bowl, a very open map, but OG's still going to be playing Frank, so, you know, Gem Grab's still open to a lot of options here, and I'll be honest, Tribe need this, right? Because we look at some of the other sets, Hot Zone and Heist, those are maps that STMN have a really good chance on. So if STMN are able to take this and Tribe lose this, then they have to win Bounty, and it's still going to be an uphill fight from there on out.
Yeah, I completely agree. So as we head into set number 2 momentarily, right, this is, I think, when we'll start to see some different brawlers as well, right? And the mindset can definitely influence that as well. I think Stu would definitely be a good aggressive pick from both teams, though. I mean, Stu is a very high action, fast-paced brawler, so, you know, if the player's feeling a little bit too sluggish to play Stu, then I completely understand. So a passive playstyle would definitely be easier to play, but I can also assure you that they want to get it over easy with, and by they, I mean STMN Esports. Tribe Gaming are pretty tired too, but they're not about to, you know, go all out and risk things and play aggressive here. That would be pretty out of character for them, so there's, you know, a pretty low chance that'll happen, but, you know, if they really, really want the game to be quick, if they want this match to be over with soon, and they're willing to take the risk, then they most certainly will be playing something more aggressive on Hard Rock Mine. It is interesting, though, because another thing to consider is that in game number 2 in set number 1, we did see the Brock pick, actually, by Czar, and I found that really peculiar. It didn't work, by the way, because all of his shots were dodged out. He was, you know, doing things perfectly, like lining his shots up at max range, but the enemy brawlers were just able to walk out of the way every single time. And Brock used to be a pretty popular pick on this map, but we're not going to see him at all. It is still going to be Bobby on that Rico. OG is actually going to be picking up the 8-bit at mid here in combination with a speed turret from Zara. It's a little bit of SimCity action for y'all.
Oh boy, we're building a city and we're building a castle. Bobby is going to be in the left, stuck kind of in the back while his team is just kind of falling, right? The city defenses that they've built aren't holding up against Tribe. They have the offense, they have the attack, Bobby's still stuck in their spawn. Corey also replicating the same in the spawn of STMN. However, Zar is going to find a connection on to the Sandy. So 2v2 now, both players on the from the spawn coming back. A good speed is going to land onto all three members of Tribe, but it doesn't look like they're going to aggress too far. Tyrant is still playing things slow. He wants his super and he knows that that's going to be their win condition. Corey is standing on the right with this gadget activated. He does shoot it out, trying to, you know, make Zar fall asleep, but it's not going to happen. A good super out from Bobby does tag Zulin down to around half HP, but no connection. A good super from Tyrant. There we go. That's the win condition. Now Tyrant's able to push up on the left, and OG's got a lot to fear. Even if he teleports back using the cheat cartridge, he's only going to be going closer towards his enemies, and that's not what they want. Tyrant pushing his way up into the spawn once more, but going to go down. He does have a super though, so ST-Men have to be careful of his super when he's coming back. Corey and Zulon pushing up. A good speed from Zulon does allow Corey to get into the face of Zar, but that stun isn't going to be enough. He goes for a second shot, but he gets woken up and is able to escape. Zar pushing up on the right. Corey dangerously low. Zar will find the connection, and it looks like he might be able to escape if he wants to. A super to heal. The Gazzle heal doing a lot now. He is going to go down in the end to Tyrant, and Tyrant once again has the super. He's looking for a pull. This is still a tieable game. 3-gem lead now. Now STMN have to go in for a kill. They have to reset. They don't have enough time to wait for the gems, and OG is going to go down with just 3 seconds left. That seems like it's going to be it. Zulon all the way in the back, safe from harm, even throwing up the pins, and that's going to be the first map of gem grab going towards Tribe Gaming.
Oh boy, it really is going to be a tug of war between these two teams. Neither one really wants to let it slip, but no one really has the energy to go all the way and just take a perfect 3-0. It is going to be an absolutely gruesome match that we have ahead of us, seeing as Tribe Gaming is already going to take game number 1. And now, I mean, it's going to take 2 wins in a row by STMN Esports to even bring this back and take us to a set number 3 in their favor. Tribe Gaming NA, though, definitely looking to be in good shape, even following Brawl Ball. I mean, I think our predictions were correct, Choke. Tribe Gaming NA, this map plays towards their play style. They're able to get some passive gameplay in there, and that's what they really excel at, I think.
Yeah, I do, you know me, I love seeing Rico, right? Bobby was playing Rico, but at a certain point, it just feels like Bobby didn't have enough impact, especially towards the start, right? Because you're on the Rico, you are a lane bully, right? You're able to just corner your opponents, you're able to force them back into their spawn, but that's not really what happened. Zulon and Tyrant worked together to just kind of force Bobby back into the side of their own spawn. And Bobby just kind of stuck there, like he can't push back up because there's all 3 members of Tribe just sitting there and waiting for him. So he's just kind of like trying to poke while his teammates are being pushed upon, and Tribe are able to pick up all the gems. They have a lot of damage, they find a few picks as well. And I feel like Bobby just didn't have enough impact at the start.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. I wonder if the Rico will get retired here, but something tells me that it won't, because Rico's like such a quintessential brawler on this map. You got to have Rico for the lane. But, I mean, you know, if you don't want to play versus Rico, like, you don't have to. You can just ignore his lane and then force him to play completely differently. Here's the thing you don't want to let Rico do, though, is flank you on the backside. And that's what usually happens, is the Rico matchup is too hard to win on the lane, and then players will back up into their bushes, right, sort of as the back line of Hard Rock Mine. And then here comes Rico to destroy absolutely everything on that lane and leave no prisoners, no mercy. So you don't want to allow Rico to do that, but you can also choose not to play versus him on lane. If you perpetually stay aggressive on the enemy side, then you can pretty much negate the presence of Rico, though. You stay out in the open, and Rico's going to have to play like a Colt, and Colt isn't even that good on his own.
Unfortunately not. Not every single player that plays this game is going to be the best Colt that has ever touched the game. And I think Tribe had great awareness of how to deal with the Rico, right? Even if they didn't have their own Rico to match Bobby, they knew, like, hey, Bobby might have super soon, let's not stack up, right? We don't want to let him get 2-3 supers in a row, so we're just split up, not give him as much value as he wants. And as we go into this next one, Tribe is going to be running the same comp, and we're going to see a little bit something different from STMN Esports. They're going to be running 2 tanks and a Max in the mid. Bobby making his way up on the right with the Coco Rosa. OG popping the gadget, trying to deal extra damage, but no connection, no extra damage dealt. He's going to be forced back, but Tyrant is low, so he has to be careful. 2 players of Tribe over on the right, 1 player up on the left. OG dropping his super, is going to find Tyrant, does get traded out. But now Bobby's in the spawn. He has a super, so he might be able to escape. He's going to pop a super, still going in, not going to find any kill, and he is going to go down. He loses his life, and now Tribe Esports, Tribe Gaming have a lot of map control. They're going to, STM Esports are going to have to use his max super effectively to push in. All 3 members sped up. OG pushing up on the left, going to back up. He's scared of Tyrant's super. Bobby on the right using his unfriendly bushes to try to slow everyone down, but he's going to get slapped, so it doesn't really matter. He does have a super again, and so does OG, but Bobby's way too low to be able to utilize his super. OG dropping his stun, is going to find Corey, does get a connection, 1 more shot, and he has a super again, but it's going to be a bit difficult considering the amount of health and the amount of range that he has to deal with. Zulan popping the speed, but still goes down. Good support from Zard, knowing when to speed up his teammates to follow up on kills. Bobby pushing up, trying to escape, not going to happen. OG on the right, intimidating figure with his stun, but now it's going to go into a 1 minute 50 kind of stalemate now. STM Esports do have the gem lead by 2. They're going to look to get this 9th one, and they do. Bobby using his super, hurting the members of Tribe over towards OG, but OG gets pulled and he does go down. Bobby not looking too healthy over there. All 3 members of Tribe Gaming pushing in, trying to corner the lone Max. Max is popping super. He is a fast boy, but not going to survive. However, Bobby and OG are there to cover for his teammates, so now it's going to be a 10 gem countdown for STMN Esports, but looks like there is going to be enough time for Tribe to get the 10th and tie up this game. OG standing in the middle, flashing his super, trying to dissuade Tribe Gaming from picking up the gem, but they are going to do it. So 1 minute left, and it's going to be a difficult match for STMN to win.
Let's see if they're able to do it, though. OG has the super, and he's in range. Here comes the super from Tyrant, though. OG might have enough health. There's the stun, but it's not going to reach anyone. But Bobby's able to pick up all the gems, and he has so much health, especially with that super. He will be able to tank pretty much anything. OG's going to keep on marching forward, though, and Tribe Gaming in A just doesn't have enough gems to make it happen. Corey will try his best to get rid of Bobby, but there's the thumbs down, and that's not something you see often from Corey. You never see the thumbs down from him, but the tug of war continues. STMN will be claiming the 2nd game of this set, and I mean, Choke, this is a gauntlet. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it is not gonna stop. It's not gonna get any easier. I mean, if it does really go back and forth, though, that does net a win for Tribe, and Tribe would have the advantage going into set number 3, and hopefully it doesn't mean a repeat of our last match where we went all the way to set number 5 following the first 2 set wins by Tribe. But it really could be anyone's game now. 1 game left in this set. STMN, if they win this one, then we're at 1-1. We're guaranteed to go to set number 4. Otherwise, it could all end on Bounty.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that from STMN, right? We say that they like to experiment, they like to run unconventional comps, but despite us knowing that they're going to run something different, it doesn't tell us what they're going to run. So we're about to hop into this next game now, and I can only guess what STMN is going to run. However, a little bit more of a typical comp from Tribe Gaming, the Stu, the 8-bit, and the Rico. You love to see it, but STMN keeping the same comp. And I'll be honest, looking at STMN right now, I am not favoring them right now. The 2 tanks are going to struggle a lot against the high damage and the high mobility of Stu, 8-bit, and Rico, especially if you have something like the Robo Retreat. When Zulan gets low, it's almost going to be impossible to chase him down without a speed from Zar. 2 members of STMN Esports do go down, a speed coming up from Zar to help OG and Bobby push up and gain the space, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Zulan, L King Zulan, just bouncing his shots all over the wall. It's Tyrant wanting a bit of the action, where he's going to go in as well, finding a kill onto OG. Bobby stuck on the left. All 3 members of Tribe just shooting their shots, knowing that Bobby's there and just pressuring them away. OG does have a super. He's going to throw down his hammer, but only connects onto the 8-bit booster. However, there's a lot of gems in mid now. A few of them have gone down. Bobby will too. Zulon and Corey picking up as many gems as they can. 9 gems. Tyrant does pick up the last one. If one of these members of Tribe do go down, then it is going to be a reset. So this is what I'm looking for when it comes to STMN. They need to just take care of one. But unfortunately, everybody on STMN just falling apart. Bobby, last one on the field, does go down. And that's going to be gem grab going to Tribe.
Well, Tribe is in the same position they were in the last match. Now they are heading into set number 3 with 2 set wins already under their belt. Or rather, no, sorry, I'm very sorry. STMN has the advantage here, yeah. But yeah, this is going to be exactly the same across the board. A total tie, 2-1 sets so far, and we're all tied up. And Choke, you look pretty done with this, but welcome to competitive casting, my friend. It happens, and sometimes we do get a 6-hour, 14-minute, and 7-second cast up in there, and that number keeps on going up. In any case, though, we'll be heading into set number 3, which is going to be Bounty and Shooting Star will be the map. So once again, this is more conducive towards Tribe's play style. But sometimes those clutch moments in Bounty happen when you're able to get really, really aggressive, and STMN Esports definitely possesses that capability, and they, had their chances versus Tribe last time in the last match. They weren't able to make it happen, but they hopefully have learned from their mistakes and will be able to make it happen this time.
Yeah, Shooting Star, we do see the occasional aggressive comp, right? But what I'm looking at right now, because we know that Byron's not banned, so what I'm thinking is it's going to be down to whoever can support the best on Byron, right? In the past few metas, we've saw like Byron Colette, we've saw Byron Ash, Byron Jackie, and now we're seeing kind of like a Byron Meg meta. And Byron is not the flashiest brawler that you can play, but he's also one of the most important brawlers, right? He can keep his team up and allow them to just keep shooting and not having to stop to reload. So we saw Bobby play, Byron earlier, and I'm going to need him to do a lot more if he wants to carry his team to the victory. So going into the first game of Bounty now, there might be an aggressive comp, but it's still going to come down to the Byron, and we're not going to see a Byron on the side of Tribe, and it doesn't look like we're going to see one from STMN either. We're going to see Nanny, Piper, and Tick on both sides. Whew, it's going to come down to the Tick then, right? It's going to come down to whoever can guide their peep over to the other side of the map the best. Just a lot of poke going back and forth, nobody picking up the blue star. Bobby does have the ambush, so he's looking to deal some extra damage, but Zulon is well aware of that and just playing his range. Both Ticks just firing in the mid, trying to prevent each other from grabbing the blue star. Bobby, great shots. Does connect, picks up the blue star, and now they're going to have a big lead. Tyrant does find Toonie, but because of that blue star, STMN were in the lead, but Tribe, they are going to equalize. Zulon and Tyrant picking up 1 kill each, so now Tribe Gaming 7-3 in the lead, only 1 minute remaining.
Tribe Gaming in A, leading by a nice margin here. STMN Esports trying to bring things back. They got to get 4 stars plus that blue star in order to grab the lead. Zulon's going to be a prime target here. Let's see if Bobby's able to get a crucial kill. Here comes the peep, though, and that's going to be a large factor. The bait of the super, but here comes the peep back for more. Gonna take out the wall, though, I guess, after a good kill onto the Piper by a different member of the STMN roster. There is the peep coming around for more once again. Not going to reach anyone, though. Does explode at midfield. Good kill there by Zulon onto Bobby. And Tribe Gaming in A is leading once again in stars, or rather keeping up the lead in stars. Tyrant also on the right side, trying to hold on to his stars. Really, a kill on Tyrant could bring it to 10-10, but they'd still need the kill on Zulon. Everyone's coming around the right side now. A good kill on a Bobby. There's the Protesto by Zulon. Yet another kill onto Toonie as well. And Tribe Gaming decisively leads in set number 3.
Ooh, I'll be honest, right? I thought STMN had that, right? They got the first pick and they got the blue star. So if you just play around mid, give up some space, but don't over-aggress and don't get picked out, then you'll be fine. But unfortunately, Zulon did a lot of heavy lifting, right? He lands the first shot, pops the homemade recipe, and fires another shot and finds Bobby. And we see that happen 2 or 3 times the game. Every single time Zulon pops the homemade recipe, it looks like he's going to find another shot. And you have 3 uses, so that's 3 kills. And if Bobby isn't able to match Zulon, then things are going to get tough, because Tuni also looked like he was struggling a bit on the right as well. It looked like Tyrant was able to get more supers more consistently and just utilize his gadgets and aim his shots better. So in a mirror matchup, I don't know how STMN are gonna fare, right? I feel like they're gonna have to change things up once more. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be another mirror matchup. So STMN, their only plan of attack right now is just to play it better than Tribe did last game and play it better than they did this game. They do have a lot more map pressure this time. Bobby got a quick shot onto Zulon, so Zulon wasn't able to do much at the start. It's just the same thing that we saw last time. Both nannies are a bit low, backing up to heal, but a good first pick from Bobby, landing onto the enemy tick. OG popping the gadget to help him pick up the blue star. Bobby using his own homemade recipe, giving Zulon a taste of his own medicine, is going to put STMN Esports in a 5-0 lead with the blue star. 1 minute 15 seconds remaining. A gadget used by both nannies, but it doesn't look like it's going to find much value. A good homemade recipe combined with the ambush is going to find OG, but unfortunately that's not enough to put Tribe Gaming ahead. Bobby is holding on to 4 stars, and the blue star does belong to Zulon. If they're able to find Bobby, they're going to be up ahead by 2, have the blue star, and able to just back up and play things safe. Bobby is going to go down to the head first, so now Tribe Gaming in the lead. A peek coming straight towards Zulon, but he is going to jump over the wall, destroy some, but still goes down to Tuni. So now Tuni has changed things up. He's picked up a blue star and has the lead. However, it is only a two-star lead, so if they get 2 kills or get the blue star, they're going to be it's going to be a lot closer than we first anticipated. Zulon pushing up on the right, trying to find a few shots. Tyrant half health, has to stop and reload, stop and regen. Bobby is stuck in the left corner. He doesn't have much health, so he's had to stop. Tuni has a super, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to utilize it. Tyrant finds OG, but Tuni's still alive. He still needs to hold on to this blue star. Tyrant does find Tuni, and Tribe Gaming is going to win this with 5 stars. Tribe Gaming 2-1. They do take bounty, and now they're ahead of STMN Esports.
Goodness, I wonder if Tribe Gaming will be able to take Heist, because last time STMN put in such a great performance at the last second in order to take this one back. We could honestly have another set 5 on the way, but by this point, it's fine. It's fine if we go to set number 5, because it's going to be the last set number 5 of all of Brawl Masters, and we'll finally get to see who our winner is. Everything will have been put out there. Everything will have been put to rest, and we'll have it the prime player out of all of the competitors throughout all of Brawl Masters taking home the big pot of cash. Tribe Gaming in A, though, on Heist, they did get a good start in our last match. STMN was able to wrest it back, though, with some killer plays in Game 2 and Game 3. So I think maybe if Tribe Gaming are able to learn from their mistakes, then they can certainly get onto that match point within Game number 1 or 2. But STMN were looking so good that I think, honestly, they'll continue that momentum into this next set, and we will end up getting like a 2-0 and then heading into set number 5.
Yeah, so speaking of mistakes, let's identify some of the mistakes that Tribe Gaming made last bracket, right? So what were some things that you identified watching Tribe play, and what do you think that they need to fix in order to beat STMN?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tribe sometimes it does play a little bit more for control than they do for damage, and yeah, I mean, getting good control is the ticket to getting a good offense and getting significant damage on the safe, but playing for control doesn't get you damage on the safe. You have to, at some point, break through that comfort zone and then risk a little bit in order to get damage on the safe. You're never going to be comfortably on the enemy safe. It's always going to be risky, and it is why sometimes this mode can swing either way. Let's see what our brawlers are. It is going to be kind of a classic comp from both sides. In fact, it is going to be the mirror match, actually, Colt, B, and Byron from both sides. Also, walls breaking open to enable the lane fights over here, and things have mostly evened out, though it does seem like the B versus Colt is favorable for the B. Not on the left lane necessarily, though. With these walls, it is going to be tough for Tuni to get over to Zulon. Meanwhile, on the right side, though, Tyrant has a lot more opportunities to access Colt on that lane, though it is not going to be getting any damage for Tribe Gaming so far. In fact, the more damage is going to go to STMN Esports. Tuni is sneaking all the way around the back, going to opt to put that killer bee on the safe and now try and occupy Zulon's lane from the left side.
Tuni letting a lot of those killer bees onto the safe, stinging away at the health. However, Tribe Gaming are pushing up on the right, but as you said, they're going to need to have to come out of their comfort zone because they haven't got a single lick of damage. Never mind, Zulon is going to find 9% onto the enemy safe. Tyrant following it up, bringing it down to 87, but it doesn't look like it's going to have... They're going to find any more damage for the time being as the match comes to a standstill as people start to reset. Corey just looking for a lick of damage. A good catch from Zulon, destroying the last bit of the walls on the left side and connecting onto Tuni, bringing him down to 700 health. Zulon pushing up on the right, trying to find a kill onto Tuni, but not going to happen. Tuni coming back with almost full health. Zara retaliating, finding Corey. Bobby on the right, just trying to stall Tyrant. Tyrant finding one onto Tuni. The great killer bee coming out from Tyrant. Zara just in the mid, trying to see if he can help out his teammate, but he's not going to connect any of those shots. All of them landing onto the tire or just dispersing into the air. Zulon is back on the left. Honeypot used from Tyrant to keep himself alive, so he's not going to have one more of those coming around. 300 HP and 0. Bobby, great shots to land onto his opponent. He is going to use the super, destroy the walls, and get even more damage. 57 health onto the save. Tuni on the right, dodging shots left and right, and great killer bee to find the enemy called Corey down to 420 HP before he starts healing. Nice. And 57 to 79, 10 seconds left. STMN just had to play defense here. 8 seconds. Tribe are pushing in, but they only have 2 supers. They don't have Zulon with a super. He does get a super, but goes down to Bobby. Last second, 60%, and the 3% to tie things up is not there. So STMN, they're going to take the first heist map, and they're going to be bringing this momentum to the next one. I just know it.
Oh my goodness, STMN Esports, something tells me it's going to be a 2-0, man. I mean, it was super close, but we even saw that versus STMN versus Tribe last time, right? STMN was just trying to get in that last bit of damage, and Tribe managed to body block it. It was like a 1% differential, and Bobby was not able to get that last portion of damage. That was game number 1, mind you, of Heist. Game number 1 of set number 3, and now game number 1 is going to be going to STMN. So bit of a reversal of things here, but Tribe Gaming still 1 game away from going on to the match point. If they let this next one slip, though, then they won't even get that chance. It's straight to set number 5. It's straight to hot zone once again. We've already been through the horrors of Ring of Fire, of STMN Esports versus Tribe Gaming NA. We did it in July. We did it just really like half an hour ago, and now it could happen again if STMN Esports gets this win. Let's see what happens.
Ooh, double healer Colette coming out from STM Esports. Colette, Byron, not a comp, not a partnership that I've seen in quite some time. Zulon does go down. Tuni is going to get found by that killer bee. A great stinging shot from Tyrant. Bobby does go down as well, so it's just the 2 healers to fend off all 3 members of Tribe. They're doing a great job finding 2. Zar using the self-injection just to keep himself healing up and healing up Tuni at the same time. Corey finding another shot before Zara is able to completely heal up, and he's going to go down. So does Bobby. STMN Esports, they're lacking in terms of damage, they're lacking in terms of members, and now Tuni's stuck on the left corner, being pinched by both Corey and Tyrant, and Zulon just comfortably seated in the right corner, is trying to find a little bit of map pressure. Not going to happen. He is going to fall to Zara, but he does have to invest a super. Bobby and Zara doing their best to fight off 2 members of STM, 2 members of Tribe, but the Piper's gonna be able to push their way up into the top corner, find a little bit of damage, and come back perfectly unscathed now. Bobby on the left, he has a super, so he might be able to inflict some damage onto the safe, but Corey just finds him before he's able to do anything. Zulon stuck in the corner, being forced down back into their spawn by both Tuni and Zard. The healing turret does go down, but it gets taken out quickly by a combination of the Killer Bee and Corey. Bobby does have a little bit of a shield after using a super, so it is going to make him take a little bit less damage combined with the healing from Zard. That's a lot of sustainability, and that's a lot of health for the members have tried to burn through, and if they're not landing all their shots at the same time, then it's not going to work out. And they do manage to synchronize their shots. Bobby does go down, 30 seconds left, and Tribe Gaming and STMN Esports tied 63% to 63%.
All right, STMN Esports trying to get just a little bit of damage here, and it doesn't look like it's going to be too tough, actually. Here's the little bit of damage from Toonie. 10 seconds left for Tribe to defend, but it's just not going to happen. There's not going to be any damage on STMN Esports. It's safe either. We're heading to set number 5 here, following the bracket reset. I'm telling you, Choke, it's what happens, man. It is what happens. We have gone the supreme distance. It looks like Choke's little friend has taken over too. Yeah. Even he is too tired to give his commentary at this moment, it would appear. But yes, we are heading on to set number 5. The torture is going to continue as we once again have to witness Ring of Fire, STMN, Tribe. Who will win? No one. No one will win. There are no winners. There are only losers. There is only Ring of Fire, and there is only pain. But let's see who ends up winning the money. Let's see who gets the money, the prize, the big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, right? Because that's what, I mean, honestly, despite being tired, right? Despite the amount of effort that this requires, all of our players and us as, the hosts of the show to expend, it is such an amazing story for both of these teams as they are heading on through this absolute gauntlet. There are definitely going to be stories told about this one for years to come. I can absolutely assure you. So, guys, just drop something in chat too, because you'll need to remember, right, that you're kind of here as history is being recorded and being made.
Yeah. So as we hop into Ring of Fire, give me like a quick like a 10-second TLDR of what happened on the previous set of Ring of Fire for you to be acting this way, because not everybody in chat has been here, for the past 2 hours watching these sets. So just inform them of what we've missed out on.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, if you weren't watching the monthly finals of the NA in July, it was a double match point here on Ring of Fire, and Tribe was the predicted winner, but STMN came back in a reverse sweep, and yeah, at the double match point, STMN barely won. Everyone killed each other, with the exception of Bobby, who had like literally 1 shot of health left and managed to stand on the point for a few seconds before the timer expired, and I think the victory was by a margin of like 2 or 3% on the scoreline. And in the last match, actually, it was super close once again, though we did actually see Tribe get 2 wins in a row. It was not the double match point like it was at the monthly finals back in July. So now, though, STMN Esports stand a very, very good chance of actually claiming this one. They are leading by such a large margin, it's like not even close. 80% mark is about to be crossed here. Tyrant has that super ready to go. Zulon will get the chance to stay on the point for just a little bit though, and Toonie is all sped up. He is running smoke trails right now to be especially fast. Will enable him to get the kill on Corey as well. Tried getting an A. They don't want to leave the point, but they don't have to leave the point for STMN to still take the win. STMN, they just need to stay on the point for a little bit longer to get 10 more %.
Only 5 more % now. Toonie, Zar, and Bobby all together onto the point. 100-31. STMN taking the first game of Hot Zone by storm. They have over double the points, and I just love watching Toonie play Leon. Right. I feel like Leon is one of those characters that requires a lot of game sense, a lot of mechanical skill, and you just need to know when to move, how to move, and how your opponents will react. And just watching Toonie he's just so masterful, right? He plays Leon so smoothly as if it's just an extension of his own body. He knows exactly when to, pop the invis. He knows exactly when to slip into bushes and exactly when to start shooting people. And it's just so amazing watching him just in the backline all the time, right? We saw him in the spawn like 3 or 4 times while we were just talking about the last time that these guys played Ring of Fire. So Tribe Gaming, they're going to see Toonie in their nightmares. That Werewolf Leon, it may not be Halloween anymore, but it's still really scary. Going into the next game now, there has to be some adaptation, right? There wasn't enough point pressure from Tribe Gaming, and they're going to need something different. They're going to be bringing out the Pam, a little bit more health, a little bit more sustainability with the 2 healers, and they're going to be matching the Amber. Toonie might struggle a little bit more dealing with the Amber because she can just shoot her fire all over the place, clearing both the bushes and the invisibility out. Tyrant working together with the healing from Corey to just poke people out, but Zulon is overextending on the right side, so he does go down. Tribe Gaming have managed to get 3%, but STMN nearing 30%. That's a 10 times lead. Zara throwing his hot oil onto the field, trying to set that healing module on fire, and he does succeed. It isn't going to go down, so Tribe Gaming are still going to have a lot more sustainability on the field, but it doesn't look like they're able to get onto the point despite all this healing. Toonie on the right side constantly being a pain. They know that he's there, but they're not able to deal with him. He's going to make his way into the spawn once more. Tyrant is on fire, but he has healing from himself and Corey, so he's going to be safe. The healing module does go down. A few members still on fire. Toonie knocked down low, but Zulon isn't going to be able to get rid of him. Lollipop drop used to help him out. He is low, 252 health, but he's still alive. Zulon firing his shots and finally managed to take care of Toonie. A little bit of a closer game this time around, 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Tribe Gaming are closing it.
All right, and it's tied at 45%, soon to be raised. The bar is being raised by Tribe Gaming NA as they all occupy the point. STMN Esports, though, they got to wait to regroup before they can make an effective push in here. Toonie is going to rush forward with the smoke trails. You never expect him to get there. When he does, he's just so fast with smoke trails. Here goes Corey as well. He has that super ready to go. Not really going to be able to get that much damage with it, unfortunately. Tyrant also barely staying alive. Let's see, though, Tribe Gaming NA, their lead has been usurped by STMN Esports, and Tribe is going to be able to bring it back. This so close. Here comes a heal from Bobby as well on Azar, getting a lot of damage onto Corey and Tyrant in as well. Zulon still trying to get that burn on the enemy team. A good bait, actually, by Bobby. Zara is going to feel the heat just a little bit, and really, both of these teams are so close to taking it. Each one of them could very realistically grab the win here. Toonie's going to look for the double kill. Is he going to be able to get it? And he is! 402 health. This is a flashback to the monthly finals of July. The clock is ticking down. 99, 100. There's STMN taking such a close victory in the final set of their final opportunity to grab the win in Brawl Masters. Congratulations to STMN on the win. Tribe Gaming, unfortunately, will not be taking the win today. GG for that. We'll be getting second place in Brawl Masters. Such a close battle over and over again. Tribe Gaming, they fought their way through the gauntlet, but they just couldn't get all the way to the end. It was a photo finish every step of the way.
Man, that was... How do you even describe that, right? We talked about how masterful Toonie was, right, with the Leon, and he's like, hey, my team's struggling, I'm just gonna take this into my own hands, right? He goes invis, it seems like he just spends the whole entire game invisible, right? It doesn't even seem like he's, playing the game like he normally should be. It's like he's got cheats, right? He's constantly invisible, constantly catching his opponents off guard, and towards the end, it looks like he just got like a whole entire team wipe and just solidified that for his team, right? Bobby coming back is going to heal him up so he can just stay on the point, but at that point, right, STMN can just run on the point and cap the points, right? They only needed, what, 2%? So it doesn't even matter whether or not Toonie was alive. And let's go into the bracket and just see how far STMN came, right? There was a bracket reset. There was a lot of games played, and oh, man.
All right, well, let's see it. Here we go. Here's a bracket, of course, powered by G-Fuel, but that's no secret. I mean, how else do you think we could pull off a 7-hour stream similar to EU yesterday? If you were there for that, I mean, I don't know if you have all the energy for this stuff, but here you go. STM and Esports are your victors of today. They started with a victory versus For the Win Esports, and then versus Revenge Tour. Then they took down Tribe Gaming in following a bracket reset. It was so close. So Tribe Gaming, they started off with a 3-2 win over STM, and then STM followed back with a 3-2 win over Tribe. So huge, such a gruesome battle, one that will definitely be remembered for a long time as well.
That's just how it is, El Clasico, right? It's usually not as sweet, right? When we played, when I casted EU yesterday, we had a bracket reset and we were expecting another close game, but it was a 3-0 sweep, right? It was still close, but the scoreline doesn't suggest that, and this time around it's 3-2. STM do manage to take Hot Zone 2-0, right? There wasn't much opposition there, but still, that was a dominant performance from STM, and as the World Finals are, looming in the next week, right? Next Friday. It's only 7 days away, and STM looking like they're in top performance right now.
Yep. Such an amazing match day today, and it has all come to an end as well. This is the end of Brawl Masters season for fall 2021. And honestly, I think we've been through, what, 4 seasons of Brawl Masters so far. So this has been spectacular. It's been a pretty much a year of Brawl Masters by now. We've had winter, we've had spring, we've had summer, we've had fall. So we've come full circle now. And we want to thank you all for joining us over the course of Brawl Masters. It has been so fun being here. It's been great as well, seeing the success stories and seeing the up-and-coming players participate in the open qualifiers, and even some of them make it through the last chance qualifiers to play in the playoffs throughout the journey. In the end, though, it is going to be STM taking home the big prize, which is interesting because typically it is Tribe to take the win, but this time, yeah, a little bit of a different story, a different victor, a different reigning champion for Brawl Masters to anticipate for the next season.
Yeah, so as this season comes to an end, so will the stream. Thank you to production, thank you to all the viewers, thank you to Ready Set, and thank you myself for making this all possible. Thank you to the sponsors of Brawl Masters, G Fuel, and Move Network for making this prize pool so, large, right? All these teams wouldn't be playing if there wasn't such an incentive, and man, this was an amazing journey. I am glad to have you all here with me, and I'll see you next time.